Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-guided human introduction the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter inherited the throne of darkness and raised as Voldemort's heir. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Kidnapped the night his parents died, Harry Potter is raised by Lord Voldemort as his chosen heir. Trained in forbidden magic and molded for power, Harry grows into something far beyond a weapon. He becomes a ruler in the making. But as the wizarding world trembles, the question remains, will he remain loyal to darkness, or surpass even his master and claim the throne for himself? But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The house stood on a hill. It was large manor house with large windows and ivy spreading over the walls. It was, without a doubt, one of the grandest homes in all of England. Behind the house were many large magnificent gardens. Flowers grew in abundance and fountains were placed here and there. One fountain carved out of pure gold was shaped like snakes, and another fountain looked to be a dragon. Beyond the gardens was a beautiful pond full of frog spawn with lily pads floating peacefully on the top. If you were to go beyond the gardens, you would come across a forest. This forest was full of many different creatures. One would have to be careful. Just because you ventured forth into this forest doesn't mean you would ever leave it. For some of the beings that lived in this forest were, without question, some of the most dangerous creatures, or in some people's opinions monsters, to ever exist. It was in this home, that with a slight pop, the man, Tom, appeared. The man walked through the front door and a moment later, another pop was heard. "Does Master be needing anything?" A small house elf with large eyes like tennis balls squeaked out. She was wearing a black uniform with the Slytherin crest on the chest. Her ears bounced with every step she took. "Is Harrison's room ready?" Tom asked, walking briskly towards the grand staircase. "Yes, Master Voldemort. Master Harrison's room be ready." "Good, now leave me." The small elf bowed low before disappearing with a pop. Tom walked up the staircase. It was a beautiful black and white marble. Flecks of gold strategically placed in the floor caused the stairs to shine like the night sky when the light hit them just right. He came upon the second floor, but he didn't stay. He walked to another staircase, a spiral one with a beautiful dark wood-carved railing, which led up to the third floor. The third floor of the manor was Tom's private quarters. No one, not even his inner circle of Death Eaters, was permitted access. He passed door after door until, finally, he stopped at the last one on the right. He opened the door and inside was a large room, larger than most master suites. The walls were painted Slytherin green with silver stripes. 3 chandeliers hung from the ceiling. A black crib with green and silver silk sheets was in the middle of the room. Toys were lining the shelves. 2 doors were on the left side of the room. The first led to a walk-in closet, while the second led to a large private bathroom. This bathroom had a vast bathtub, with dozens of taps each doing something different, a large glass shower, and more than enough counter space for a dozen people. Tom walked swiftly towards the closet. Upon entering, he chose a pair of dark blue pajamas. Once Harrison was changed, he walked to the crib and placed his new son comfortably under the soft sheets. "Good night, my son," Tom said quietly, brushing his son's dark locks away from his forehead. He walked to the door but, before leaving, he pulled out his wand. After setting up some wards to alert him when Harrison awoke, he left the room. While walking down the hall, a great snake joined him. She was 12 feet long and was a poisonous green color with little flecks of black. Her red eyes gleamed in the dark hallway of Riddle Manor. "Did everything go as planned, Master?" Nagini hissed. "Yes, my dear Nagini, it worked out as well as I expected. The parents were no match for me." His lips twisted into a smile that was both amused and cruel. "They didn't even have their wands." He let out a cruel laugh. "When can I meet the boy?" Nagini asked as they made their way down the stairs to the second floor. "Soon, Nagini. When he awakes tomorrow, you can meet Harrison." "Harrison?" Nagini asked. "It is a lovely name." "Yes." Voldemort hissed happily. "Yes, it is." A strange glint entered his eyes. "And a much more suitable name than something as common as Harry." They walked down the hall of the second floor and entered a room. The room was large and dark. Upon entering, Tom flicked his wand and a fire appeared in the grate, causing the room to brighten up considerably. A large desk covered in neatly stacked papers stood in the far corner. 2 black leather chairs sat before the crackling fireplace. Bookshelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling on 2 sides, while portraits lined the other 2. He took a seat on the large black chair that sat behind his desk. "Will you be performing the adoption ritual tomorrow, Master?" "Yes, my dear Nagini, I will be." Tom rubbed Nagini's head absent-mindedly. With any luck, the ritual will allow him to speak Parseltongue. It would be nice to have another speaker. Yes, it would. The following morning, as soon as the sun rose into the sky, Tom entered his main dining room, his familiar not far behind. The room was large, about half the size of the Great Hall at Hogwarts. A large fireplace, about 12 feet high, was on one wall with a portrait he found in the Chamber of Secrets during his youth of Salazar Slytherin hanging above it. Salazar, as he usually was at this time, was asleep in his high-backed chair. The dining room table was large, seating 32. Tom sank gracefully into the chair at the head of the table. Nagini coiled herself by his chair. A moment later, a plate of food appeared before him. It was his usual, 2 slices of toast, sausage, bacon, scrambled eggs, and a hot cup of coffee. Halfway through his meal, a large black owl swooped in, carrying with him this morning's edition of the Daily Prophet. He untied it from his bird's legs and glanced at the front page. A picture of James and Lily Potter adorned the front page. He smirked, unfolded the paper, and began to read. Potter family and Peter Pettigrew dead, Sirius Black sent to Azkaban. By John Rivers. Last night James Potter, Lily Potter, and their son, Harry Potter, were toughly killed in their own home. Sources say that he who must not be named personally went to the Potters. No one will say for certain why the Potters were targeted. All that is known at this time is that he came to their home last night and performed the killing curse on James Potter and his wife Lily. What makes this story even more tragic? Their infant son, Harry Potter, barely a year old, was also killed. Sources say the killing curse was used on him as well. The Potters were said to have put their home in Godric's Hollow under the Fidelius charm. For details on how the Fidelius charm works, see page 5. Sirius Black, longtime friend of the Potters, was apparently their secret keeper. Unfortunately, the Potters put their trust in the wrong person. Sirius Black betrayed the Potters, which led to their untimely deaths. Upon receiving the news, Peter Pettigrew, also a longtime friend of both the Potters and Black, was reported to have gone after Black himself. He went after Sirius Black and cornered him in the early hours this morning. Sirius Black then sent a curse resulting in the death of 12 Muggles. And Peter Pettigrew. Aurors soon arrived on the scene. Sirius Black was arrested and taken into custody. He was found guilty of 13 counts of murder and of being a Death Eater. Sources say Peter Pettigrew is being nominated for an Order of Merlin First Class. Albus Dumbledore, chief warlock of the Wizengamot, had this to say. "The deaths of the Potters are a tragedy. I knew them well, and I can honestly say, they will be missed." Good friend of the Potters, Remus Lupin, was asked for a statement. He politely declined. Tom finished reading the article with a cruel smirk plastered on his handsome face. Black was sent to Azkaban. He stated with amusement. "Bella will love that." Nagini hissed happily. A small beeping noise alerted Tom that Harrison was now awake. "Come Nagini. Harrison is awake." Tom made his way to the 3rd floor with Nagini following close behind. As he entered the room, he saw Harrison lying there awake, but looking peaceful. After he'd picked him up, Nagini spoke. "He's perfect," Nagini hissed, pushing herself up to see his face. "Everyone will love him." "Yes, they will," Tom said, smiling down at the boy in his arms. "I must get him dressed so I can perform the ritual. The sooner I do it, the better." 20 minutes later, Harrison was bathed and dressed. Tom carried Harrison to his office and conjured a crib. He walked to his desk and pulled out 2 vials. Inside the vials was a potion he had made personally. This potion would genetically link Harry, now Harrison, and Tom together. Harrison will, after digesting the potion, slowly inherit some of Tom's traits and physical characteristics. After pricking his finger, he poured several drops of his blood into the vial. Then he pricked Harrison's finger and put his blood into the other one. After drinking the vial containing Harrison's blood, He poured the contents of the other vial into a baby bottle. He then put the bottle to Harrison's lips and had him drink. Once both vials were empty, Tom smiled. Not his usual cruel smile, but a genuine happy smile. "When will you introduce him to your Death Eaters?" Nagini asked, while she sat observing the young infant. "I do not know. I will introduce him to the inner circle tomorrow. As for the others, they will learn of his existence in due time. For now, I believe it will be best for only my most trusted to know of his existence." The next morning came too quickly for Tom. Today was the day he would introduce his inner circle to his son. None of them, of course, know that he was once a Potter. To them it does not matter, he is the son of their Lord, and they all know better to question their Lord. Soon after Tom finished his breakfast, the wards went off alerting Tom that Harrison was awake. Upon entering Harrison's room and peering at him in his crib, Tom instantly noticed a few differences in his son's appearance. They were subtle, but different. His eyes were still Avada Kedavra green. Tom was thankful for that, he liked his eyes, they were different. His skin, however, had lightened a bit. He isn't as white as Lucius' son, Draco. Tom thought to himself, but still lighter than he was before. His hair also wasn't a complete mess like it was last night, for which Tom was eternally grateful. After finishing his bottle, he was given a bath, and then it was time for his wardrobe. Tom spent several minutes picking out the perfect outfit for Harrison to wear. First impressions were everything after all. Finally, Tom decided on black pants, a black silk shirt, and emerald green robes. They would complement Tom's dark green robes nicely. He combed his hair, which, thanks to the adoption potion, was now controlled. Once Tom was sure Harrison and he looked perfectly presentable, he walked down to the first floor. He entered his sitting room. This was one of the rooms he used when he had guests over for non-Death Eater occasions. It was large and bright. People assume because he is a Dark Lord he likes everything gloomy and dark. Well, this is not the case. His manner is a mix of dark and light, all luxurious of course, for he would accept nothing less. However, he does enjoy the brightness caused by large windows and expansive fireplaces. Large comfortable couches and chairs in earth tones and greens are everywhere throughout the room. Portraits hung on the walls. Vases and expensive artifacts sat upon the mantelpiece and the coffee tables, which sat in front of every couch. At exactly 9 o'clock, sounds of apparition were heard. Tom turned to the entryway to see his inner circle walking in. In the front was a beautiful woman with long curly black hair and heavily lidded eyes. This woman's name is Bellatrix Lestrange. Behind her was Lucius Malfoy, a tall, aristocratic-looking man. To Lucius' right was his wife Narcissa, in her arms was their son, Draco. Narcissa is not a Death Eater, however, Tom wanted her to meet Harrison. For, if he needs someone to watch his son, the Malfoys would be his first choice. Narcissa had long straight blonde hair, bright blue eyes and pale skin, the opposite of her sister Bellatrix. Their son was about the same age as Harrison, give or take a few months, Tom did not know for sure. He had white hair and grayish blue eyes. Following them were Rodolphus and Rabastan Lestrange. Rodolphus is the husband of Bellatrix. Antonin Dolohov, a muscular man with dark hair, Thorfinn Roll, owned man with piercing blue eyes, Walden McNair, Samuel Knott, and Evan Rosier followed in next. Barty Crouch Jr. was the next to enter. Barty is the youngest of the inner circle. He is a tall gangly young man with light brown hair. Finally, a tall pale man with a hooked nose and sallow skin entered with black robes billowing behind him. Severus Snape inclined his head in greeting. Upon entering, all of the Death Eaters bowed and said, "My lord. My loyal Death Eaters, I have called you here for a joyous occasion. Today you will all finally meet my son." Tom walked towards a crib that sat before the fireplace. He bent down and picked up his son. "My son, Harrison Riddle." Tom may be a heartless lord, but when he is just with his inner circle, he is somewhat different. To his Death Eaters he is a cruel man who will crucio you for any mistake. It is no different with his inner circle, however, when they are together for non-Death Eater related reasons, he is much less hostile. He wouldn't go so far as to call them his friends, but he allowed them to be less formal when they weren't discussing Death Eater business. The Death Eaters stared at Harrison. All of them had different emotions and thoughts running through their heads. They knew what they were called for, but to actually see their lord's heir was exciting. Would having an heir change their lord? This could be a good thing, but it could also turn out to be a bad thing. Only time will tell. Narcissa was the first one to speak. He is precious, my lord, Narcissa said, smiling at the boy in his arms. Yes, Narcissa. Tom told her while staring at his Death Eaters. He was gauging their reactions. None seemed upset by him having an heir. This is good, Tom thought. That means I don't have to kill anyone of value today. Tom placed Harrison back in the crib and turned to his Death Eaters. Narcissa, you are welcome to put young Draco in Harrison's crib. That way we can all enjoy some tea. Of course, Narcissa said, walking over to the crib to place Draco down. The two infants stared at one another before Harrison made a gurgling sound and an adorable smile graced his face. The bee-owned boy eyed Harrison like he was a new toy before he smiled too, showing a small baby tooth. Several hours later, all the Death Eaters were gone. Once he was fed, Tom laid Harrison down for a nap, then went to his office with Nagini. If you were to look at Riddle Manor from the outside, you wouldn't think that much had changed in the past 10 years. The manor was still grand and the large windows still gleamed as though they were made of diamonds. Ivy still grew on the walls and the gardens were still immaculate. Frogs could still be found hopping from lily pad to lily pad in the pond, and the forest continued to add to the beauty of the grounds. Inside, however, everything was different. 10 years ago the manor was quiet and usually devoid of people besides Tom Riddle, with the exception of meetings. Expensive paintings hung from the walls and antique vases decorated the rooms. Now moving pictures of a young boy laughing, flying, and running around hung next to the expensive paintings. Portraits of a handsome man with ice blue eyes and a young boy with eyes that shone like emeralds hung above fireplaces, and laughing could be heard throughout the manor. Young kids frequented the manor, something which 10 years ago would have never happened. The changes were caused by Harrison Salazar Riddle, the son of Tom Marvolo Riddle, and the heir of the great Salazar Slytherin himself. Over the past 10 years Harrison had grown into a handsome young man. He was tall for his age with short jet black hair that was always styled perfectly. He had pale skin and eyes that shone like the brightest emeralds. Harrison had also become exceedingly smart. Some would even go so far as to call him a genius or a prodigy. Ever since he could read, he would spend hours every day reading books and trying to learn as much as he could. Harrison, along with his best friends, had also been tutored in magic by Tom and several of his Death Eaters. As well as learning about magic, Harrison also learned several languages, something which his father told him would come in handy as he got older. He was fluent in French, Italian, Bulgarian, and Latin. He had never counted Parseltongue as a language since he had been able to speak it for as long as he could remember. The day after Harrison's 11th birthday found Harrison sitting down in one of the dining rooms at Riddle Manor with his father. The dining room was large with a black marble floor and a long dark brown table that seated 12. There was a roaring fireplace that was 10 feet tall along one wall and a pair of tall double doors along another. There were several paintings of various landscapes on the walls and an antique chandelier hung from the ceiling. This was the darkest of the dining rooms, but also the smallest, which is why they would normally eat breakfast in there. As soon as Harrison sat down, a small green snake with shimmering scales poked its head out of his sleeve. The snake slithered out and moved up one of his arms until it was lounging around his shoulders. The snake was 2 feet long and the tip of its tail was the only part that wasn't green, instead it was a bright silver color. "I trust you slept well?" Tom asked his son as he sat down his cup of coffee. "Yes," Harrison said while cutting a piece of ham for his familiar. "I fell asleep as soon as I laid down actually." "Good," Tom replied. "You had a long day yesterday. I'm not surprised that you were extremely tired." "Speaking of yesterday, thank you again for my presents," Harrison said sincerely. "Especially for Ares." Ares was the large black owl his father had given him as one of his birthday presents. Harrison had chosen the name Ares because that was the name of the Greek god of war, bloodlust, and violence. Those who knew what the name meant had found his choice amusing. "You're very welcome," Tom remarked with a warm smile. "I don't like him." The snake around Harrison's shoulders hissed. Harrison rolled his eyes. He knew that his familiar was talking about his new owl. "He's not replacing you, Nani." He fed her another piece of ham. "I need an owl for school." Nani made an annoyed hissing noise just as a house elf popped into the room. The tiny elf had several envelopes and a newspaper in her hand. She bowed low before setting them down on the table in between Tom and Harrison. "The owls delivered this morning's post," the small elf squeaked. Tom nodded and reached for that morning's daily prophet. He waved a hand dismissively and the elf bowed low before disappearing with a pop. Tom froze once he had the paper in one hand. He stared down at a letter addressed to Harrison written in green ink. A smile spread across the Dark Lord's face as he picked up the letter and handed it to his son. Harrison grabbed the letter and grinned when he saw it. His Hogwarts letter had finally arrived. He quickly broke the waxed seal which was the crest of Hogwarts and pulled out the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorc, CHF. Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Riddle, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harrison had rolled his eyes after reading the part concerning Dumbledore, but he was smiling by the end. He had grown up hearing stories about Hogwarts from his father, his godparents, various honorary aunts and uncles, and the older kids of his father's Death Eaters. When he was younger he would listen closely as they would talk about the classes, the Great Hall and Quidditch games. Regulus Black, or Uncle Reg as Harrison called him, would tell him stories about the latter. He had played Seeker for Slytherin when he attended Hogwarts. He had dreamed about going to Hogwarts for as long as he could remember, and now he'd finally be going. He already knew all of the spells he knew they'd learn in first year, but he was still excited to go. It was all him and his friends talked about for the past several months. He would even bother his father by asking questions that he'd already asked dozens of times before. He would interrupt meetings not caring if someone was being held under the Cruciatus curse or not. He would walk into the meeting room and start pelting the Dark Lord. He was extremely lucky that his father would never curse him, or else he was sure he'd have been in the long-term ward at St. Mungo's by now. "Dad, can we go to Diagon Alley?" Harrison asked, looking up from his letter. "I spoke with Lucius last night at your party," Tom said before pausing to take a sip of his coffee. "We will meet Lucius, Narcissa and Draco along with Bellatrix, Rodolphus and the twins tomorrow in front of Ollivanders at 9. Harrison's grin increased and he nodded his head before looking back down at his letter. Tom was pulled from his thoughts when Severus Snape appeared in the flames of his fireplace. Snape's greasy hair was framing his face and his face was stoic as usual, his onyx eyes not revealing any emotion. "Severus, you better have a good reason for fire calling me at midnight," Tom said in a quiet voice that held power. "I do, my lord," Severus said respectfully. "May I come through?" Tom waved a hand in a gesture for him to come through, and a second later Severus Snape was standing in front of him brushing off soot from his black robes. The man bowed his head as a sign of respect and Tom gestured for him to sit in one of the chairs in front of his desk. "What is so important, Severus?" Tom asked as he eyed his spy with hidden curiosity. Severus Snape wasn't one for social calls, especially not at that late hour. "Dumbledore called me to his office this afternoon," Snape began, and Tom's eyes instantly snapped up to his. "Oh?" Tom asked. "Do go on, Severus." He had apparently just finished going over the list of new students to be attending Hogwarts this year, Snape continued. He was worried when he came across Harrison's name on the list. "Oh," Tom said lightly, "and what exactly did he say?" "He went on for quite some time about how he never thought you would be." Severus grimaced, "Foolish enough to send your child to Hogwarts." Tom's eyes flashed red. He then proceeded, Severus continued quickly, "to ask how much I knew about Harrison. I of course, told him that I had seen Harrison around, and that we have spoken, but I did nothing to give away how close we are." Tom nodded. "Good." He looked thoughtful. "The old man is a fool, but we both know he isn't foolish enough to tell anyone else that Harrison is the son of Lord Voldemort. After all, who would believe him? But be careful, Severus, and keep an eye on my son." Severus nodded. "Of course, my lord." The next morning at 8 o'clock Tom took Harrison's hand and apparated them to one of the apparition points in Diagon Alley. Harrison tried to keep his emotions under control as he landed perfectly on his feet. He let go of his father's hand and straightened out his green silk robes. He was feeling extremely excited to finally be getting his school supplies, but his father had always told him to keep his expressions to a minimum when in public. At home he could grin or brood, but in public he needed to act respectful and proper, and he didn't think grinning like an idiot and running from store to store would be considered proper. He was slightly annoyed at himself for being so excited to only be buying school supplies, but he couldn't help it. He had been raised to be proper and educated. He learned everything from charms to the dark arts. He had been groomed to be a powerful wizard both politically and magically for as long as he could remember. He spent so much time acting the part of an adult and heir to the Dark Lord Voldemort that he was excited to be going to Hogwarts, where he could make a name for himself without his father's help. He loved his father more than anything in the world, but he wanted to make a mark on his own without his father guiding him and pulling the strings. He knew that one day he would rule by his father's side above the muggles and pathetic light-sided wizards and witches, but right now, he just wanted to get his school supplies and attend Hogwarts. The thing he was looking forward to getting the most was a wand. He had a wand already, 9.5 inches, made of elder wood with basilisk venom for the core. It was one of the gifts he received for his 7th birthday from his father. The wand was untraceable, so he could perform magic outside of school, and it was extremely powerful. He liked his wand, but it hadn't picked him, and even though one of his father's Death Eaters who knew wand lore said it was a perfect fit, he still wanted one that chose him. Some of his older friends had told them about the days they got their wands, and he couldn't wait to finally get a wand that chose him, and not one that his father had made. "We need to go to Gringotts," Tom said as he led the way to the large white stone building. "Okay," Harrison replied as he followed his father through the packed street of Diagon Alley. The sun shone brightly and the morning air gently caressed Harrison's face as they passed the early morning shoppers. They passed a shop that had a dozen cauldrons of different sizes in the window, a shop where hooting could be heard coming from inside, and a store Harrison knew sold high-end clothing. There were shops that sold telescopes and odd silver instruments, as well as shops that sold quills and globes of the moon. A plump woman outside an apothecary was shaking her head as they passed, saying, "Dragon liver, 16 sickles an ounce, they're mad." They reached a tall, imposing white marble building that towered over the shops. Standing beside its burnished bronze doors, wearing a uniform of scarlet and gold, was a goblin. He had a swarthy, clever face, a pointed beard, and very long fingers and feet. He bowed as they walked inside. Now they were facing a second pair of doors, silver this time, with words engraved upon them. "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there." Harrison's lips twitched as he read the inscription. He had always found that little poem to be amusing. His father had always told him not to underestimate the goblins, that they had powerful magic in their own right and that they weren't to be crossed. A pair of goblins bowed them through the silver doors and they were in a vast marble hall. The floor glittered from the light of the dozen gold chandeliers that hung from the high ceiling. About 100 more goblins were sitting on high stools behind a long counter, scribbling in large ledgers, weighing coins in brass scales, and examining precious stones through eyeglasses. There was a goblin holding a ruby the size of Harrison's fist and another placing large emeralds into a velvet pouch. There were too many doors to count leading off the hall, and yet more goblins were showing people in and out of these. "Good morning," Tom said in a language Harrison knew was gobbledygook. His father spoke the language of the goblins for as long as Harrison could remember. "I am Tom Riddle and I am here to enter my vault. The number is 769. The goblin looked at Tom. Harrison could tell he was impressed. The goblin snapped his fingers. A second later a goblin appeared next to the teller and the first goblin spoke. "Very well, Mr. Riddle. Griphook will take you and your son down to your vault. Follow me, Mr. Riddle," Griphook said as he led Harrison and Tom towards the entrance to the vaults. Griphook held the door open for them. They entered into a narrow stone passageway lit with flaming torches. It sloped steeply downward and there were little railway tracks on the floor. Griphook whistled and a small cart came hurtling up the tracks toward them. They climbed in and the cart took off. At first they just hurtled through a maze of twisting passages, but then they began to plunge even deeper. Harrison's eyes began to sting from the cold air as it rushed past, so he looked down. They were going even deeper now and gathering speed. The air became colder and colder as they hurtled round tight corners. They went rattling over an underground ravine, and after several minutes they came to a quick stop. They were in the deepest level of Gringotts Bank, where only the richest families had vaults. The walls were high and made of stone, stalactites hung from up high and stalagmites rose from the floor. It was cold and murky down there. Their only source of light came from the torches that hung on the walls every 5 feet. He could see a dragon in the distance. It had pale skin and a long spiked tail. It saw them in the cart, and the dragon let out a mighty roar. Griphook grabbed a small bag and pulled out several metal instruments. "Stay here," Griphook ordered as he got out of the cart. Griphook slowly walked towards the dragon and began shaking the metal instruments, causing an annoyingly loud ringing noise to echo off the walls. The dragon instantly let out a loud roar, and a large stream of fire shot from his mouth and lit up the cave. Harrison could now see several more vault doors, including the Riddle Vault. Griphook continued to shake the clankers, and slowly the dragon retreated away, but not before letting out several more ear-splitting roars. Griphook returned and gestured for them to follow him to their vault. They reached a portion of the stone wall that appeared to have an archway carved into it about the width of 4 normal-sized doors and around 12 feet high. The numbers 769 were engraved in the middle. Their vault had no keyhole, only a goblin could open it. If anyone else were to try to open the vault, they would die a death that would be neither quick nor painless. Griphook ran one of his long fingers over the numbers and the door began to dissolve. "Come out when you're done," Griphook grumbled before stepping back to allow them access. Harrison followed his father into their vault and looked around. It looked as it normally did. The vault was crammed from floor to ceiling with golden coins and goblets with the Slytherin crest, silver armor, swords with glittering emeralds in the hilts, the skins of strange creatures, some with long spines, others with dropping wings, potions and poisons in jeweled flasks, and a skull still wearing a crown. There was a silver bowl filled to the brim with rubies the size of eggs and several other bowls filled with various different stones. "What are you looking for, father?" Harrison asked as he watched his dad moving things on a shelf of what looked like expensive cloth. Harrison knew they hadn't come to Gringotts for money. His father had a money pouch that was connected to their vault. He would think of the amount of money and it would appear in the pouch. Harrison had one as well. He received it for his 11th birthday. The only time they came to Gringotts was if his father needed to store something or retrieve something other than gold. He watched as his father grabbed something wrapped in silver paper and stored it in his cloak. "I'll show you later," Tom said in a tone that told Harrison he'd get nowhere by asking again. 10 minutes later, Harrison and his father were walking down the marble steps of Gringotts. The sun was now brighter than only a half an hour earlier. The street was now packed with people. Harrison could see parents chasing after kids and teenagers greeting friends. With only a month until school was to start, everyone was out buying their school supplies. "We have 30 minutes, Tom said as he checked his gold watch. Instead of numbers, there were 12 small emeralds that sparkled when the sun hit them. "We can go to Quality Quidditch Supplies since you said you need more stuff for your broom polishing kit." Harrison gave his father a small smile and led him to Quality Quidditch Supplies. Out front there were a group of boys looking into the window with grins on their faces. The newest broom on the market, the Nimbus 2000, was on display. Harrison had received one for his birthday from his godfather. "It's the fastest broom ever," a small, wide-eyed boy said excitedly. "It looks amazing," the boy's companion marveled with a hint of awe in his voice. Harrison walked past the boys into the shop. The large bright shop smelt like wood and broom polish. There were rows of Quidditch gear, everything from keeper gloves to elbow pads. There were practice snitches, boxes of quaffles, and bludgers, as well as a large floor-to-ceiling case of various Quidditch books. There were books on different professional Quidditch teams, seeker tactics, chaser tactics, professional players' biographies, and a book Harrison had read a dozen times, Quidditch Through the Ages. Along the back wall were dozens of brooms hung up on display. Every model on the market was hung up for viewing. There were Nimbus 1000s, Silver Arrows, Twigger 90s, Comet 260s, Blue Bottles, Clean Sweeps, and 24 other models. There were even several small broomsticks meant for younger kids, some for children as young as a year old. He knew that there were charms placed on the children brooms to stop kids from going too high and fast or falling off. Harrison walked over to a shelf with various broom polishes. He scanned them all until the one he was looking for, diamond high finish handle polish. He grabbed a jar and made his way to the counter. Once he paid, he found his father, who had been standing near the door with an expressionless mask on his face as he stared at a group of rowdy kids. Harrison, however, knew his father well enough to tell that the man was annoyed by the obnoxious kids. "Are you done?" Tom asked when he spotted his son. Harrison nodded. "Good, we need to be at Ollivander's in 5 minutes." They left quality Quidditch supplies and Harrison stowed his broom polish in his cloak. They walked past a group of giggling girls, an annoyed-looking mother dragging a small boy by the hand, and a man carrying bags of books while a young girl spoke rapidly about starting her electives at Hogwarts. They were one shop away from Ollivander's when Harrison spotted the people they were meeting and he grinned. A tall B-owned man with aristocratic features stood wearing splendid forest green robes. His silver eyes were flicking back and forth between the woman at his side and the people in the alley. The woman next to him was tall, slim and had a gorgeous face. Blue eyes shimmered and pink lips were pursed in disapproval as a small girl ran by, almost running into her. Light green robes clung to her body, showing off her enviable figure. A boy stood in between them, his short B-owned hair styled neatly and his silver eyes looking out into the crowd as if looking for someone. His black and dark blue robes fit him perfectly. Lucius Malfoy, his wife Narcissa, and their son, Draco, looked the part of the perfect, rich, pureblood family. Lucius Malfoy was Harrison's godfather. He was like an uncle to Harrison. He spent a lot of time at Riddle Manor since he was Tom's right-hand man. He taught Harrison and Draco about politics and the art of negotiation. He would tell them stories about various Wizengamot sessions and he would sneer as he would tell them about a man named Arthur Weasley. According to Harrison's uncle Lucius, Arthur Weasley was the worst sort of wizard. Lucius could seem cold and uncaring to those who didn't know him, but in truth he was funny and extremely protective. If anyone was to mess with someone he cared about, it would be the last thing they would ever do. He was also one of the most prejudiced people Harrison knew. He hated Muggles with a burning passion. Narcissa had been like a mother to Harrison for as long as he could remember. She was also his godmother. She was the person who taught Harrison how to dance and proper etiquette. In public she kept up a mask of indifference and superiority, but when she was alone with those she cared about she was caring and kind. She wasn't a Death Eater, but she frequented Riddle Manor quite often. Whenever Harrison was at Malfoy Manor, which was several times a week, she always made him feel as if it was his second home. Draco was one of Harrison's best friends. He was like the brother he never had. Out of their group of best friends they were the closest. They were practically inseparable. Wherever one was, the other one was usually right next to him. They grew up doing everything together: flying, swimming lessons, history lessons, learning about the dark arts, sneaking out into the forest at Riddle Manor when they weren't supposed to, ganging up on the lower-ranked Death Eaters, traveling with their parents and talking about anything and everything. They weren't blood-related, but they considered each other family. Standing next to the three Malfoys was a family of 4, Bellatrix, Rodolphus, Leo and Cassiopeia Lestrange. Bellatrix was Narcissa's sister and she had long black curly hair and large light brown eyes. She wore black robes with silver snakes stitched into the seams. A long silver necklace with an emerald hung around her neck. The stone was the size of Harrison's palm. Harrison had always considered Bellatrix to be an aunt. She always treated him like she did her nephew Draco. She was fiercely protective of Harrison. She even had a nickname for him, her little snake. She helped teach him the dark arts and even showed him several spells that she had invented herself. Harrison knew that she was also very fond of torture. He'd overheard some of the lower-ranked Death Eaters talking about how persuasive she could be. Rodolphus was Bellatrix's husband. He was extremely tall and well-built. He had a strong jaw and short black hair. He had the same eye color as his wife. Like Lucius, Rodolphus spent a lot of time at Riddle Manor and around Harrison. He taught Harrison physical self-defense. Tom thought it would be good for Harrison to know how to fight without magic. From what Harrison had heard, he was just as twisted when it came to torture as his wife was. Leo and Cassiopeia were the 11-year-old twins of Bellatrix and Rodolphus. Leo looked like a mix of his father and mother. He had short black hair and light brown eyes. He had his mother's large soft lips and eyes, whereas he had his father's facial structure. He had an air of extreme arrogance around him, and he wore a superior look on his face as he looked at a family of 4 walk out of Ollivanders. His twin sister looked like a miniature version of Bellatrix. She had long curly hair that went to her waist and large light brown eyes. Her eyes held a sharp gleam as she eyed a small boy near them, like she was itching to hex the boy into oblivion for daring to breathe near her. The twins were 2 of Harrison's and Draco's best friends, and being Bellatrix's children, they were Draco's cousins. Harrison was extremely close to them, and he spent almost as much time with them as he did Draco. They were like family to him. Leo the arrogant brother, and Cassiopeia, or Cass as everyone called her, the sister with a twisted sense of humor. The twins bickered constantly with each other, but that didn't mean they weren't close. They were as close to each other as Harrison was to Draco. They would argue back and forth, but if someone messed with one of them, the other one would be there in a flash. If you messed with one, you dealt with both of them. Harrison, Narcissa greeted, her eyes showing that she was glad to see him. Everyone turned to look at him when Narcissa spoke, and several seconds later Cass' arms were wrapped around him. "Hi Harrison," Cass said as she hugged him tightly. "Hello Cass," Harrison greeted. "Hey Harrison," Leo said with his usual arrogant grin. Draco smiled. "You're finally here." "Leo, Draco," Harrison said to his best friends. "How are you this morning, dear?" Narcissa asked as she went to give him a hug. "I'm good, Aunt Narcissa," Harrison told her. When he hugged her, he smelled a strong scent of fresh linen and flowers. "You'll be getting your wand today," Bellatrix said as she hugged him almost as tightly as Cass had. "Finally," Leo said haughtily. "All that rubbish about not being able to get a wand before 11. Cass rolled her eyes. "We have wands, you idiot." Leo glared at his sister as Rodolphus cleared his throat in admonishment. No one was supposed to know that they had wands. Leo looked slightly sheepish. Very few people could make Leo feel embarrassed, and his father happened to be one of them. The look of sheepishness was quickly masked, only to be replaced by his usual arrogant look. "Shall we?" Lucius gestured to Ollivanders after everyone finished their greetings. "We have a lot of stuff to get today, and I have several errands to run." Rodolphus opened the door to Ollivanders' wand shop, and everyone walked inside. As they entered the shop, Harrison felt a chill go up his spine. It was as if the shop was filled with some secret magic. It was a small, dusty shop with only one spindly-legged chair. Moments after they entered, Ollivander walked up towards them, his creepy silver misty eyes boring into their souls. "Hello," Ollivander said. "Hogwarts. Here for your wands." "Yes," Draco said as the Bee-One tried to look behind Ollivander to see the wands. Harrison didn't answer. In actuality, he was trying not to roll his eyes. They were 11 and walking into a wand shop. Of course they were looking for wands. "Very well, let's see," Ollivander said as he pulled out a tape measure which began measuring Leo. It measured him from head to toe, hand to shoulder, and around his waist. Harrison could tell that Leo was annoyed when the tape measure began to measure between his eyes. "Bloody thing was annoying," Leo said to Harrison once the tape measure moved to his twin. Harrison's lips twitched when he saw Ollivander shoot Leo a speculative look when he heard the boy complain. The wand maker handed Leo a wand. It looked to be about 10 inches. "Try this," Ollivander said. "Holly and dragon heart string, 10 inches. Leo took the wand and waved it, causing a nearby vase to explode. Ollivander snatched the wand away and handed him another one. Leo impatiently tried wand after wand until finally he was handed a 10-inch walnut and dragon heart string wand. Silver sparks shot from the tip. Leo smirked triumphantly while the adults clapped politely. Cass took about the same amount of time as her brother had. She tried a birch and unicorn hair that was 11 inches, a cedar with dragon heart string that was 10 inches, and a maple with a unicorn hair that was 8 inches. Finally, green sparks shot from a 9-inch walnut and unicorn hair wand. She grinned as Bellatrix and Rodolphus looked on proudly. "Try this one," Ollivander said, handing Draco a wand. 10 inches, birch wood. Draco waved the wand and nothing happened. The second wand Draco tried caused the same vase Leo exploded and Ollivander repaired, to explode. The third wand caused a small fire to catch onto Draco's sleeve, and he scowled at Ollivander as the man snatched the wand away. Lucius glared at the wand maker and Narcissa pursed her lips as she placed her hand on her son's shoulder. 10 wands later, and finally Draco found his match. His wand was made of hawthorn and was 10 inches with a unicorn hair core. Finally it was Harrison's turn and Ollivander handed him a wand. He waved it once and nothing happened. The second and third wands were the same, they didn't even feel like wands to him. It felt as if he was just waving around a stick. After 20 wands he was starting to feel silly and he was long past annoyed. I wonder. Ollivander stared at Harrison looking thoughtful. I'll be right back. He turned and walked into the back of the shop. Where's he going? Leo asked as he tried to see where Ollivander had gone. To find a wand, Cass said as though talking to an infant. That's not what I meant and you know it, Leo said harshly. At that moment Ollivander came back carrying a box. He pulled out a wand and Harrison felt a pull towards it. He had the feeling this would be his wand. Harrison took the wand from the box and instantly he felt a warmth spread beginning at his fingers. He looked on as silver and green sparks shot out of the wand. Curious, very curious, Ollivander muttered. What's curious? Harrison asked as he put his wand into the wrist holster his uncle Rodolphus had given him for his birthday. Your wand is 11 inches, holly and phoenix feather. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other feather. Harrison, who hadn't been listening closely, instantly snapped his head up to look at Ollivander. He knew that brother wands were extremely rare. They usually meant that the two wizards either are or will be connected somehow. Ollivander continued to speak. It just so happens that the other wand is the wand of he who must not be named. We can expect great things from you, young sir. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible things, yes, but great. The Malfoys and Lestranges exchanged looks of pride and awe. Tom gave his son a proud yet calculating look. The twins and Draco looked between Harrison and Tom before catching Tom's stern eye and quickly looking away. Harrison's mind was whirling. He had the brother wand to his father's. His father had done many great things and was capable of magic that most people could only ever dream of. For his entire life he dreamed about being as powerful as his father, and he hoped that this was a sign that he would be. He wanted to be able to do anything he wanted with a flick of his wand like his dad. He wanted to be able to do wandless magic like him and to have the amount of power that he did. He looked at his dad and saw his proud smile, but he could also see a look in his eyes that showed he was thinking about what having brother wands could mean. After a minute of silence, the adults paid for their kids' wands and they left the shop. The sun shone down on them and the sound of laughter and loud voices could be heard from every direction. It's almost 10, Lucius said as he checked his watch. You four should go get your school robes, supplies and pet. We will buy your potions, ingredients and books. Where will we meet you when we're done? Draco asked his father. We'll be outside of Gringotts, Tom answered for the man. The children handed their parents their book lists and then left the four kids alone. Where should we go first? Cass asked. Since our parents are getting our books, we don't need to go to Flourish and Blots, Harrison said as he thought about what they needed. We should probably go to Madame Malkin's first since it's the closest. A few minutes later the four 11-year-old walked into Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Immediately a squat little witch walked over to them. Hogwarts. The woman Harrison knew was Madame Malkin asked. Before they could speak she continued. Come on back and I'll get you all fitted up. She led them to the back where a younger woman was waiting. She gestured for Harrison and Draco to stand on the stools and they did so. Immediately she slipped long robes over each of their heads and began pinning them to the correct lengths. Madame Malkin, Harrison said in the charming voice he used when speaking to adults he didn't consider family. I would like 5 sets of these robes, not 3 like the school list says. Also I would like double the amount of required ties, vests and every other clothing item required for Hogwarts. Madame Malkin gave him a small smile. That will be quite expensive, are you sure your parents are okay with that? Harrison felt a flash of annoyance but he pushed it down. Yes, my father is okay with it. In fact, it was him who suggested I get the extra pieces. All right dear, Madame Malkin said as she made a note on a piece of parchment. I'd like the same, Draco told the witch as he pulled out the robe that was finished being altered. Madame Malkin smiled. Okay, I'll mark that down. After Harrison and Draco were finished, Cass and Leo were fitted and then the four left Madame Malkin's with shrunken down bags. Cass and Leo bought the extra uniforms as well and the four also bought several different winter cloaks. The next shop they went to was filled with various types of quills, ink and parchment. There were quills with short feathers and some with long feathers. There were snowy owl feathers, black owl feathers, eagle quills, peacock quills and several types of exotic quills. Some of the quills were auto-correcting quills, quick quotes quills and self-inking quills. Harrison bought a dozen different quills, but he stayed away from the quick quotes quills, he hated those. The shop had every color of ink you could think of as well as unusual inks. There was ink that changed color as you wrote, ink that glowed red if a word was spelled wrong, instant drying ink, ink that wrote invisible and could only be seen with a revealer and ink that glowed in the dark. Harrison bought several different colors, all of them instant dry. He didn't want to smudge his homework because his ink didn't dry quick enough. He also bought enough parchment to last for the school year. After that they bought their cauldrons, crystal vials and brass scales. While they were buying their telescopes, Harrison suggested they each get globes of the night sky, it would make astronomy homework go by much quicker. Hogwarts should make those globes mandatory, Leo said as they exited the small shop. That way it wouldn't be required to take a class at midnight. He had been complaining for weeks that his sleep schedule would be ruined because of astronomy. They had been told by an older friend that the class takes place at midnight. Not everyone can afford them, Cass said annoyed. Although she looked like she agreed with her brother. It's not my fault not everyone is rich, Leo said pompously. However, those of us who are wealthy shouldn't have to suffer because Hogwarts allows poor people into their school. Harrison decided to speak up before the twins contemplate killing each other. We only have to get you 3 your pets and then we're done. There's the magical menagerie, Draco said as he nodded in the direction of a large shop. The twins glared at each other before following Harrison and Draco into the shop. It was large on the outside but there wasn't much room inside. Every inch of wall was hidden by cages. It was smelly and very noisy because the occupants of these cages were all squeaking, squawking, jabbering, or hissing. Nani poked her head out of Harrison's sleeve, she'd been curled up his arms sleeping for most of the day. I don't like this place. Harrison looked around to see if anyone, but his friends could overhear them. We'll be out of here soon, go back in my robes. He didn't want the worker to ask too many questions, and an 11-year-old with a snake wrapped around his arm would lead to questions. Nani hissed in displeasure, but ducked her head back up his sleeve. A pair of enormous purple toads sat gulping wetly and feasting on dead blowflies. A gigantic tortoise with a jewel-encrusted shell was glittering near the window. Poisonous orange snails were oozing slowly up the side of their glass tank. Then there were cats of every color, a noisy cage of ravens, and a basket of funny custard-colored fur balls that were humming loudly. Several large exotic birds stared at him from their cages. Harrison wrinkled his nose in disgust when his eyes landed on a vast cage of sleek black rats that were playing some sort of skipping game using their long, bald tails. Do you know what you want? Harrison asked Draco. The Malfoy heir was watching a white rabbit turn into a hat. An owl, Draco said as he tore his eyes away from the black magician's hat. We can go to Elops after we leave here, Harrison suggested. I need to get Aries some owl treats anyways. A moment later Cass walked over to them carrying a tiny black kitten. Leo was walking beside her, a large black bird on his shoulder. It's a demon, Leo hissed. No she isn't, Cass snapped as she looked down at the purring kitten. What's wrong? Harrison asked upon seeing Leo's eyes narrowed on the kitten in his sister's arms. That demon cat attacked me and now she's buying it, Leo explained as Cass walked up to the counter. She's not a demon, Cass said turning to glare at her brother. You pet her too rough, it's your own fault. As the twins continued to bicker, Harrison took a good look at the bird on Leo's shoulder. It was a large black bird, about twice the size of an owl. It had silver eyes that shone oddly and talons that looked as though they could kill a person with one scratch. It was a magnificent creature and it had a haughty look, something Harrison didn't think was possible for an animal to have. Harrison internally snorted. Some people say that a familiar shares the personality of their master, and in this case it's true. 10 minutes later the four walked into Elops Owl Emporium. The store smelled almost as bad as the magical menagerie had. There were cages everywhere filled with different types of owls. There were snowy, barn, brown, screech, tawny, eagle and several other types of owls. Do you know what type of owl you want? Harrison asked as he picked up a box of owl treats. No, Draco said as he began to browse the various owls. After looking through the entire store, Draco finally decided on an eagle owl which he named Scorpio. Having finished buying everything they needed to, they made their way to Gringotts. They scanned the crowds until Harrison spotted their parents sitting on a round table near the steps of the Wizarding Bank. "You're done already?" Narcissa asked, sounding slightly surprised. "We found what we needed to quickly," Harrison told her. "That's a large bird," Bellatrix said upon seeing her son's new familiar. "What's his name?" "Cronus," Leo said as he stroked his bird's feathers. "A cat," Bellatrix said when her eyes landed on the black kitten in her daughter's arms. "I thought you wanted an owl." "I did," Cass said. "But when I saw her I knew that I had to buy her." Leo scowled. "I named her Marana." Tom raised an eyebrow. "After the goddess of death, I presume?" "Yes," Cass nodded her head. "How did you know that?" Leo asked his sister incredulously. Cass rolled her eyes. "I read." "So do I, but I didn't know that," Leo told her. "That's because you're an idiot," Cass said as though it was obvious. "Cassiopeia, be nice to your brother," Rodolphus said as he looked down at his watch. Cass scowled while Leo smirked. Harrison and Draco exchanged amused looks. "We need to go home now," Rodolphus said, looking back at his kids. "I need to be at the ministry soon." "As do I," Lucius said as he stood gracefully from his chair. Goodbyes were exchanged and plans were made. Between the kids, soon the only two left of the group were Harrison and Tom. Tom looked at his son. "Do you need anything before we go home?" "No, I have everything I need," Harrison assured him. "Then let us leave," Tom said, holding out his arm. Harrison grabbed his father's arm and they disappeared without a sound. The next 4 weeks flew by in a blur for Harrison. He spent his time being trained by his father and Aunt Bellatrix. They doubled his training sessions since he would be gone for the next 9 months. He woke up before the sun rose and went to bed long after the moon came out. Draco and the Lestrange twins would sometimes join him for his lessons, and when they did he would work even harder. Harrison and his friends were perfectionists, especially him, Draco, and the twins. When one had a spell down, the others worked non-stop until they too could perform the spell with little effort. Harrison enjoyed his lessons with his father and aunt. They challenged him and he was always learning something new. His father also taught him to use simple charms and spells to do things one wouldn't expect. A good example was when he told Harrison that a simple levitation charm can be used to levitate a shard of glass through someone's chest. Tom told him not to worry so much about what the book said to do. If you want something, you can will your magic to do it. That was one of the reasons why Harrison was so good in transfiguration. He would picture what he wanted and he would will the objects to change into it. He spent all of his free time that he wasn't using to study with his friends. Harrison and his best friends would play 5-on-5 Quidditch, swim in the lake at Riddle Manor, duel under the supervision of one of the Death Eaters, and quiz each other on the first-year material. Harrison was the only one who had done extensive training growing up. His best friends all had some training, but none of them learned a quarter of what Harrison had. So it was usually Harrison firing question after question at his friends while they were floating in the lake. The night before September 1st, Harrison laid on his bed reading through a large leather-bound tome. Dark Arts Revealed was printed in silver ink on the spine and the pages looked worn, like it had been read through hundreds of times. Harrison had found the book in the large library at Riddle Manor. His father told him that it had once belonged to Salazar Slytherin. His father had taken it from the Chamber of Secrets during his 6th year at Hogwarts. Harrison closed the book when a small pop sounded in his room. He looked up to see a small house elf with droopy ears standing next to his bed. "Master's trunk is packed," the small elf squeaked. "Where is it, Mipsy?" Harrison asked the elf. "Mipsy put it in the sitting room on the first floor of the East Wing," Mipsy responded as she shifted slightly. Harrison nodded and waved a hand dismissively. "Good job, Mipsy, you may go." The elf bowed low and left with another pop. Harrison pushed himself from his bed and looked around his room. The room was overly large and rectangular and the floors were white marble with swirls of black onyx and silver. An ornate silver chandelier hung from the ceiling, brightening the room, and a white marble fireplace made the room warm. A 4-poster bed was against one wall. A green and silver silk comforter was neatly tucked in and several pillows were pushed against the headboard. On both sides of the bed there were nightstands. They were both black like his bed frame. In front of the fireplace was a white polar bear rug, a half-circle couch, and 2 chairs surrounded over half the rug. On the fireplace's mantel there were several photographs of his friends and family. There was a large Black desk with a high-backed green chair behind it. There were stacks of parchment and several quills lined up, a few inkwells were near them. A large red book was in the middle, open to somewhere towards the middle. A piece of parchment covered in elegant writing was next to it. Harrison had been taking notes from the book earlier. One of the walls had several floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filled with books. There were books about transfigurations, some about the dark arts and even some about wizarding politics. There were a dozen shelves on one of the walls where wizards' chess pieces, sets of gobstones, unique silver instruments, a globe of the moon, and other things perched. A hand-carved dresser was against one wall and on either side was a door. One of the doors led to a bathroom with a bathtub the size of a small swimming pool. There was also a large glass shower. The bath had dozens of taps, each doing something different. Some caused large purple bubbles to fill the tub, some spouted thick white foam, and others had bubbles that wouldn't pop no matter what you did. The second door led to a massive walk-in closet filled to the brim with clothes. He had enough summer clothes alone for 20 people to have an entire wardrobe. Harrison walked over to a mirror that hung near the door to his closet. His green eyes stared back at him. He was glad he had perfect eyesight because he would hate for his eyes to be covered. He had never been as vain as Draco, and he was definitely not as arrogant as Leo, but he knew that he was good-looking. And he had always liked his eyes most of all. They were large and looked like two emeralds. His father called them Avada Kedavra eyes. His strong jaw and high cheekbones made him look slightly older than 11, and his lips were full and pink. His normally perfectly styled short black hair was slightly messy from laying down. It looked like it did after he was done flying. He spun around when he heard his door open. Tom was standing in the doorway with the silver package he had retrieved from Gringotts a month ago. "Dad," Harrison greeted as he took a seat in a nearby green chair. "Harrison," Tom said as he walked into the room, closing the door behind him. Tom strode over and sat down in a plush leather chair across from his son. He sat the package down next to him and stared at his son. Harrison eyed the package. He had been wondering what was in it ever since that day in Diagon Alley. He hadn't asked since the first time as to what was in it. He knew that either his father would tell him or he wouldn't. He looked up at his father after a minute. "Are you finally going to tell me what's in that package?" Harrison inquired. He tried to keep the curiosity out of his voice. Tom smirked, showing Harrison that he failed to hide his true emotions. Harrison internally scowled. He had never been able to hide his emotions from his dad. Tom could always tell when he was angry, annoyed, happy, sad, and even lying. And the latter was never a good thing to do to the Dark Lord. He would never physically harm Harrison. Instead, he would make him read advanced books in a foreign language and write essays. He didn't mind learning new information. After all, knowledge was power. He just didn't like that he wasn't able to hang out with his friends until he was done. He finally learned to just tell his father the truth. "I am," Tom said as he waved his hand and the package went flying onto Harrison's lap. The package felt like air in Harrison's lap. He slowly pulled back the silver paper and he couldn't stop the look of surprise from coming onto his face. Folded on his lap was a shiny, silvery cloth and he recognized it as an invisibility cloak. He ran a hand over it and it felt like water woven into material. He didn't understand why his father was giving him an invisibility cloak. He had always told Harrison that a good wizard didn't need an invisibility cloak. A powerful wizard could cast a disillusionment charm powerful enough to make a person completely invisible. "Why are you giving this to me?" Harrison asked as he unfolded the cloak. He held the cloak up and it reached the floor. It appeared to be big enough to be able to cover 3 or 4 people. Ways he would be able to use it at Hogwarts came flooding into his mind. He would be able to be out after curfew and no one would know he was outside of his dorm room. The possibilities were endless. "Do you not want it?" Tom asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. "No, I do," Harrison assured him. "It's just random for you to give it to me. I'm always buying you things." The amusement in Tom's voice was even stronger now. "I know that," Harrison said, exasperated. He knew that his father was now just messing with him. But an invisibility cloak is different than broomsticks and gold watches. "It is," Tom said before adding in an emotionless voice. "That cloak belonged to James Potter." Harrison's head snapped up upon hearing the name James Potter and the cloak slipped out of his grasp. He knew that James Potter was his biological father. Tom had told him the truth about his parentage when he was 7. He knew that Tom had come to Godric's Hollow and killed his birth mother and father before taking him. He knew that he should have been mad, but he hadn't been. Tom Riddle blood adopted him. After the ritual he was legally, biologically his father. Harrison loved Tom and it didn't matter to him if he hadn't been there when he was conceived. After the day where he learned the truth he never spoke of his biological parents. Tom was his father, he didn't care about two people who were long dead. That was why Harrison couldn't believe his ears when he heard Tom say the name James Potter. His name hadn't been mentioned in Riddle Manor since that day, with the exception of a few times by Snape when he told Harrison and Draco stories about Hogwarts. His uncle Regulus had mentioned him once when he told them about his brother Sirius, who was in Azkaban. Apparently his brother Sirius had been best friends with the man. Other than those few times he hadn't heard or spoken the name. "This is James Potter's." Harrison asked for clarification as he snapped out of his daze and picked up the cloak. Tom nodded stiffly. "Why are you giving it to me? And how exactly did you get it?" "I'm giving it to you because I believe that it can be of use to you while at Hogwarts. That just isn't any ordinary invisibility cloak," Tom informed him. "Do you remember when I told you about the Deathly Hallows?" "Yes," Harrison said. When Harrison was younger he liked hearing the story about the three brothers from the tales of Beetle the Bard. As he got older his father told him that the story was inspired by three real brothers, Antioch, Cadmus and Ignotus Peverell. Harrison knew that his dad was directly related to them because one of Cadmus' granddaughters married into the Slytherin line, which meant that he was related to them as well. Antioch had made a wand that was more powerful than any other, some called it the Wand of Destiny, the Death Stick or the Elder Wand. Cadmus created a stone that could bring the dead back to life, although they wouldn't last long and they would never truly be happy. The youngest brother was Ignotus and he created a cloak of invisibility that would never decay. Harrison's eyes snapped down to look at the cloak. He was beginning to wonder how James Potter's cloak was still working. Most invisibility cloaks lasted no more than 5 or 6 years, if this had belonged to James Potter it was much older. And if Harrison was right in thinking that this cloak belonged to Ignotus Peverell then it was much older than 5 years, older even than 500 years. Harrison knew his father had the stone, it was one of his Horcruxes. He also knew from his father that Dumbledore was the owner of the Elder Wand. If this was the cloak then it meant that all three Hallows were still intact. He was impressed with the durability of his ancestors' magic but he quickly pushed that thought aside. He looked back up at his dad who was watching him intently as to gauge his reaction. "This is the cloak of invisibility that belonged to Ignotus Peverell?" Harrison asked, but it was said in a tone that showed he knew the answer already. "Yes," Tom told him. "When Dumbledore found James and Lily Potter's bodies along with the fake dead body that was supposed to be you, he called Severus to him. Severus checked the house when Dumbledore was off trying to find Sirius Black and he found several interesting things. He found this cloak in the master bedroom and he brought it to me along with several Order of the Phoenix documents. And I can have it?" Harrison asked as he stood up and threw the cloak around his shoulders. Harrison looked down and saw that his body was gone. It was a strange feeling looking down and seeing nothing. He walked towards the mirror and saw his head floating in the air. It was the strangest thing he'd ever seen, and living in a Dark Lord's manor a person sees many strange things. "Yes," Tom told him. "It is rightfully yours after all." "Thank you," Harrison said as he pulled the cloak off. "I'm sure it will be nice to have once I'm at Hogwarts." "I'm glad you like it, use it well," Tom said before turning serious. "I have something else to give you." He pulled a small box from his pocket. "What is it?" Harrison asked as he sat down. He laid the cloak over the arm of the couch. "Open it," Tom said as he levitated the small black velvet box to his son. Harrison grabbed the box from midair and looked at it. It looked like a box that jewelry comes in. He lifted the lid and smiled as he saw what was inside. A 4-inch long silver snake hung from a silver chain. There were 2 eyes the size of his pinky nail made of shimmering emeralds. He pulled it out of the box and the body of the snake glittered in the light. When he moved it the snake looked as though it was alive. It felt like he was picking up a feather. He guessed there was a feather light charm on it. He put it over his head and the necklace hung low. It looked well crafted and very expensive. "It's amazing, Dad," Harrison said honestly. "Thank you. You're very welcome," Tom said before continuing in a business-like tone. "Now, that necklace isn't just for show. It is also an emergency portkey, it will go through any wards, even the ones at Hogwarts. If you are ever in trouble, all you need to do is say, home, in Parseltongue, and you will appear in my office and I'll be alerted. No one, but you or myself, will be able to remove it if you're wearing it. I didn't feel okay with you going to Hogwarts with the old fool as headmaster without you having a way to get out of trouble. Promise me, Harrison, if you are ever in danger you'll use that portkey. I know that you think you can handle everything, but you are still just a child. Dumbledore may be the supposed leader of the light, but he can be tricky, and I'd be a fool to deny that he's powerful. Harrison couldn't deny the truth in his father's words. He had always been hesitant to ask for help, he always wanted to prove that he could do everything on his own. I promise, Harrison assured his father. Good, Tom said as he looked into the crackling fire. Did you pack your two-way mirror? Of course, Harrison answered. Harrison had a two-way mirror, it was 6 inches in height and length. His father and his best friends all had mirrors as well, all he needed to do was say their name and their mirror would heat up. They could talk whenever they wanted to, they were good to use when his father was out of the country on business. Harrison and his friends would use them late at night when they wanted to talk. Harrison normally kept his in his pocket so that way he would always know if someone was calling. It's getting late, Tom said when he checked his watch. I have a few things to discuss with you before you go to sleep. Harrison looked at his father. While you are at Hogwarts you will conduct yourself like a proper heir to a noble family. You will not act like some hyper mudblood or annoying little child. You can relax around your friends, but behave like a Slytherin around everyone else. If you need to speak with me use the mirror, however I won't be able to answer if I'm in a meeting. If it's an emergency then go to Severus, and if you ever need his help go to his office. I will, Harrison told him as he listened intently. Good, Tom replied before continuing. I want you to do your best in all of your subjects, I expect you to be number 1 in your year. You have had more training than anyone your age, I want you to show everyone that you are the best. While you are at Hogwarts I want you to make friends with as many people as you can. I know I already told you that, but I am saying it again. We will need as many people on our side as we can during this war. If you have to pretend to like mudbloods then do it. However, if they aren't worthy of your attention don't give it to them. If they aren't strong or extremely bright do not waste your time on them. After all mudbloods have no political connections so, if they aren't strong mentally or magically inclined, they are of no use to me. Tom paused to make sure Harrison was still listening, he then continued. I won't be there to protect you so I want you to be on your guard. If you think you are in danger I want you to use that portkey and come home straight away. He put emphasis on the last 4 words. If you need anything write to me and I will send it out as soon as I can. Harrison nodded. I also want you to continue your training while you're there. I want you to read the books I had the house elves put in your trunk and the ones I'm going to periodically send you. The next time I see you I want you to have read all of them. Do you remember the room I told you about? The room of requirement? Harrison asked. Harrison's dad told him about a room on the 7th floor at Hogwarts that could be anything you wanted it to be. He had been looking forward to trying it out ever since he was told about it. He wanted to test the limits of the room, and he figured it would be a place that other students wouldn't know about. He had told his best friends about the room after he learned of it and all of them were excited to try it out. Yes, Harrison told him. I was thinking about using it to practice magic. Good, Tom agreed with the faintest hint of a smile. The last thing I have to tell you is this, do not do anything foolish. If you slip up Dumbledore will find out that you're my son and if he digs too deep he might find out that you were originally Harry Potter. I will not allow him to take you from me. So, be on your best behavior around the professors, and remember that I have eyes and ears everywhere. If you do something foolhardy I will hear about it and I will not be pleased. You're a tad bit of a megalomaniac, you do know that, right Dad? Harrison said with a teasing smile. Excuse me Harrison, but it is for your own good, so the thought behind it more than offsets any megalomania on my part, Tom chided with a smirk. Harrison rolled his eyes but his lips twitched in amusement. He enjoyed the moments where his father relaxed and allowed himself to joke around. Don't worry so much, I'll be fine Dad. Severus will be there and so will all of my friends. I already know most of the Slytherins and they know I'm your son so, I'll have an entire house behind me. I also know a lot of Ravenclaws, and you know how responsible they are. I know, Tom admitted as he ran a hand over his handsome face. I just worry about you. Harrison knew that the admission pained him. He rarely let his worry show, and when he did, it was only around Harrison. Dark Lords weren't supposed to be overflowing with emotions. I know, Harrison told him as he gave his father a small smile. I'll be careful, I promise. The next day Tom apparated himself and Harrison to King's Cross Station at 10 o'clock. They appeared in one of the apparition points in platform 9 3/4. There were several points people could apparate to for those who didn't want to deal with coming in the Muggle way. Harrison was wearing his brand new Hogwarts uniform with the exception of his hat. He was thankful those were only worn on the first day of school and when Hogwarts had guests. He didn't like the look of it at all, so he kept it in his pocket. He would put it on before the sorting. The snake necklace his father gave him was hanging from his neck, and he wore a silver watch adorned with small emeralds, a gift from his uncle Lucius. A.S. Arlet's steam engine was waiting next to a platform packed with people. A sign overhead said Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Harrison looked behind him and saw a wrought iron archway where the barrier had been, with the words Platform 9 3/4 on it. Smoke from the engine drifted over the heads of the chattering crowd. Wildcats of every color wound here and there between the legs of their owners. Owls hooted to one another in a disgruntled sort of way over the babble and the scraping of heavy trunks. There's Draco, Harrison said, looking in the opposite direction of his father. Draco was standing with his parents. They were talking in hushed voices. The Lestrange twins, Bella and Rodolphus, were standing next to them. The small kitten Cass had purchased in Diagon Alley was in her arms. She was slightly larger than before. Leo's large bird was swaying on his shoulder as it glared at everyone. Harrison could see a group of small children looking at it as though it would explode. The 3 first years were all wearing their Hogwarts robes as well. Harrison pushed through the crowd of parents and students with Tom right behind him. He caught snippets of conversations as they walked. He may be in Slytherin, but he's still hot, a girl with curly hair said to A.B., owned girl with a large nose. I'll write home every week, a tall burly boy was saying to a sniffling toddler. I lost my potions essay, a scrawny boy with B, owned hair complained. Snape is going to give me detention for sure. I wonder who our new defense professor will be, a girl with pigtails mused to whom appeared to be her mother. He reached his friends and they all exchanged pleasantries. Both of his aunts gave him longer hugs than normal and he shook both of his uncle's hands. I can't believe my dragon is finally going to Hogwarts, Narcissa said as she hugged her son. Mum, Draco whined, sounding slightly exasperated. Harrison had to stop himself from laughing at the nickname. His aunt Narcissa had called Draco her dragon since they were both in diapers. Given some of his nicknames he didn't have room to talk, but he still found it amusing. Only the fact that he knew it'd upset his aunt stopped him from at the very least snickering. Make sure the 4 of you make the House of Salazar Slytherin proud, Lucius told them seriously. We will, Uncle Lucius. Harrison, Cass and Leo said in unison. Of course, Father, Draco replied with a nod. Good, make sure that you do, Lucius said before his eyes landed on a large family all with flaming red hair. Weasley. He spat the word like it was the worst word in existence. Harrison turned around and saw a short plump woman with short frizzy hair. She was surrounded by 5 kids, 4 boys, and a little girl. The oldest boy was standing with his chest puffed out. Harrison could see a prefect badge on his robes. There were 2 boys that appeared to be identical. Those must be the twins Harrison had heard about. According to one of his older friends, the Weasley twins were infamous at Hogwarts for all of the pranks they pulled. A tall lanky boy who looked to be about Harrison's age was trying to get his mother to stop rubbing his nose, something Draco found amusing if his snicker covered by a cough was any indication. The girl was holding her mother's hand and she looked about ready to cry. So those are the Weasleys? Harrison asked. Lucius spoke about Arthur Weasley quite a bit. None of it good. Yes, Lucius sneered, his eyes held a disgusted gleam. Narcissa looked as if she had just got a whiff of something disgusting and Bella's hand was itching towards her wand. Tom's face was expressionless and Rodolphus was looking at the family of redheads as if they were nothing more than slugs. Harrison heard Leo whisper something to Cass about second-hand robes and she had to hold back laughter. Draco's sneer matched his father's. He hated the Weasleys even though he'd never met them. Tom broke the silence of the group. You four should get onto the train so you can find a good compartment. He turned to Harrison. I'll see you for the Christmas holidays, don't forget everything I told you. I won't, Harrison assured him. Have fun, my little snake, Bellatrix said as she gave Harrison a parting hug. Harrison caught Draco's eye and the bee, smirked while his eyes danced with amusement. Harrison glared at him as he returned his aunt's hug. After saying goodbye to everyone, the 4 first years boarded the Hogwarts Express. With a last wave to their parents, they began the search for an empty compartment. The third one they checked was empty. Harrison pulled open the door and walked inside. He stowed his trunk in the overhead compartment. His owl's cage was shrunken down in his trunk. He had told Aries that morning to meet him at Hogwarts. Nani was as usual curled up, his arm under his sleeve. He had received permission from Snape to be able to bring his familiar. After stowing his trunk, Leo opened up the window. Meet me at Hogwarts. Cronus made a sound. It was a mix of a hoot and an odd sound Harrison couldn't place. The large bird spread his large black wings and soared out of the window. Harrison watched as several people's eyes grew wide upon seeing the large bird, and a few young kids looked wary. He rolled his eyes. Some people could be so dramatic, it was just a bird. Do you know when the others will be getting here? Cass asked as she stroked Mirana's fur. I'm not sure, Harrison answered as he continued to stare out of the window. Harrison watched as friends greeted one another after a summer apart and watched as parents hugged their kids goodbye. Leo kept up a commentary. He made snide comments about some of the people he recognized and didn't like. He pointed out the people they knew and commented on the obvious lack of money that the Weasleys had when the mother walked by holding the little girl's hand. Harrison finally pulled his eyes away from the window when he heard the compartment door open. Standing in the doorway was one of Harrison's best friends, Blaise Zabini. He was a tall boy with skin that was normally white, but today looked tan like he had been out in the sun a lot recently. He had hair as black as Harrison's, although his looked messy like he just got out of bed. He had light blue eyes that sparked with mischief. He had an air of cool indifference around him, like nothing in the world could bother him. Hey, Blaise said as he carelessly shoved his trunk into the rack. Hi Blaise, Harrison greeted his friend. You're here later than I thought you'd be. Blaise plopped onto the seat next to Harrison. My sister brought me because my mother's in Europe with husband number 7. He rolled his eyes. And since she wasn't home, there wasn't anyone to make Anastasia hurry up, and you all know how long she takes to get ready. Before anyone could reply, the door opened again to reveal 5 people, Harrison's other best friends. The first was a beautiful girl named Daphne Greengrass. She had long straight blonde hair and the bluest eyes Harrison had ever seen. She smiled when she saw Harrison showing off perfect white teeth. The girl on her right was Tracy Davis. Her normally straight black hair was in a braid that went halfway down her back. Her light green eyes were filled with warmth and kindness as she looked at her best friends. Pansy Parkinson was on Daphne's left. She had brown hair that stopped at her shoulders. Her brown eyes took in everyone in the compartment and she smiled. Next to her was Jenna Moon, a petite girl with a pretty face. She was the shortest of the group and had wavy strawberry blonde hair. Her light green eyes were framed by long eyelashes. Theodore Knott, or Theo as his friends call him, stood slightly behind the girls. He had brown hair and eyes. He was wearing a slightly exasperated expression and Harrison could see a large book tucked under his right arm. Hi, Jenna exclaimed happily as she ran over to Harrison and engulfed him in a hug. It's so good to see you. You just saw me 4 days ago, Harrison said, amusement seeping into his voice. I know, Jenna said, pulling back. But that doesn't mean I can't be happy to see you. She turned to Leo and pounced on him, nearly knocking the breath out of him. Don't mind her, Pansy told the group as she helped Draco store her trunk. She didn't get much sleep last night. What's her excuse every other day? Harrison teased, causing Jenna to playfully swat his arm. After everyone finished with their greeting, everyone got comfortable. Harrison sat in between Blaise and Daphne. Draco was sitting across from him with Leo and Pansy on either side. Cass sat next to her brother and Jenna took the seat next to Pansy. Tracy sat next to Daphne and Theo took the empty seat by Blaise. Theo opened up his book and began to read while everyone else broke into conversations. Harrison looked around at all of his best friends and he couldn't stop the feeling of elation from forming inside of him. They were finally going to Hogwarts. He would get to be a normal kid at least for a while. He loved being the son of the Dark Lord, he loved practicing the dark arts and watching his Aunt Bella torture muggles. However, he wanted to be able to relax away from the pressure of being perfect all of the time. He'd be able to laugh with his friends without worrying about being late for a dark arts lesson. He knew that by the time he was of age he'd be helping his father rule over the wizarding world, and that didn't leave a lot of time to just be a kid. He wanted to join the Quidditch team next year. He knew that first years weren't allowed. He had wondered if first years would be allowed to try out, but his older friends said they couldn't. He wanted to make connections that would help his father win the war, and he wanted to hex students that annoyed him with his friends. Harrison was pulled from his musings when he heard Jenna's loud laughter. Jenna was clutching her stomach and laughing at something that Pansy had said. He shook his head. Jenna had always been loud and hyper. You could normally tell where she was because she had the tendency to laugh at the most random things. Out of all of Harrison's best friends, Jenna was by far the kindest. His eyes roamed to Pansy. She had always been like one of the boys. She loved Quidditch almost as much as the boys, and she wasn't afraid to get dirty. Unlike Jenna, who flat out refused to go into the greenhouses at Riddle Manor. His eyes flickered to Daphne, who was showing Tracy something in a copy of Teen Witch Weekly. Her and Tracy had always been the most girly of the group. They could talk for hours about clothes and not get bored. Harrison looked towards the window and his eyes caught Cass and Leo. They were arguing about whether or not her cat had attacked him. He pushed down his amusement. Their fights were normally funny unless they got out of hand. Cass once blew up the training room at Riddle Manor when she got mad at her brother and her accidental magic caused an explosion. She reminded Harrison of his Aunt Bella. She had a twisted sense of humor. It was almost sick. Leo took after his mother in some aspects, but others were more like his uncle Lucius. For instance, no one was more arrogant than Leo. He also flaunted his wealth more than him and Draco combined. Harrison switched his gaze to Theo, who was still reading quietly. Theo had always been the quiet one of the group. They would have sleepovers and everyone would play gobstones except for Theo, who would sneak off to the library. When he did join in, he wasn't half as loud as everyone else. He was good company when his nose wasn't shoved into a book, but even when he was, Harrison enjoyed his company. Being around Theo made you feel relaxed and comfortable. Harrison looked at Blaze, who was ruffling his hair as he talked to Draco about Quidditch. Blaze was almost on par with Leo when it came to being vain. Blaze always looked effortlessly cool. He never did anything with his short hair. He would just roll out of bed and leave it looking windswept. He spent galleons like they fell from the sky and frequently made jokes about his mother's past husbands, all of whom had mysteriously died, leaving his mother even richer. Like Cass and Leo, him and his sister bicker, however they would fight to the death to protect one another. "Are you all right, mate?" Blaze asked, looking at Harrison. "What?" Harrison asked, snapping out of his thoughts. "You were staring at me like you were in a trance," Blaze told him matter of fact. "I was just thinking about something, but it isn't important," Harrison said. The train began to move and Harrison could see parents and younger siblings waving goodbye. He saw the Weasley girl half laughing, half crying, running to keep up with the train until it gathered too much speed, then she fell back and waved. Houses began to flash past the window and Harrison looked back at his friends. "Exploding snap?" Harrison asked. 20 minutes later, Harrison, Draco, Blaze, and Leo had finished a game of Exploding Snape. Draco's robes were singed, much to everyone's amusement, so he had to change into another one. The train had finally carried them out of London. Now they were speeding past fields full of cows and sheep. They were quiet for a time, watching the fields and lanes flick past. Around 12:30 there was a great clattering. Outside in the corridor, and a smiling, dimpled woman slid back their door and said, "Anything off the cart, dears?" All of the first years pulled out money bags and stood up. The cart had everything from Bertie Bott's every flavor beans to licorice wands. "I'll take 2 chocolate frogs and a cauldron cake," Harrison said as he pulled out the correct amount of money. "Here you are, dear," the woman said, handing him the sweets and taking his money. Harrison sat back down while his friends made their purchases. Harrison opened up a chocolate frog card and the frog instantly jumped. His hand shot out and grabbed it. He took a bite of its head before looking down at the card. "Dumbledore," Harrison drawled in an annoyed voice. "What?" Draco asked, looking up from his pile of sweets. "I got Dumbledore's card," Harrison said as he threw the card out of the open window. I hate getting him, Blaise scowled. It's a waste of a perfectly good card. Speaking of Dumbledore, Leo cut in. I'm not happy about spending the next 7 years with the old fool. Hearing his name is bad enough, I don't want to see him every day. Cass pursed her lips. For once I agree with you. With any luck he'll be dead before our 7th year, Draco said with a glance towards Harrison. Then we'll at least have 1 year without him. Why can't your dad kill him now? Blaise asked. It would save us all headaches. You know it isn't that simple, Harrison told them as he pulled out his wand and cast a silencing charm over their compartment. But your dad is way more powerful than Dumbledore no matter what anyone on the stupid light side says, Blaise pointed out. Never underestimate your enemy, Harrison said seriously. Dumbledore is powerful, you'd be an idiot to deny it. My father has a plan and that plan requires several things to happen before he can kill him, but don't bother asking what because I don't know myself. Your dad didn't tell you? Jenna asked in surprise. Harrison gave her an incredulous look. Dumbledore is a Legilimens, I don't think he'd use it on me and neither does my dad, but there's always the chance he will. I know Occlumency and I could keep out a normal Legilimens, but not someone as seasoned as Dumbledore. I'll be able to one day, for sure, but I can't right now. I can't even keep Severus out at the moment if he were to push hard. Blaise opened his mouth to speak, but shut it when the compartment door was thrown open. A boy with a round face and brown hair stood next to a girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth. The boy looked as though he had been crying. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville here has lost one, the girl said. She had a bossy sort of voice. A toad? Why on earth would anyone want to bring a toad? Draco sneered, causing Pansy to laugh and Blaise to snicker. Harrison watched as Neville's eyes watered and the girl turned red. I would have lost it as fast as I could if it was me, Leo said pompously. I was just asking. My name is Hermione Granger by the way, she said putting her hand out for them to shake. Draco and Leo looked repulsed at the idea and Harrison could have sworn he saw Blaise recoil slightly. Cass looked at Hermione as if she was a slug she wanted to squash. Pansy wrinkled her nose and eyed her like she was a dangerous explosive. Daphne, Tracy, and Jenna stared at her blankly while Harrison remained expressionless. Granger, Leo said as his face turned stony. That isn't a wizarding last name. That's because it isn't, Hermione said. Harrison thought he heard a hint of pride in her voice. Harrison raised an eyebrow. He didn't think being a Muggleborn was anything to be proud of. I'm the first person in my family with magic, it was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was pleased of course. I mean, it's the very best school of witchcraft there is, I've heard. I've learned all our course books by heart, of course, I just hope it will be enough. She said proudly, not noticing the looks she was receiving from everyone in the compartment. Although Harrison had to admit she seemed smart, most people wouldn't willingly read all their course books during the summer. I read all about the 4 houses as well. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw sound like the best. The temperature in the compartment dropped 10 degrees. Harrison forced himself not to glare at her, but no one else was refraining from doing so. Gryffindor, Draco sneered. Is the house of idiots. Hermione looked taken aback. Now Draco, play nice, Harrison cut in with a charming smile. Everyone in the compartment turned to stare at him with varying looks of disbelief. I'm Harrison Riddle, I must say it's a pleasure to meet you. Excuse my friend for stating his opinion so bluntly. Hermione opened her mouth then closed it. These are my best friends Draco Malfoy, Blaise Zabini, Theodore Nott, Leo Lestrange, Cassiopeia Lestrange, Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, Pansy Parkinson, and Jenna Moon. He turned to Neville, who looked like he didn't know whether to run from the compartment or not. His eyes had widened upon hearing Draco's last name. Who might you be? Neville Longbottom, the boy stuttered out, looking extremely nervous. Harrison stopped his surprise from showing. That nervous boy was the son of 2 of the Ministry's best Aurors. He seemed like he would pass out if someone yelled, "Boo!" He forced himself to give Hermione a lopsided grin, causing her to blush. You said you were looking for Neville's toad? Harrison asked as he pulled out his wand. Yes, Hermione said as she eyed his wand warily. Accio Neville's toad, Harrison said, waving his wand. Hermione frowned. Are you sure that's a real spell? Harrison once again had to stop himself from glaring. I'm sure. A second later a large green toad soared into the compartment and into Harrison's hand. Hermione and Neville's eyes went wide, but no one else looked surprised. He held out the toad and Neville took it with shaking hands. "How did you do that?" Hermione asked, awe evident in her voice. "Magic," Harrison said, giving her a roguish grin causing her blush to deepen. Harrison saw Daphne shoot Hermione an annoyed look. "I know that," Hermione frowned. "But how did you know what to do?" "One of my tutors taught me," Harrison told her. Hermione's brows furrowed. "Tutors? Stupid mudblood," Blaise muttered under his breath so quietly only Harrison heard him. "We were all tutored growing up so we'd be prepared for Hogwarts," Harrison explained. He didn't think he would need to explain such a simple concept to a girl who less than 5 minutes ago seemed smart. Hermione looked panicky. "Prepared? Are we supposed to know spells before coming here? Professor McGonagall told me that I wouldn't be able to practice magic before coming to Hogwarts, and that wizard-raised students wouldn't be any further ahead than me." "Well, she lied," Leo drawled. He seemed to be getting more annoyed by her presence. Harrison shot Leo a silencing look. "Most parents don't train their children in magic before coming to Hogwarts, but ours did. Most students don't know any spells before coming here." Hermione looked slightly appeased, but still a bit unsure. "Okay." She bit her lip for a moment. "Did you need something else?" Cass asked in an emotionless voice. "Why did you say that Gryffindor was for idiots?" She directed the question at Draco. Draco shot her a disdainful look. "Because Gryffindors are rash and reckless, it's full of idiots who can't even string enough words together to form a sentence." "What house do you want to be in then?" Hermione asked, slightly ruffled. "I'm going to be in Slytherin," Draco said with pride. "You can't know you're going to be in Slytherin," Hermione said bossily. "No one knows until they're sorted." Draco's gray eyes narrowed. "All of my family have been in Slytherin, I'm a Slytherin through and through." Neville looked even more nervous at Draco's proclamation. "But you can't know for sure," Hermione said stubbornly. Harrison had to give her points for not backing down, but it was obvious to him that her attitude wasn't endearing her to his best friends. The fact that she was a Muggle-born didn't help either. He could tell that Cass was a minute away from hexing her half to death. With a mother like Bellatrix Lestrange, she knew how to do it too. "Yes we can," Leo cut in, looking cross. Hermione opened her mouth but quickly shut it when she finally realized all of the glares she was receiving. "I should go," she told them. "It was nice to meet you." She turned around and left the compartment, taking Neville with her. Once the door was shut, everyone turned to stare at Harrison, who stared back unwavering. Draco looked like he didn't know whether to be angry, annoyed, or exasperated. Leo and Cass both looked beyond agitated, and Daphne was glaring at the shut door. Blaise was looking at him like he couldn't believe that conversation had just happened. "What the bloody hell was that all about?" Blaise demanded. "She's a mudblood." "I know that," Harrison said in a tone one would use to speak to a toddler. "I also know that I shouldn't ostracize her just because of that. My father told me to make as many friends as I can so we can turn them to his side. You know that as long as a Muggle-born is smart or powerful, my dad is willing to let them into his ranks, albeit grudgingly." The way she was talking, it seems like she at least has a decent level of intelligence. "I'd like to see if my hunch is correct before calling her a mudblood up and down the train corridors. Or do you not remember your parents telling you to try turning people to our side?" "I know," Blaise snapped before sighing. "I just don't like mudbloods, you know that, and none of you do either." "I know," Harrison said in understanding. "But we have to do what we have to do. If she turns out to be an idiot, I give you permission to do whatever you want to her. You can even call her a mudblood every day if you want. Just wait until we see what she's like. We need as many people on our side as we can get." He turned to Cass, who he knew would be the most hostile. "Can you play nice?" Cass scowled. "If I must." After that, the 10 future Slytherins broke into 2 groups. The boys pulled out gobstones and the girls pulled out several magazines. They talked about what classes they were looking forward to and which classes they were dreading. Jenna complained for 5 minutes about not wanting to go to herbology, while Theo went on for twice that long about looking forward to charms. They passed neat fields, woods, twisting rivers, and dark green hills. After a while it became dark. Harrison could see mountains and forests under a deep purple sky. The train even seemed to be slowing down. A voice echoed through the train. "We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time." Please leave your luggage on the train, it will be taken to the school separately. They all came dressed in their uniforms, so all they needed to do was put away everything they had taken out. Harrison opened up his trunk and stowed away his gobstones while everyone else packed their stuff. Draco piled all of his leftover sweets into his trunk and Tracy grudgingly put her magazine away. Harrison pulled out his wand and cast a heating charm. It was a spell his father taught him a few weeks ago. "Can you cast the heating charm on me?" Daphne asked as she pulled her cloak tighter around her body. "Yeah." Harrison waved his wand and soon his other friends were asking for him to do the same to them. Once everyone was warm, they joined the throng of students in the corridor. Harrison and his friends ended up near a group of 7th years with Hufflepuff badges on their robes. Leo sneered at them and Harrison quickly gave him a stern look. He internally sighed. Several of his friends weren't going to make befriending Muggleborns and Hufflepuffs easy. He wasn't any happier than they were about the prospect of spending time with Muggle-raised students, but he knew he didn't have a choice. The train slowed right down and finally stopped. People pushed their way toward the door and out onto a tiny, dark platform. Harrison rolled his eyes at the shivering students. Had no one heard of heating charms? Even if you can't do them yourself, just ask your parent or a prefect. Then a lamp came bobbing over the heads of the students. Harrison saw a giant of a man, about 8 feet tall with a large black beard, and small beetle eyes yell out, "Furs years. Furs, years over here." Harrison and his friends made their way over sneering. "Come on, follow me, any more furs years? Mind your step, now. Furs years, follow me. I'm Rubius Hagrid, groundskeeper here at Hogwarts. Is that man safe to be around children?" Pansy asked rudely. "I don't think so," Draco drawled as he stepped over a puddle. Slipping and tumbling, they followed Hagrid down what seemed to be a steep, narrow path. It was so dark on either side of them that Harrison thought there must be thick trees there. Nobody spoke much. Neville, the boy who kept losing his toad, sniffed once or twice. Harrison pushed down a rude remark and a cruel sneer. He couldn't believe anyone could be so wimpy. If he had a toad, he would have been happy to lose it. "You'll get her furs sight o' Hogwarts in a sec," the giant said. "Just round this bend here." There was a loud, "Ooh." Harrison rolled his eyes. Yes, it was beautiful, but he wasn't about to gush over it. The narrow path had opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black lake. Perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers. "No more in 4 to a boat," Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of little boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harrison, Draco, Blaze, and Leo took one boat while Daphne, Tracy, Cass, and Pansy took another. Jenna and Theo ended up sharing a boat with some of the 10 future Slytherin's other friends, Terry Boot and Anthony Goldstein. Terry had brown hair and eyes while Anthony had the opposite, owned hair and blue eyes. "Everyone in!" shouted Hagrid, who had a boat to himself. Right then, forward, and the fleet of little boats moved off all at once, gliding across the lake, which was smooth as glass. Everyone was silent, staring up at the great castle overhead. It towered over them as they sailed nearer and nearer to the cliff on which it stood. Harrison was staring at the half-giant as the boats continued the journey to the castle. Someone had told him something about Rubius Hagrid, he just couldn't remember what, and it frustrated him. He had an exceptional memory and he rarely forgot things. He was about to stop thinking about it when he remembered where he heard the name. His father had spoke of him before. Hagrid was the one who his father framed for the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. Harrison suppressed a snort. People thought that Oaf was the heir of Slytherin. He didn't know whether to laugh or bang his fists against his head. "Heads down!" Hagrid yelled as the first boats reached the cliff. They all bent their heads and the little boats carried them through a curtain of ivy that hid a wide opening in the cliff face. They were carried along a dark tunnel, which seemed to be taking them right underneath the castle, until they reached a kind of underground harbor, where they clambered out onto rocks and pebbles. "Oi, you there, is de, Toad?" Hagrid asked as he checked the boats as people got out. "Trevor," Neville cried blissfully, holding out his hands. Draco rolled his eyes. Harrison could almost hear Draco thinking foul thoughts towards the toadless boy and had to suppress a laugh at the look on his face. "I wonder what he would do if his toad were to have an accident," Cass said in a hushed tone. "He'd probably never stop crying," Leo said with mock concern, causing Blaze to chuckle. Then they clambered up a passageway in the rock after Hagrid's lamp, coming out at last onto smooth, damp grass right in the shadow of the castle. They walked up a flight of stone steps and crowded around the huge, oak front door. "Everyone here. You there, still got Toad." Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. The large doors swung open at once. A tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes stood there. She had a very stern face and several wrinkles around her brown eyes. Harrison instantly recognized her from her father's description. This must be Minerva McGonagall, his father had told him all about her. He had also heard stories about her from his older friends. They said she treated all of the houses equally except when it came to Quidditch. "The furs, years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "No, duh," Leo murmured. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here," McGonagall told him. She pulled the door wide to reveal the inside of Hogwarts. The entrance hall was a large square room. The stone walls were lit with flaming torches like the ones at Gringotts. The ceiling was too high to make out, and a magnificent marble staircase facing them led to the upper floors. Harrison heard several exclamations of shock, but he didn't think it was anything special. The entrance hall at Riddle Manor was larger and much more grand. They followed Professor McGonagall across the flagged stone floor. Harrison could hear the drone of hundreds of voices from a doorway to the right. The rest of the school must already be here, but Professor McGonagall showed the first years into a small, empty chamber off the hall. They crowded in, standing rather closely packed together than they would usually have done. Harrison noticed that most of the students were peering about nervously. Harrison internally rolled his eyes. "It's just a bloody hat we have to try on, shouldn't everyone know that?" Harrison was squished between Cass and Draco. The latter scowled when a sandy-haired boy bumped into him. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts." Harrison exchanged smiles with his friends. They have been like his family for as long as he could remember. He knew that he would go to Slytherin, there wasn't a doubt in his mind about it. He was excited to finally be in the house that his father, godparents, and most of his older friends were in. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. I shall return when we are ready for you, please wait quietly. Smarten ourselves up, Cass repeated scathingly. Only Harrison and Leo heard her remark and they both covered snorts. McGonagall's gaze snapped to them before her eyes roamed to Neville, whose cloak was fastened under his ear. Harrison didn't even know how that was possible. Her eyes then flickered over to a boy with red hair who had a smudge on his nose before she left the chamber. Harrison watched as the red-headed boy conversed with 2 other boys. One was a tall black boy and the other was the one who had bumped into Draco. Weasley, Draco spat when he saw where Harrison was looking. Wonderful, Leo said, sarcasm dripping from his voice. Cass wrinkled her nose. He really should wash his face. Harrison smirked at Cass' comment before focusing on the other students. He recognized some of his friends. He waved at his friend Lisa Turpin, who grinned when she saw him. She had long shiny black hair and a button nose. He watched as several students attempted to smooth out their robes or flatten their hair. Neville was looking around nervously and Hermione appeared to be muttering under her breath. She's mental, Cass muttered to Harrison with a glance at Hermione. My brother says we have to fight a troll. The Weasley boy exclaimed. Harrison didn't know whether to burst into laughter or call the boy out to be an idiot. Was he truly stupid enough to believe that the professors would allow any student, let alone a first-year, fight a troll? He could practically feel amusement pouring off of Cass as Leo gave the boy a disdainful look. Draco snorted, causing the Weasley boy, and the 2 boys he was talking to, turn around. What? Weasley snapped. Draco raised an eyebrow at the tone. Do you honestly believe they would let a bunch of first years fight a troll? Draco drawled. And that if they did, an 11-year-old would be able to defeat it. Their skin is thick and resistant to basic hexes, and considering the lack of education most new first years have, Draco's gaze flickered to Hermione, who frowned. Most first years would be killed before dinner was served. Weasley's ears turned red and he glared. Shut up. By now all of the other soon-to-be first years had stopped what they were doing to watch. Harrison's face didn't betray any emotion as he scanned the faces to read everyone's reactions. Some of them, like Neville, looked like they'd rather be anywhere else, while others, like Blaise, looked highly amused. My, someone has a temper, Draco drawled in a way only a Malfoy could. No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford. Harrison heard Blaise let out a low chuckle. Weasley turned bright red and looked as if he wanted to punch Draco, but the sandy-haired boy grabbed his arm. And you must be a Malfoy. My father has told me all about you, and your Death Eater father. There were several gasps and a few people paled at the words Death Eater. Harrison felt Draco stiffen beside him, but the B.O. didn't let his face betray his emotions. He saw from the corner of his eye Leo move slightly as if preparing himself to draw his wand if need be. On his other side he saw Daphne grab Cass' wrist. The youngest Lestrange was very protective over her best friends. Her brother, Harrison, and her cousin Draco in particular. He knew that if the redhead said anything more about Draco's dad, she'd hex him with a spell no normal first year would know. Don't you dare say a word against my father, Weasel, Draco spat. My father is a respectable man unlike yours. Tell me, how can he even afford to send you to school here? Weasley's entire face turned red at the nickname. Weasel, don't talk about my dad. You talked about his first. Leo's cold voice cut in. Weasley turned to the dark-haired boy. And who are you? Leo Lestrange, was the tart reply. And that is my uncle you just called a Death Eater. Weasley's eyes went wide when he heard Leo's last name. The Lestranges had never been arrested, but most people believed them to be Death Eaters. It was rumored they were as close to Voldemort as it was possible to be. For once the light side had gotten something right, but in the eyes of the law they were outstanding citizens. Donating money to charities and hosting fundraisers for St. Mungo's. Your parents are Death Eaters too. Weasley exclaimed. Harrison could detect a slight hint of fear in his voice. I'll kill him, Cass hissed. Thankfully only Harrison and Daphne heard her since everyone else was too focused on Draco and Weasley. That's not something you should go around saying, Leo said coldly. Especially since it's not true. My father is a respected member of the Wizengamot and my mother spends her time helping those less fortunate. Weasley went to open his mouth in order to retort, but quickly shut it when several students screamed. Harrison looked in the direction of the yells and saw several ghosts floating through the wall. He didn't bother to resist rolling his eyes. It was a magic school, what did people expect? Pearly white and slightly transparent, they glided across the room talking to one another and hardly glancing at the first years. They seemed to be arguing. What looked like a fat little monk was saying, "Forgive and forget, I say, we ought to give him a second chance. My dear Friar, haven't we given Peeves all the chances he deserves?" Harrison internally rolled his eyes. Some of the older kids of the Death Eaters had told him all about Peeves, and that he tends to leave the Slytherins alone, for fear of inciting the wrath of the Bloody Baron. He gives us all a bad name and you know, he's not really even a ghost. I say, what are you all doing here? A ghost wearing a ruff and tights had suddenly noticed the first years. What does he think we're doing here? Cass said under her breath. Waiting to be sorted, Leo said as he checked his watch. Weasley looked at Leo when he spoke, and when he saw his gold watch with a diamond in the center his red face went redder. Ah, jealousy, he decided to file that reaction away for later. New students, said the fat friar, smiling around at them. Hope to see you in Hufflepuff. My old house, you know. Move along now, said a sharp voice. The sorting ceremony's about to start. Professor McGonagall had returned holding a roll of parchment. One by one, the ghosts floated away through the opposite wall. Now, form a line, Professor McGonagall ordered the first years, and follow me. Harrison stood up straight, smoothed out his robes and began to regally follow the professor into the Great Hall. It really was a beautiful room, Harrison thought, just as father described it. It was definitely more impressive than the entry hall or the small chamber they had to wait in. It was lit by thousands and thousands of candles that were floating in midair over 4 long tables, where the rest of the students were sitting. These tables were laid with glittering golden plates and goblets. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers were sitting. Harrison quickly scanned the staff table. Dumbledore was seated in the center in a large gold throne-like chair. Arrogant bastard, Harrison thought, as his eyes moved over the empty seat on Dumbledore's right. Snape was seated 2 seats away from Dumbledore next to a man Harrison recognized as Quirinus Quirrell, a Death Eater. He had only met the man once and he seemed decent enough. The large half-giant Hagrid was seated on the far right next to a tiny man. The small professor had white hair and a matching beard. A plump witch was next to him and a young pretty professor sat next to her. A few other professors completed the staff. Professor McGonagall led the first years up towards the staff table, so that they came to a halt in a line facing the other students, with the teachers behind them. The hundreds of faces staring at them looked like pale lanterns in the flickering candlelight. Dotted here and there among the students, the ghosts shone misty silver. Harrison looked upward and saw a velvety black ceiling dotted with stars. It was as if the ceiling opened to the heavens. He heard Hermione whisper, "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." Harrison heard Blaise quietly snort. Harrison quickly looked down as Professor McGonagall silently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool, she put a pointed wizard's hat. This hat was patched, frayed, and extremely dirty. He saw Draco wrinkle his nose in disgust and just barely managed to suppress a snort. He knew that Draco took pride in his hair and the bee, and wouldn't enjoy having that placed on his head. For a few seconds, there was complete silence. Then the hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black. Your top hat's sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat. And I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on, don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap." The whole hall burst into applause as the hat finished its song. Several of the first years wore looks of awe and surprise as they clapped. It bowed to each of the 4 tables and then became quite still again. "So we've just got to try on the hat," he heard Weasley ask a tall black boy. "I'll kill my brother Fred." He was going on about wrestling a troll. Harrison internally rolled his eyes. Didn't Draco tell him that they wouldn't allow first years to fight a troll? Poor and stupid, what a brilliant combination. Professor McGonagall now stepped forward and unrolled the roll of parchment she had been carrying. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she said. "Abbott, Hannah." Harrison recognized the last name, which meant the girl was at least a half-blood. A pink-faced girl, with owned pigtails, stumbled out of line, put on the hat, which fell right down over her eyes, and sat down. A moment's pause. "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat. The second table to the left clapped as Hannah went to sit down at the Hufflepuff table. Harrison saw the ghost of the fat friar waving merrily at her. "Bones, Susan." Harrison looked up at the name, Bones. Amelia Bones was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and she had a niece named Susan. Maybe becoming friends with her would be beneficial. The girl in question had long straight red hair and a pale, round face. "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat again, and Susan scuttled off to sit next to Hannah wearing a grin. "Boot, Terry." Harrison watched as his friend walked up to the stool. He knew which house he'd be in before the house yelled it out. Every boot for several hundred years had been in the House of Intellect. Ravenclaw. The table second from the right clapped this time. Several Ravenclaws stood up to shake hands with Terry as he joined them. A third year named Roger Davies, one of Harrison's older friends, clapped him on the back. Brocklehurst, Mandy, went to Ravenclaw too, but Brown, Lavender, became the first new Gryffindor, and the table on the far left exploded with cheers. Harrison could see two redheads who were identical catcalling. He recognized them from the platform. They had been with Weasley, his brothers, he presumed. Bulstrode, Millicent, then became a Slytherin. Harrison had met Millicent a few times, but they weren't friends. Caro, Abigail, Slytherin. The tiny bee-owned girl looked relieved as she took the sorting hat off her head and handed it to McGonagall. Corner, Michael, Hufflepuff. The curly-haired boy walked over to the cheering table. Cornfoot, Stephen, Ravenclaw. Crabbe, Vincent, Slytherin. The large boy walked awkwardly to the Slytherin table. Davis, Tracy, Slytherin. Harrison clapped as his friend walked towards the table of the snakes. Entwistle, Kevin, Ravenclaw. Finch Fletchley, Justin. A boy with dark brown hair walked up nervously to the stool. Hufflepuff. Sometimes, Harrison noticed, the hat shouted out the house at once, but at others, it took a little while to decide. Finnegan, Seamus, the sandy-haired boy who was talking to Weasley, sat on the stool for almost a whole minute before the hat declared him a Gryffindor. Goldstein, Anthony. The bee-owned boy walked up to the stool and McGonagall put the hat on his head. Ravenclaw. Granger, Hermione. Hermione almost ran to the stool and jammed the hat eagerly on her head. "She's going to be annoying," Blaise whispered. Ravenclaw. Shouted the hat, and the Ravenclaws cheered. Greengrass, Daphne. After a moment the hat shouted, Slytherin. Goyle, Gregory. Slytherin. Lestrange, Cassiopeia. Cass walked up to the stool with her head held high as the Gryffindor table broke into hushed, whispered conversations. Harrison saw some of the Gryffindor giving her distrusting looks and felt annoyance bubble inside of him. Slytherin. The hat shouted after barely touching her head. The Slytherin table broke into loud cheers. Cass smirked and made her way to join her new housemates. Lestrange, Leo. Leo strutted up like he owned the castle and sat down. Slytherin. Leo wore a satisfied expression as he went to sit by his twin. Lee, Sue. Ravenclaw. When Neville Longbottom, the boy who kept losing his toad, was called, he fell over on his way to the stool, causing Draco to snort. The hat took a long time to decide with Neville. When it finally shouted, Gryffindor, Neville ran off still wearing it, and had to jog back amid gales of laughter to give it to Morag McDougal, who was sorted into Hufflepuff. Macmillan, Ernie. A boy with a pompous expression and dark hair walked up to the stool. Hufflepuff. Draco swaggered forward when his name was called. The hat yelled out his house as quickly as it had Cass, Slytherin. Draco strutted to the Slytherin table and sat down next to Tracy. There weren't many people left now. Jenna, Theodore and Pansy were all sent to Slytherin. Then a pair of twin girls named Pottle, one went to Gryffindor and the other, Padma, went to Ravenclaw. Next Sally Ann Perks was sent to Hufflepuff, and then, at last, Riddle, Harrison. Dumbledore and Snape instantly looked towards Harrison, who was gracefully walking up to the stool. The Slytherins, who knew that Harrison Riddle was the son of the Dark Lord, all looked up with rapt attention. Those Ravenclaws who knew who he really was also looked at him intently. Albus Dumbledore looked at Harrison with an unreadable expression. However, to the Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and most of the Ravenclaws, this was just another new first year. Well, what have we here? That hat asked. Just sort me hat, Harrison said briskly. I already know I'm going to be in Slytherin. There are other houses you would do well in. The hat contradicted. I haven't seen someone with as much intelligence since your father, Tom Riddle. You know who my father is? Harrison asked sharply. That wasn't good. If he knew that his father was the Tom Riddle that attended Hogwarts, he would also know he was born a Potter. His mind spun a million miles a second. Yes, but do not worry, I cannot reveal your secrets. Harrison felt relief at the hat's words. His father had told him the hat couldn't reveal the secrets it learned, but he was glad for a confirmation. Good, because if you do, I won't hesitate to set you on fire. There is no need to threaten me. The hat told him. Now where was I? Yes, you would do well in Ravenclaw. You are also extremely loyal. Don't even think about sorting me into Hufflepuff. Don't worry, I wasn't going to. The hat assured him. You are braver than most, you don't fear many things. If you even think about sorting me with those idiotic fools. He left the threat unspoken. Harrison could have sworn he heard the hat chuckle. I'm not. You are clever, resourceful, cunning and ambitious. You'll destroy anyone who gets in your way. The house you would do the best in is Slytherin. Harrison took off the hat and stood up amongst cheers from the Slytherins. He was receiving the loudest cheer yet. Snape sent him a small smile, which to anyone else would have looked like nothing at all, but Harrison had spent so much time around the man he could easily read him. He took a seat next to Daphne and across from Draco. "Good job, Harrison," said Marcus Flint, 5th year, prefect, Quidditch captain, and son of Death Eater, Andrew Flint, getting up to shake his hand. He was a muscular boy with dark hair and big eyebrows. He had an air about him that made you want to respect him, and his glares could be as harsh as Snape's. "Thank you, Marcus," Harrison told him with a curt nod. There were only 4 people left to be sorted now. Zacharias Smith became a Hufflepuff and Lisa Turpin became a Ravenclaw. Finally the red-headed boy was called. Weasley, Ronald. Ron was pale green by now. He sat down and a second later the hat shouted, "Gryffindor." Not surprising, Draco sneered. Finally, it was Blaze's turn, Slytherin. The hat shouted, Blaze smirked and made his way over to the Slytherin table. He sat in the seat to Harrison's left. Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll and took the sorting hat away. Harrison looked down at his empty gold plate. He had only just realized how hungry he was. The chocolate. Frogs and cauldron cakes may be good, but they didn't fill you up. Harrison was hoping that the food here was going to be edible. Albus Dumbledore had gotten to his feet. He was beaming at the students, his arms opened wide, as if nothing could have pleased him more than to see them all there. It took all of his self-restraint not to sneer at the old man. His long white beard shone almost as brightly as the ghosts and he peered at them from over his half-moon glasses. He wore atrocious purple robes with an odd silver design on the sleeves. "Welcome," Dumbledore said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." He sat back down. Everybody minus the Slytherins clapped and cheered. Harrison just stared at him as though he had lost his mind. "I didn't know he was delirious as well as mental," Leo said. Cass sniffed. "I always knew he was crazy." Harrison watched as the dishes in front of him became piled with food. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops and lamb chops, sausages, bacon and steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and, for some strange reason, peppermint humbugs. "Who in Merlin's name eats those?" Jenna wrinkled her nose at the peppermint humbugs. The headmaster, an older girl, answered. "Violet," Harrison greeted the girl. "Harrison," Violet McNair's eyes lit up. "How was your trip?" Violet McNair was the daughter of Walden McNair and was starting her 5th year. Harrison could see a silver prefect badge pinned to her robes next to the Slytherin crest. She spent a lot of her childhood at Riddle Manor, along with her 2 younger brothers, and had become like an older sister to Harrison. She had a gorgeous face, piercing blue eyes, large red lips, sunken cheeks that gave her face a regal appearance, thick curly eyelashes and long black hair. "It was good," Harrison answered as he piled boiled potatoes onto his plate. "It didn't take as long as I thought it would. Did you guys meet anyone interesting?" the girl next to Violet asked. Harrison looked at the girl who had spoken. It was Anastasia Zabini, Blaze's older sister and Violet's best friend. She looked like Blaze, they had the same black hair and light blue eyes. However, unlike Blaze's, her hair was perfectly styled in large waves that fell slightly past her waist. Like her brother, she looked like she had been out in the sun a lot. She had a very defined face and a slender neck with manicured nails that were painted red. "Some stupid mudblood came charging into our compartment," Leo answered with a glare towards the Ravenclaw table. "She brought along Neville Longbottom," Harrison added. "He had lost his toad. He was crying," Draco sneered. Harrison summoned it for him. Violet wrinkled her thin nose. "He brought a toad. Those went out of style a century ago." "Apparently he didn't get the memo," Cass said dryly. The topic soon switched to classes, the older students telling the younger students about what they'd be learning first. "Last year the first thing we learned in Transfiguration was how to turn a matchstick into a needle," Odette Warrington told the first years. Odette was the twin sister of Ophelia and the younger sister of Cameron Warrington. They had a younger sister who would begin Hogwarts in 2 years. Odette and Ophelia both had silvery B. own hair and forest green eyes. They were both extremely short and looked much younger than 12, in fact they looked younger than all of the first years. They weren't identical, but they looked close to it. Odette's face was thinner while Ophelia's was rounder. Odette also had slightly larger features. "I've been able to turn a matchstick into a needle since I was 8, Cass complained. Ophelia gave her an understanding look. "That's the only downside to learning magic before coming to Hogwarts, the lessons are boring when you already know the material." Harrison listened as Ophelia and Odette continued to tell them about classes. He looked up at the staff table and saw that Dumbledore was looking at him. As soon as the headmaster saw him staring, he turned back to McGonagall. Harrison had to fight down a scowl. He knew that the headmaster would be watching him, but the man didn't have to be so annoyingly obvious. When everyone had eaten as much as they could, the remains of the food faded from the plates, leaving them sparkling clean as before. A moment later, the desserts appeared, blocks of ice cream in every flavor you could think of, apple pies, treacle tarts, chocolate eclairs, and jam donuts, trifle, strawberries, jello, rice pudding. Harrison had to admit the food was pretty good, not as good as the food at Riddle Manor, but it would suffice. "Harrison," Marcus called out, and Harrison looked at him. "Are you going to try out for the Quidditch team?" Marcus knew he could play because whenever the older kids played Quidditch, Harrison would join them. The first time he asked to play with them, they said yes just to humor him. However, they all ended up surprised when he beat an older boy to the snitch after going into a spectacular dive. After that, they would always invite him to play, and to this day he has yet to fail catching the snitch. "I want to," Harrison answered honestly. "But first years aren't allowed on the team." Marcus looked smug. "I received permission from Professor Snape. If you want to try out, you can." Harrison grinned. "Brilliant, I'll call my dad and have him send me my broom." "Good." Marcus's smugness increased. "Slytherin has won the Quidditch Cup for the past 5 years, and with you as our seeker there's no way we can lose." "Who's Gryffindor's seeker?" Harrison asked curiously. "As of right now, no one. Their seeker just graduated," Marcus answered. "Wood is going to have to find a new one." "Oliver Wood?" Harrison questioned. Harrison had heard about him from Marcus and several of his other friends. "Was he made Quidditch captain?" Marcus scowled. "Yes." At last, the desserts too disappeared, and Professor Dumbledore got to his feet again, making Hall fall silent. "Ahem, just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start of term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well." Dumbledore's twinkling eyes flashed in the direction of the Weasley twins. "I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death." Harrison could see startled expressions on several of the students' faces. His face, however, turned stoic as he eyed the headmaster. Why would the man announce that to the entire Great Hall? Only a fool would think that. Telling students that wouldn't make them curious. He himself wanted to know what was so dangerous. Harrison looked at Draco and could tell that he was thinking the same thing. "I wonder what's in there," Tracy whispered to Daphne. Daphne frowned. "I don't know." Harrison saw Cass giving the headmaster a calculating look. He could practically hear the wheels in her head turning. "And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song," cried Dumbledore. Harrison noticed that the other teachers' smiles had become rather fixed. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts. Teach us something please. Whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees. Our heads could do with filling. With some interesting stuff. For now they're bare and full of air. Dead flies and bits of fluff. So teach us things worth knowing. Bring back what we've forgot. Just do your best, we'll do the rest. And learn until our brains all rot." Everybody finished the song at different times, although most of the Slytherins, including Harrison, didn't sing. At last, only the Weasley twins were left singing along to a very slow funeral march. Dumbledore conducted their last few lines with his wand, and when they had finished, he was one of those who clapped loudest. "Ah, music," he said, wiping his eyes. "A magic beyond all we do here. And now, bedtime. Off you trot. What are we? Bloody horses. Blaze sneered. Like Leo said earlier, he's mental, Theo told him seriously. First years follow us, Violet said, gesturing to herself and Marcus. We'll lead you to our common room. Harrison stood up and followed the two prefects through the chattering crowds. They left the now loud great hall and walked to the dungeon entrance. They walked into the dungeons, which were darker than the other parts of the castle they'd seen so far. The halls were lit by large torches and it was cooler than the rest of the castle. Harrison was thankful he had used a warming charm. As they continued deeper into the dungeons, they saw portraits that were whispering and pointing as they passed. After a few minutes they arrived at a blank stretch of wall opposite a portrait of several snakes, who were hissing quietly. This is the entrance to the Slytherin common room, Violet said loudly so that the 14 new Slytherins could hear. You are not allowed to bring students from the other houses into our common room without permission from one of the prefects. She gave them a look that said they wouldn't like what would happen if they were to bring someone in without notice. The password is, Aconite, Marcus added. The password changes every Monday. Make sure you know what the new password is before you leave for the Great Hall on Mondays. Ask a prefect and they will tell you. The first years all nodded their heads, then followed Violet and Marcus into the Slytherin common room. The common room was a large rectangular room with a low ceiling and lamps that gave off a greenish glow. Harrison assumed it was because the dungeons are partially under the lake. The floor was made of nice-looking black and gray stones. He looked up and noticed that there were 4 large chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. The room was full of dark green leather couches with bookshelves covering the walls in dark wood. It has a grand atmosphere and was warmer than Harrison would have thought it would be. He attributed it to the 4 large roaring fireplaces. In front of the fireplaces were large black leather chairs and love seats with green and silver throw pillows. There were several large tables with high-backed chairs. Harrison assumed they were used for doing homework, and several portraits hung on the walls. The first years were led to a wide stone staircase that led further down. The boys' dormitories are down the stairs to the right and the girls are down the stairs to the left. Marcus informed them, pointing down the stairs. Your luggage will be waiting for you when you go down. We know you're probably tired, but we have a few things to go over with you first, Violet told them. Now you all know that I'm Violet McNair and that's Marcus Flint. We're the 5th-year prefects. Those 2 are our 6th-year prefects, she continued, pointing to a boy and a girl. Geneva Caro and Anthony Dolohov. And our 7th-year prefects are Gracelyn Derrick, who's also head girl, and Evan Rosier III. Harrison knew all of the prefects, having grown up around them. Geneva Caro had long own hair that was pulled into a high ponytail. She had kind blue eyes and she was short for her age. She looked innocent, but Harrison knew that she was far from it. Anthony Dolohov was a tall muscular boy with dark hair and a chiseled face. His arms were so large he looked like he could crush you to death with one hug. Gracelyn had delicate features and light brown hair that was in a loose bun, several strands of hair falling into her face. Evan Rosier looked the spitting image of his father. He had a handsome face and looked like what people would call a pretty boy, with messy black hair that looked as though he had been thoroughly shagged and didn't bother to brush his hair afterwards. He was well built and he exuded both confidence and power. Geneva smiled at the first years. Hello, I know most of you already, but for those of you I haven't met, it's nice to meet you. Harrison guessed that only Vincent and Gregory hadn't met her because he knew that everyone else had, including Abigail and Millicent. If you ever need anything, you can come to me or Anthony at any time. As 6th years we don't have to worry about owls or newts like the other prefects do, so come to us for help first. If you have problems with other students, as it is bound to happen, we'll be glad to help you out, Gracelyn told the first years. The other houses, especially Gryffindor, think that we're all evil. We tend to stick to ourselves and Ravenclaws, so just ignore everything the other 2 houses say. It won't do to dwell on the taunts of adolescence. Don't worry about getting lost, one of us prefects will escort you the first week to your classes, Violet said. Breakfast begins at 7:30 every morning and ends at 9, while dinner begins at 6 and ends at 7. Lunch is different for everyone, it depends on your schedule, which you will receive tomorrow morning at breakfast. Slytherin is a noble house and we don't want you to do anything to disgrace it, Evan said seriously. If you're going to break the rules, don't get caught, because Slytherins are cunning. We don't run around yelling about what we're up to like some hot-headed Gryffindors. Do your best in your classes and outside of this common room, show a united front. If you have a problem with a fellow housemate, don't bring it outside of the privacy of this room. It won't help us any if the other houses see us fighting. Now our head of house, Professor Snape, has a few things to say to you," Geneva finished. Harrison hadn't even realized that Snape was in the room. Snape walked up from behind them and stared at them each in turn. "I am Professor Severus Snape, the potions master here at Hogwarts and your head of house. The first thing you all should know is that students of Slytherin House stick together. Loyalty isn't just for Hufflepuffs. Solidarity is our best defense. The other houses are biased against us, assuming all Slytherins are evil. I will not stop you from talking to students of other houses, but you will come to find most other students tend to avoid Slytherins. No member of Slytherin House is to maltreat another in any way. If you have a problem with a fellow Slytherin, work it out in the house. The problems of Slytherin should stay within Slytherin." He paused here to make sure everyone was paying attention. "If you have problems pertaining to school work, other students, or anything at all, do not hesitate to seek out help or guidance from your prefects. My door is also always open to any Slytherin. You will all receive your class schedules at breakfast. Any questions?" Snape looked at all the first years. "Good. I will see you all in the Great Hall tomorrow morning." He then turned on his heels, robes billowing behind him, and left the Slytherin common room. The way Snape gave his speech, it sounded like he had given it many times before. He probably uses the same one every year. He was surprised Snape even said anything. He didn't really say anything that the prefects hadn't. "You are all free to go to sleep now unless you have a question," Geneva told them. "Be here at 7:20 and we will take you to breakfast. Don't be late." "Can't we go later?" Abigail Caro asked. Geneva looked at her younger sister. "No, Abby, we can't. We need you all to learn the way to the Great Hall and receive your schedules. We also need to take you to your first class early so that way Marcus and I can make it on time to our first class. We're already going to miss the end of our lesson in order to take you to your second class. There's no need for us to miss the beginning as well." "Any more questions?" Marcus asked the group of first years. When nobody said anything, Marcus nodded. "Good, we'll see you in the morning." Harrison and his fellow first years trudged down the staircase. The boys said goodnight to the girls at the bottom and the boys went right while the girls went left. They walked all the way down the hall until they came in front of a dark brown wooden door with the words, "Slytherin First Years" written on a silver plaque. Harrison pushed the door open and the first-year Slytherin boys got a look at the room that would be their new home for the next 7 years. There were 7 plush 4-poster beds hung with green, silk curtains. There was a trunk at the foot of each bed, the trunks they had left on the train. Beside each bed were 2 nightstands, one on each side. A long shelf hung above each nightstand. A wardrobe, a desk with a black high-back chair, a bookcase and a dresser were sat to the right of everyone's bed. In the middle of the room sat 2 black leather couches, 4 large chairs, and a dark wooden coffee table. Harrison walked over to the bed with his trunk in front of it. His bed was the one in between Draco and Leo's. Blaze's bed was directly across from Harrison's, Theo's was across from Draco's, Goyle's was across from Leo's, and Crabbe's was next to Goyle's. The boys decided to unpack that night, so Harrison opened his trunk and pulled out all of his books he brought for recreational reading. He organized the books by topic and put them in his bookcase. He had a feather-light book bag which held all of his books, several rolls of parchment, 3 quills and 2 inkwells. He placed that next to his desk and stored the rest of his parchment, quills, and inkwells in his desk. He pulled out all of his clothes and uniforms and stored them in the wardrobe. His normal clothes on one side and his Hogwarts uniforms off to one side. His scarves, gloves, and undergarments went in the dresser. There was a magically expanded drawer on the bottom of the dresser meant for shoes. He pulled out a black leather box and sat it on top of his dresser. The box held watches and other accessories. He pulled out his gobstones, wizard's chess board, and pieces along with the other trinkets he chose to bring. He stored all of those things in his nightstands while several photographs were placed on his shelves. There was a photo of him with his Aunt Bella and Aunt Narcissa in France, one of him and his best friends on a beach in Italy, and one of him with his 3 favorite as a 9-year-old. Astoria Greengrass, Karina Black, and Melody Warrington waved at him from inside the photograph. He had a picture of him and his father that he put on his desk. It was taken that past Christmas Eve at the annual Malfoy Christmas Ball. Harrison was wearing blood-red dress robes while Tom wore green dress robes made of velvet. A few other pictures sat on his dresser. Once everything was unpacked with the exception of his bathroom products, he pulled those out. He carried the bag containing his toiletries and went to the bathroom. It was a large bathroom with a black marble floor and green walls with silver snakes trimming the ceiling. A large silver chandelier hung from the ceiling and torches lined the walls. 7 stalls, which led to showers on the far wall. His uncle told him about those showers. Some Slytherin parents donated money to have them updated years ago. If you tapped your wand on the stall, it will turn into a large tub with many different taps, sort of like the prefect's bathroom. There were 7 separate counter spaces, each with a large mirror and a deep sink. He claimed the one next to Draco. "Are you done unpacking?" Draco asked as the B.O. turned off his sink. "Yeah," Harrison answered as he finished putting away his toiletries. Leo came and claimed the space on the other side of Harrison just as Harrison was leaving. "I'll see you guys in the morning," Harrison told his friends before walking back into their dorm. Harrison pulled on his green silk pajamas and grabbed his two-way mirror before closing the curtains. "Dad," Harrison said as he looked at the mirror. Less than 10 seconds later, Tom's face appeared in the mirror. "Hello, Harrison." "Hi, Dad," Harrison replied before coming up with an idea and internally smirking. Something happened. Tom's expression turned worried. "What's wrong?" "I wasn't sorted into Slytherin," Harrison said quickly while putting on a worried face. Tom's expression turned into one of confusion. "What?" "I was sorted into Hufflepuff," Harrison said, adding shame to his voice. Tom's look of confusion instantly switched to annoyance. "No, you weren't," Harrison smirked. "I know, but you believed for a second that I wasn't in Slytherin." Tom scowled. "How amusing, Harrison." Harrison's smirk widened. "I know." Harrison's father shook his head. "How was your first night?" "It was good," Harrison answered. "But there was this one boy, Ronald Weasley, who called Uncle Lucius, Uncle Rodolphus, and Aunt Bella Death Eaters. I have a feeling I made my first enemy today." "He's a Weasley," Tom said the last name distastefully. "It isn't a loss." He paused before continuing. "Did Dumbledore say anything to you?" "No," Harrison replied. "He did stare at me quite a bit during dinner though." Tom frowned. "That's not pleasant, however it's not to be unexpected." Harrison nodded before he remembered what Marcus told him. Marcus spoke with Severus. "He said that I can try out for Quidditch." Excitement was evident in his voice. "Can you send my broom?" Tom smiled at his son's enthusiasm. "Of course, I wish you luck." "Not that you'll need it, of course." "Can you send it to Marcus?" Harrison asked. "I don't want anyone outside of Slytherin to know that I'm trying out." Tom nodded. "Thank you." "You're welcome," his father told him. Harrison covered up his mouth when he yawned. "You seem tired, I suggest you go to sleep," Tom told him, but it sounded more like an order. "All right, Dad, good night," Harrison said. "Good night, son," Tom said quietly. Harrison gave his father a sleepy smile before he disconnected the mirrors. He opened his curtains and saw that all of the others were asleep. Blaise was laying on top of his covers. He hadn't even bothered to close his curtains. He could hear snores coming from both Crabbe and Goyle's beds. Harrison sat his mirror on his nightstand and reclosed the silver curtains. He yawned once more, then laid his head on his pillow. As Harrison drifted off to sleep, a 10-year-old girl hundreds of miles away woke with a start. She knew that she was a seer, but she also knew that just because she saw something it didn't mean it would come to pass. One small change would change a person's destiny. Turning left instead of right, going to work 5 minutes early, saying yes instead of no, deciding to go for a swim instead of reading a book. Every little choice a person made paved the path to their future. Her dreams showed her one possibility of what could be, the future that would be most likely to come to fruition. What she saw that night made her rethink all of her beliefs. She was only a child, but she had the maturity of someone twice her age. She saw the death of many and the destruction of things that everyone held dear. She saw unexpected betrayals and fierce loyalty between the best of friends. She saw people fall in love and hate fester in the depths of the purest souls. She saw unimaginable sacrifices being made and new lives being created. She saw monumental changes and the biggest war the world has ever seen. The future she saw wasn't always happy, and it certainly wasn't always good, but it was one she wanted to be a part of. She knew that there would be many people who would oppose it, that there would be many deaths and that lives would forever be changed. However, she knew that if the future she saw were to happen, that the world be better off for it, even if not everyone believed so. For sometimes, one had to step into the darkness in order to save the world. In that moment she decided that when it was time, she would seek out the boy from her dream. She would seek out the handsome boy with the emerald green eyes, and she would do whatever it took for the future she saw to come to pass. Harrison woke up the next morning and stretched out his arms. He pulled open his curtains and grabbed the watch off his nightstand. It had just turned 6. He got out of bed and looked around. He had been too intent on talking to his father the night before to notice what his friends and dorm mates had done to their private areas. Theo's space looked to be perfectly neat, not a book or quill out of place. Harrison saw that Blaze's desk was the exact opposite. It looked like he just dumped everything without a care of where it went. He saw that Leo had a pinned-up poster of the Montrose Magpies Quidditch team above one of his nightstands. A box on the shelf underneath it Harrison knew held his solid gold wizard's chess pieces. Draco had a photograph of his parents on his nightstand, and Crabbe and Goyle's areas were just as messy as Blaze's. He walked over to his wardrobe and pulled out his uniform, minus the hat since they only wore it for the opening feast and special occasions. After taking a quick shower and washing his hair with a shampoo that caused too much foam to cover his hands, he went back to his dorm. Theo was sitting on his trunk reading A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Draco and Leo were pulling out their uniforms and Blaze was still asleep. "Is someone going to wake Blaze?" Harrison asked as he secured both of his wands in his 2 holsters. Harrison always kept his first wand on him. He wouldn't use it while at Hogwarts unless he was going to practice dark magic, but his father told him to carry it just in case. His new wand went on his right forearm in a holster. It was invisible once his wand was in it. It cost more than normal holster, but it was worth it. That way no one could see it if he was wearing short sleeves. It also couldn't be summoned, only removed by Harrison willing it to and flicking his wrist. His first wand was secured on his other forearm with the same type of holster. "Don't look at me," Draco said, putting his hands up. "The only way you wake up Blaze is if you have a death wish." Harrison rolled his eyes and walked over to Blaze. He stopped at the foot of his bed and pulled out his wand. "Aguamenti," Harrison chanted with a wave of his wand. A stream of water shot towards the sleeping boy, hitting him directly in the face. Blaze shot up and looked around wildly, causing Leo and Draco to burst into laughter. Upon seeing Harrison smirking, he narrowed his eyes. "Bloody Pratt!" Blaze yelled, his face turning red. "You weren't awake and it's almost 7, Harrison told him, not in the least bit apologetic. "If we aren't in the common room by 7:20, Violet will come looking for us. You know how she gets when she gets annoyed, and none of us want that." Blaze muttered something unintelligible under his breath as he grudgingly got off his bed. He glared at the still laughing Draco and Leo as he walked into the bathroom. "That was brilliant," Draco said in amusement as his laughing subsided. "Only you could get away with spraying a sleeping Blaze in the face with water." Harrison smirked before rolling up his sleeve. "If you come to my classes you'll have to stay in my sleeve." Nani flicked her tongue out. "That's fine." 20 minutes later Harrison and his friends walked into the common room, Crabbe and Goyle lagging behind them. Harrison saw that all of the first-year girls were waiting for them along with Violet and Marcus. "There you boys are," Violet said, walking towards them. "Do you all have your books and supplies?" There were various answers of the affirmative. "Good, it's time for us to go to breakfast. Once you're all done eating and you have your schedules, we'll show you to your first class." Violet and Marcus led them out of the common room past older students flipping through textbooks. He waved at several of his older friends as they left the room and entered the dungeons. Harrison made sure to pay attention to the path they took so he would be able to get back to the common room on his own. They entered the Great Hall and the only people there were the professors and a dozen Ravenclaws. Harrison sat down in the middle of the Slytherin table, Leo and Draco on either side of him. The table was covered in every breakfast food imaginable, from sausage and bacon to fresh-baked cinnamon rolls. He speared a pancake onto his plate and added several spoonfuls of scrambled eggs as well. Harrison watched as Leo and Cass argued about nothing in particular. Blaze glared at Draco, who was telling Violet about the former's unconventional wake-up, and Theo flipped through their charms textbook. Soon more students began to trickle into the great hall and the noise level increased. I wonder when we're going to get our schedules, Pansy said as she pushed her empty plate away. I hope it's soon, Jenna chimed in. I want to see what our first class will be. A few minutes later Snape walked down from the staff table with a stack of schedules. He started at the end of the table and when he reached the first years he gave them their schedules before moving on. Harrison and the other first years all looked down to read their schedules. First year Slytherins, 1991-1992 school year. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. Transfiguration with Ravenclaw. 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Charms with Gryffindor. 12:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. Lunch. 1:30 p.m. 3 p.m. Defense against the Dark Arts with Gryffindor. Tuesdays and Thursdays. 9 a.m.-12 noon Potions with Gryffindor. 12:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. Lunch. 1:30 p.m. 3 p.m. History of Magic with Ravenclaw. 3:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. Herbology with Hufflepuff. Wednesdays nights. Midnight 1 a.m. Astronomy with Ravenclaw. We have 3 classes with the Gryffindors, Blaise groaned. We have potions with them, Draco smirked and elaborated when Blaise stared blankly at him. With Severus for the professor we'll get away with everything. Blaise cheered up at the thought of being able to torture the Gryffindors and get away with it. Honestly Blaise, Cass said before pausing to take a sip of her pumpkin juice. For someone so smart you can be really thick sometimes. Blaise glared at her while Draco covered up a snort with a cough. I for one am glad we have potions and defense with the Gryffindors, Leo joined the conversation. Those are the 2 classes where the most accidents happen, and it would be easy to make non-accidents look like accidents. A cruel gleam entered his eyes that reminded Harrison of Leo's mother. And I'm sure I can find a way for accidents to happen in Charms as well. The rest of breakfast was enjoyable. Harrison spoke with several of his friends from other years. His friend Lucy Bowl, a second-year girl with a short black bob and dark brown eyes told her that McGonagall was a good teacher but Binns would bore him to death. Cladora Rosier, the 13-year-old sister of 7th-year prefect Evan told Harrison that the first lesson of Charms would be theory but it would be fun once they started practicing the actual spells. Cladora looked like a female version of her brother, she had a pretty face that was framed by wavy black hair and ice blue eyes. At 20 till 9 Violet got the attention of the first years. It's time for us to take you to your first class. She stood up. Grab your stuff and follow Marcus and I. They followed Violet out of the Great Hall and down a corridor before walking outside into a courtyard. It was a large outdoor area with a huge tree growing in the center, dark green grass covered the ground, fresh dew noticeable because of the bright morning sun. They walked across the grass and through an archway leading back into the castle. They took an immediate right and Violet gestured towards the first door. This is the Transfiguration classroom, Violet told them. We'll be back to take you to your next lesson. Don't forget to do your best, Marcus reminded them. Pay attention and if possible earn Slytherin as many points as you can. Harrison walked into the Transfiguration classroom followed by the rest of the first-year Slytherins. It was a large room surrounded by high windows and filled with bookshelves. There were multiple rows of 3-person desks. Several cages lined shelves filled with squawking birds and squirming mice. Harrison took a seat in the middle of one of the desks in the front row. I'm surprised the Ravenclaws aren't here yet, Leo said. Harrison didn't say anything in response, instead he stared amusedly at the black and gray cat sitting on McGonagall's desk. The cat stared back for a moment before looking at the other students. That must be McGonagall, Father told me that she was an animagus. The Ravenclaws filed into the classroom with several minutes to spare before class started. Several of them looked annoyed that all of the desks in the front row were filled. Harrison and his friends returned the waves from Terry Boot, Anthony Goldstein, Lisa Turpin, and Sue Lee. He noticed a few of the Ravenclaws giving the Slytherins curious looks after the display of acknowledgement but none of them said anything. Sue Lee was an average-looking Asian girl with a short stature. She had small water-drop-shaped eyes and thin lips. Her straight black hair was held back with a blue headband. Lisa's midnight black hair was pulled into 2 braids, each with a bow tied around the end. Where is she? Draco asked quietly. Harrison smirked and replied in a hushed tone. She's an animagus. Draco looked confused for a second before his eyes lit with recognition and his head snapped to the cat. As if on cue, the cat leapt off the desk and transformed into Professor McGonagall, wearing dark blue robes and a stern expression. Harrison heard gasps from most of the Ravenclaws and Millicent. "That was amazing, Professor," Hermione exclaimed from the seat behind Draco. "How did you do that?" "Will we learn how to do that?" "I am an animagus, Miss Granger," McGonagall explained. "And no, you will not be learning the animagus transformation. It is extremely complex and it isn't something taught at Hogwarts, it's something one must learn on their own if they wish once a person is of age. It's illegal to become one under the age of 17, but enough of that." Her gaze roamed over the students. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone caught fooling around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." Then she changed her desk into a pig and back again. Harrison heard several more gasp and he had to fight the urge to roll his eyes. They're at a school of magic, what did they expect to see? If their expressions were any indication, the other Slytherins with the exception of Crabbe and Goyle felt the same way. McGonagall took roll and then made them copy down notes for half an hour. "I am going to give each of you a match," McGonagall told them as she handed one to Daphne. "I want you to try turning it into a needle. If you need to reread your notes, then do so as many times as necessary. You will attempt to do so for the rest of the lesson. Once you have your match, you may begin. Raise your hand if you require my assistance." Harrison looked down at the match in front of him and with a wave of his wand and a quietly spoken incantation, a perfect needle sat in front of him. It was silver, shiny and very sharp. He had always found transfiguration to be easy, even though most people considered it to be one of the hardest branches of magic. He had been taught to not only speak the proper incantation and wave his wand the correct way, but to visualize what to happen. If he wanted to change a match into a needle, he would picture the match in his head turning silver and sharp. Magic was based more on emotion than words, which is why witches and wizards could perform silent spells. His father told him that it all came down to intent. McGonagall had been talking to Tracy and saw Harrison's transfiguration from the corner of her eye. She quickly walked over and picked up his perfect needle and poked her finger with it. "That's a perfect needle, Mr. Riddle," McGonagall said with a small smile. 10 points to Slytherin. She sat the needle down. "Can you transfigure it back?" "Yes, Professor," Harrison told her as he waved his wand and quietly spoke the reversal. "Impressive, Mr. Riddle. Take another 10 points for Slytherin House," McGonagall praised. "I've never had a student transfigure the match on their first try. It usually takes students hours of practice. You can begin the homework, it's written on the board." Harrison gave the professor a small smile and pulled out his transfiguration book. He was officially on McGonagall's good side, something that would help him immensely. "Show off," Draco muttered, but with no malice. Harrison shot his best friend a smirk. "You're one to talk." By the end of the lesson, Draco, Leo, Blaise, Cass, Daphne, and Tracy had all successfully transfigured their match into perfect needles. The only Ravenclaw to successfully transfigure theirs was Terry. However, Hermione's did become silver. After transfiguration, Violet met them at the door. They walked back inside the castle, down a long wide corridor and up a flight of stairs. They reached another flight of stairs that moved as soon as they stood on it, causing them to have to go the long way. They finally made it to the 3rd floor and Violet showed them the door leading to Charms. They thanked Violet and walked into the classroom. It was long and rectangular. A large floor-to-ceiling window took the space of an entire wall, making the room extremely bright. There were 3 rows of raised desks so that you'd look down on the teacher. Blaise wanted to sit at the top, so they walked up the little stairs to the top row of desks. Harrison sat in the empty seat next to Leo and pulled out his Charms book. "Oh look," Leo sneered. "It's the Gryffindors." Harrison turned to the door and saw the first-year Gryffindors walking in. Ron, Dean and Seamus were complaining loudly about their first class. Apparently none of them liked history of magic. Unfortunately, Ron took the seat in front of him with his 2 friends on either side. Neither Leo or Blaise looked happy with the seating arrangement. Before anyone could say anything, the small Charms professor walked in with a cheery smile on his face. "Good morning, class. I am Professor Flitwick, your Charms professor," Flitwick said in a squeaky voice. Flitwick spent 5 minutes explaining some of the things they'd be learning over the course of the school year. Harrison pretended to be interested in what he was saying. I'm going to ask several questions just to see what you all know, Flitwick announced. If you know the answer, raise your hand. If you don't know it, don't feel bad. He looked around at everyone before asking the first question. What does the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa, do? All of the Slytherins except Crabbe and Goyle raised their hands. Mr. Riddle. Flitwick pointed to him. It's a levitating charm, sir, Harrison answered promptly. Flitwick smiled. Very good, Mr. Riddle, 5 points to Slytherin. Ron turned around and glared at him. Harrison raised an eyebrow in response. Does anyone know the incantation for lighting the tip of one's wand? Flitwick questioned. Once again all of the Slytherins with the 2 exceptions raised their hands. Flitwick called on Leo, who replied, Lumos. Correct, Mr. Lestrange, 5 points to Slytherin, Flitwick said. Now we will begin today's lesson, the proper way to hold a wand for casting charms. The rest of the lesson dragged on as Flitwick walked by every student correcting their wand grips. Harrison didn't really see the point in it since there wasn't really a right or wrong way to hold a wand, only the suggested way. Once the lesson was over, Marcus met them at the door and led them down to the Great Hall for lunch. How did you like charms? Marcus inquired. We didn't do anything, Jenna told him. He asked a few questions then showed us how to hold a wand. That sounds about right, that's all he did with us during my first year, Marcus said. I'm sure you'll find it fun once you begin to have practical lessons. Upon entering the Great Hall, Harrison saw a couple dozen other students already eating. He sat down across from Odette and Ophelia Warrington, who were piling salad onto their plates. Did you enjoy your lessons? Odette asked curiously. They were okay, Harrison said with an almost unnoticeable shrug. I didn't learn anything I didn't already know. It had to be better than history of magic, Odette grimaced. Binns is just as awful as he was last year. That's one class I'm not looking forward to, Blaze joined the conversation. No one does, Ophelia replied. Most people either take a nap or work on homework for other classes. They really should hire another teacher, Odette added. Preferably one who's still alive, Anastasia Zabini deadpanned as she sat down next to her brother. Evan Rosier III sat down across from Anastasia with a scowl on his face. What's wrong? Anastasia asked the 7th-year prefect. Sprout assigned us a 3-feet essay that's due on Wednesday, Evan complained as he roughly grabbed a roll. Well, it is your new year, Anastasia reminded him. Don't remind me, Evan muttered. Ignore him, Anastasia told the first years. He hates homework. Well, not everyone can be a genius like you, Evan said with mock flattery. Anastasia glared at Evan with such ferocity that Snape would be proud. Leave her alone, Evan, Violet said, joining her best friend in glaring. How you ever became a prefect with your lack of work ethic astounds me. Evan put a hand over his heart. You wound me, V. Violet's eyes turned cold, it was like looking into shards of ice. Don't call me V. She turned to the first years and her eyes softened. Don't ever follow Evan's example, he waits until the last moment to do his work. It's not my fault that I have better things to do than essays about obscure plants no one, but Professor Sprout cares about, Evan complained. If you don't like herbology you shouldn't have taken it, Violet said, exasperated. Harrison hid his amusement as he watched Violet and Evan bicker. He knew that Evan only cared about girls, Quidditch, alcohol, and even more girls. He'd overheard Evan's father, Evan Rosier Jr., tell his dad that his son would be in for a rude awakening when it was time for him to work for the family business. And Violet was obsessed with perfection, the perfect hair, the perfect body, the perfect grades, and the perfect image. The two of them had always gone at it for as long as Harrison could remember. Anastasia always said that one day they would both get over themselves and get together, but until then Harrison enjoyed watching them bicker. Once all of the first years were finished with their lunch, Marcus led them outside to the same courtyard they were in earlier. They walked back inside and Marcus opened the door across from the Transfiguration room. Normally Defense Against the Dark Arts is in a classroom on the 3rd floor, Marcus explained. However, since the 3rd floor corridor is out of bounds, this is the temporary classroom. Harrison walked into the classroom. It was almost as bright as the Charms classroom and it had 4 large stone pillars. There was a pedestal in the middle. Harrison assumed that's where the professor would stand. The desks were large enough for 2 people. Harrison sat down and Daphne took the seat next to him. I wonder what Professor Quirrell will be like. Daphne asked. Hopefully decent, Harrison replied. I know he's a decent wizard, or at least that's what Aunt Bella told me. If Aunt Bella says so then it must be true, Daphne said in mock seriousness. Harrison gave Daphne an amused look as the Gryffindor walked into the classroom. He saw that Ron was glaring daggers at Draco and Leo, the former was glaring back while the latter seemed unconcerned. I don't like that boy, Daphne murmured. Harrison didn't respond because at that moment Quirrell walked into the room. A large green iguana was draped over his shoulder. Harrison and Daphne exchanged amused looks. How cute, Daphne quietly giggled. Harrison shot her another amused look before looking back at Quirrell. He had been wondering why Quirrell was here at Hogwarts. He knew the man was a low-ranking Death Eater, so he didn't think his father would trust him with something important. Harrison had asked his father what Quirrell was doing teaching at Hogwarts, but to Harrison's frustration he didn't tell him. All he said was that it was of significance, which contradicted the fact that he wouldn't trust him with anything important. That confused Harrison, something which rarely happened, and it annoyed him to no end. Harrison was pulled from his thoughts when the professor called his name. Here, Harrison said. Quirrell spent almost the entire lesson explaining what they would be doing that year. He asked a few questions and the Slytherins earned 30 points for their house. Harrison found it hilarious that every time one of the Slytherins would answer a question Ron's ears would turn just a little bit redder. Your first day of classes is officially over, Marcus said once they exited the defense classroom. You still have 3 hours until dinner and you're all free to do whatever you want. However, I would recommend finishing your homework. Violet and I will be in the common room at 10 till 6 to escort you to the Great Hall. Do any of you have any question before we go to our next class? Violet asked as she adjusted the large ancient runes book she was holding. Where's the library? Theo unsurprisingly asked. Violet gave him a knowing smile. Why don't all of you follow me? If I show you where the library is now I won't have to later. Violet led them down the corridor that was packed with students and through several doors. They walked up flights of stairs and past dozens of tapestries until they reached the 3rd floor. Violet stopped in front of large wooden double doors and Marcus pushed them open. The scent of old books and parchment assaulted Harrison's nose. The library was huge, it appeared to be almost twice the size of the Great Hall. There were rows of books and the walls were covered in them from floor to ceiling. Tables with chairs littered the room and large antique chandeliers gave the room light. He saw a door on the far right wall with the words "Restricted Section" on a gold plaque. A tall thin woman who looked like a vulture eyed them with her beady eyes as they walked inside. That's Madame Pants, Violet said in a hushed tone. Don't talk too loud or she'll kick you out. And whatever you do be gentle with the books, Marcus warned. That woman is like a lioness and the books are her cubs. Daphne and Tracy giggled, causing Madame Pants to send them a sharp look which just increased their amusement. Harrison rubbed Daphne's back to get her to calm down and Draco did the same to Tracy. We'll leave you to do whatever you want, Violet told them. We'll see you in the common room. Violet and Marcus left, leaving the first years behind. Harrison looked around and saw that a group of older Ravenclaws were staring at them. He gestured for his friends to follow him and he led them to a table that was just big enough to seat 10. While the other 4 Slytherin first years went to a different table. I already finished the essay for Transfiguration, Harrison told his friends. Great, that means you can help me, Daphne said with a playful wink. That's right, Harrison said as though just remembering something. U.S.K. at Transfiguration. Daphne swat him playfully on the arm. I'm amazing at Transfiguration, thank you very much. Harrison put on a mock confused face. But, you just said you needed help. Tracy broke into a fit of laughter at the look on Daphne's face. Play nice, Pansy teased. We can work on the charms homework, Draco suggested. It's only a foot-long essay. That one will be easy, Tracy said. All we have to do is summarize the first chapter. You all read it, didn't you? There were murmurs and nods of agreement. Good, we can get that one out of the way first. They all pulled out their charms books and opened them to the first chapter. Half an hour later, Harrison folded up a piece of parchment and closed his book. You're finished already? Pansy asked, peering at him from over her book. Yeah, Harrison answered as he pulled out his defense book. Theo was the next one to finish and he joined Harrison in doing the essay Quirrell assigned. Harrison and his friends made it back to their common room at the same time Violet and Marcus did. The two fifth-year prefects' arms were laden with books, and Marcus looked agitated. Have you all been in the library this whole time? Violet asked as she sat her books down on the nearest table. We wanted to finish all of our homework, Theo gave for an answer. That's good, Violet said. The more time that goes by the more homework you'll get and you don't want to fall behind. We're going to go put our books away, then we'll escort you to the Great Hall, Marcus told them. 20 minutes later Harrison and his friends walked into the noisy Great Hall. He noticed that most of the noise was coming from the Gryffindor table. By Leo's sneer he guessed that the Lestrange heir had noticed it as well. Do Gryffindors even know how to be quiet? Leo demanded. No, Marcus answered coming up from behind them. They're always like that. Lovely, Cass said dryly. Just ignore them, Violet advised. It's what I do. Harrison sat in the middle of the table and as soon as he was seated Pansy began piling vegetables onto his, Blaze's, Draco's and Leo's plates. What are you doing? Harrison asked slowly. You four need to eat healthy, Pansy replied as she added peas to Leo's plate. And at the feast last night all you ate was meat, potatoes, and dessert. Blaze made a face. You can't tell us what to eat. Pansy glared at him so fiercely a snake would recoil. If you don't eat it, I'll tell your sister. You wouldn't, Blaze said as he looked around to make sure Anastasia wasn't around. Pansy smiled like a hyena that had cornered her prey. Try me. Fine, Blaze half snarled, half whined. I'll eat the blasted vegetables. Pansy wore a triumphant look as she began eating her own meal. Harrison tried not to let his amusement show as he ate the carrots on his plate to appease his friend. Even though she was only 11, Pansy had always taken on the role of the motherly one. Whenever it was cold out she would remind them to bring cloaks and she would tell them to go to bed when it became late. Harrison wasn't one to let anyone that wasn't his father order him around, but he knew she meant well so he just went with it. He found it more amusing than anything else because it always annoyed Blaze. Wait, Blaze said when his spoon was halfway to his mouth. You didn't put any vegetables on Theo's plate. She didn't put any on my plate because, unlike the four of you, I know how to eat a balanced meal. Theo stated. He turned the page on the advanced charms book he checked out of the library without looking up. I know how to eat a balanced meal, Leo interjected looking insulted. Cass rolled her eyes. Only when the house elves serve you. The house elves always serve me, Leo told her. Not here they don't, Cass reminded him. And you know Mum would have a fit if she knew all you ate was junk. Her eyes flickered to Harrison. Your father wouldn't be happy either, and I know Aunt Narcissa would have a fit if her precious dragon didn't eat his veggies. Draco flushed. Don't bring me into this. Cass sniffed. I was just proving a point, cousin. Well, prove it without me, Draco told her. The subject soon moved on to other topics and Harrison broke off a small piece of ham for Nani. Thank you. Nani hissed as she swallowed her dinner. You're welcome. Harrison hissed back quietly so only his familiar, Leo and Blaze, could hear him. Neither of the boys reacted to the parseltongue as to not draw attention to it. After dinner Harrison and his friends got comfortable in the common room. Harrison sat in between Daphne and Cass on a large black leather couch in front of one of the fireplaces. Flames flickered casting an odd glow over their faces. Hello little firsties, a tall broad-shouldered boy with dark spiky hair said. Hey Abraham, Harrison replied. Firsties. Tracy raised an eyebrow. Very mature. Abraham Montague, fifth-year Slytherin smirked as he took the seat opposite Harrison. So, Marcus tells me you're trying out for the team. Yeah, Harrison answered. Brilliant, Abraham grinned. Those Gryffindors won't stand a chance with you playing. He hasn't made the team yet, a tall dark-haired boy joined the conversation. Shut up Alexander, Abraham retorted causing the boy to chuckle. I was just messing with him, Alexander Dolahov said. Harrison knows that. Of course I do, Harrison rolled his eyes at the younger brother of the sixth-year male prefect. So have any of you had any trouble with the Gryffindors yet? Abraham asked. Only with Weasley, Draco sneered as he said the name. Ah, Alexander gave them a knowing look. If he's anything like his brother I feel for you. Which one? Blaze asked. There's a million of them. Abraham gave a deep chuckle. The one in our year, Percy. He's the world's biggest prat, Alexander elaborated. He thinks he's Merlin's gift to wizard kind because he's a prefect. So all of the Weasleys are idiots. Draco surmised. I'm not surprised. Father did always tell me that the Weasley family were the worst sort of wizards. Some families need to be obliterated, Cass gave her opinion. When your father takes over, I hope he kills them all. His eyes took on a faraway look. Slowly. You spend too much time with Aunt Bella, Jenna told her seriously. Harrison snorted as Cass turned to glare at Jenna. The next morning Harrison's eyes scanned the front page of the Daily Prophet. There was a large picture of 3 goblins standing in front of a vault. None of them looked happy to have their picture taken. Not that goblins ever did look happy. Gringotts Break-In latest. By John Rivers. Investigations continue into the break-in at Gringotts on the 31st of July, widely believed to be the work of dark wizards or witches unknown. Gringotts goblins today insisted that nothing had been taken. The vault that was searched had in fact been emptied the same day. But we're not telling you what was in there, so keep your noses out if you know what's good for you, said a Gringotts spokes-goblin this afternoon. Harrison sat back as he pondered who would actually be foolish enough to break into Gringotts. Everyone knows that goblins are fierce creatures who would kill a thief on sight. You'd have to have a death wish in order to break into the wizarding bank or be extremely powerful. Harrison froze as his mind flashed back to July 31st. It was his 11th birthday and his father had been absent until lunch. Harrison had been surprised because his father always wished him a happy birthday at breakfast, but he hadn't been there. Instead, his godparents, Aunt Bella, Uncle Rodolphus, Cass, Leo, and Draco were there. His uncle had told him that his father had important business. Surely his important business wasn't to break into one of the most secure buildings in Britain. But maybe, just maybe, if something he needed was there, he would attempt it. If anyone could break into Gringotts and get away with it, it was his father. But what could possibly be so valuable? His mind instantly went to the third-floor corridor, the out-of-bounds third-floor corridor. He closed his eyes briefly and internally cursed his stupidity. Whatever his father wants is in the third-floor corridor, and that's why Quirrell is here. What could be so valuable? Why would Dumbledore keep something that the Dark Lord wants in a school? And why in Merlin's name would he send Quirrell of all people to retrieve it? Harrison, a voice pulled him from his thoughts. Are you okay? Daphne asked worriedly. I'm fine, Daph, Harrison said in a reassuring voice. Well then come on, Daphne said. Violet and Marcus are taking us to potions. Harrison gathered up his things and followed the 2 fifth-year prefects out of the Great Hall and down into the dungeons. They stopped outside a large door and Blaise pushed it open. It was a large square room with a dark stone floor. It was darker than any room Harrison had been in so far and much cooler. There were jars all around the room filled with pickled animals and strange-looking liquids. This room is kind of creepy, Tracy said, making a face. It's Severus, Blaise reminded her. Of course it's creepy. Harrison agreed with Tracy. He may be the son of the Dark Lord, but even he found the room creepy. However, he was used to Snape's private potions lab at the manor, which was worse, so it didn't bother him. While Harrison was pulling out his potion supplies, the Gryffindors walked into the room. He saw the 2 female Gryffindors turn slightly green at the sight of the jars. A minute later Snape came walking in, his black cloak billowing behind him. I swear he uses a charm to get that effect, Daphne whispered. Severus and Dumbledore both, Harrison murmured. There's no way the twinkle in his eyes is natural. Daphne covered her mouth with her hand as giggles escaped her lips. Several of the Gryffindors turned to stare at her, but Snape didn't say anything. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, Snape began in a quiet, silky voice, but everyone still caught every word. As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. That was a good speech until the dunderhead part, Blaise said under his breath. Harrison looked at the Gryffindors. They all wore varying expressions. A girl with light brown curly hair and an Indian girl exchanged uneasy looks. He remembered after a moment that their names were Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil. Ron didn't appear to be paying attention while Seamus and Dean shifted uncomfortably. Neville looked fearful and Harrison could have sworn he saw the boy shaking. How in Merlin's name did he get into Gryffindor? Harrison saw Leo looking at Neville with distaste. Pathetic excuse for a pureblood, he said quietly. Weasley. Snape snapped. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Ron looked startled that the professor asked him a question before a look of confusion took over his features. I don't know, admitted Ron. Snape's lips curled into a sneer. Tut tut. Let's try again, shall we? Weasley, where would you look if I told you to find me a bazaar? Ron looked even more confused than before and his ears were beginning to turn red. Harrison could feel Leo shaking with suppressed laughter and he could see amusement dancing in Snape's black eyes. Harrison personally found it amusing. After what he said on the night of the sorting, he deserved to be embarrassed. I don't know, Ron said, looking both embarrassed and annoyed. Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, Weasley. Ron was now so red he resembled a tomato. Dean and Seamus were shooting him sympathetic looks. What is the difference, Weasley, between monkshood and wolfsbane? I don't know, Ron ground out through gritted teeth. Tut tut. Snape then turned towards Harrison. Mr. Riddle, would you care to answer my questions? Yes sir, Harrison smiled. Asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death. A bazaar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat and it will save you from most poisons. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, that was a trick question. They are the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite. All of the Slytherins, sans Harrison, were now smirking at the Gryffindors. That is correct, Mr. Riddle, Snape gave an approving nod. 15 points to Slytherin. Ron turned to glare at Harrison, who just gave Ron a charming smile back before refocusing his attention on Snape. Well, why isn't everybody writing that down? Snape snapped, and there was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Over the noise, Snape added, and 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor House for you failing to be prepared, Weasley. Ron looked to Harrison as though he wanted to make a rude remark back, but he saw Seamus kick Ron under the table, causing Ron to scowl but stay silent. Harrison could tell all of his friends wanted to burst into laughter at the look on the redhead's face. Even Theo looked amused. Things didn't improve for the Gryffindors as the potions lesson continued. Snape put them all into pairs and set them to mixing up a simple potion to cure boils. He swept around in his long black cloak, watching them weigh dried nettles and crush snake fangs, criticizing the Gryffindors and complimenting the Slytherins. Every time he would pass by Neville, the boy would begin shaking and sweat would form on his forehead. He was just telling everyone to look at the perfect way Theo had stewed his horned slugs when clouds of acid green smoke and a loud hissing filled the dungeon. Neville had somehow managed to melt Seamus' cauldron into a twisted blob, and their potion was sweeping across the stone floor, burning holes in people's shoes. Within seconds the whole class was standing on their stools while Neville, who had been drenched in the potion when the cauldron collapsed, Ned in pain as angry red boils sprang up all over his arms and legs. Idiot boy, snarled Snape, clearing the spilled potion away with one wave of his wand. I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire. Neville whimpered as boils started to pop up all over his nose. Someone take him to the hospital wing, Snape snapped. I want him out of my sight. I'll take him, Professor, Harrison said politely. All of the Slytherins looked at him like he had grown a second head, and the Gryffindors were shooting him suspicious looks. Harrison gave his friends a significant look and they all got the message. He was going to use this opportunity to try befriending the boy. Very well, Snape said. 5 points to Slytherin for helping a fellow student. Ron's suspicious look morphed into one of anger and Harrison saw his hands ball into fists. Harrison felt like sighing. He was way too easy to make angry. Harrison gently grabbed Neville's arm and began to lead him out of the potions classroom. On the way out he heard Snape yell. You, Weasley, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you? That's another 5 points you've lost for Gryffindor. Internally Harrison was grinning like the cat that caught the canary, but he didn't let it show. After a few moments of silence, Harrison decided to talk first. You'll be all right, the healer will be able to fix you up quick. Neville, who was still whimpering in pain, looked at Harrison, giving him an odd thoughtful look. Why are you helping me? I mean, you're a Slytherin. He trailed off, looking at Harrison for an answer. Harrison raised an eyebrow and morphed his features to look insulted. Just because I'm a Slytherin doesn't mean I'm evil. I have no problem talking to students in the other houses, in fact I have many friends in Ravenclaw. Neville looked at him in surprise. Really? I thought you'd be like the rest, hexing people just for walking down the corridor. Harrison had to stop himself from rolling his eyes. No, that's not my style. If you don't give me a reason to hate you, then I won't. He paused for a moment to decide what would be the best for him to say. However, that doesn't mean the others won't. There are some Slytherins who only associate with Slytherins, however, I'm not one of them. He paused. Don't let the Slytherins that are mean get you down, you're a Gryffindor, show them that you can stand up for yourself. Neville frowned and gave Harrison a sidelong glance. You aren't just saying that so that you can bully me later. Harrison sighed. Look Neville, I'm trying to be nice here because you seem like a nice guy. I noticed that you don't talk to the other boys in your house, why is that? Neville blushed. They don't like me much, they think I'm almost a squib. They laughed at me in Transfiguration for not being able to transfigure the match. Harrison rolled his eyes. That's ridiculous, you can't come to Hogwarts unless you have magic. And I've seen Ron in class, if anyone is almost a squib it's him. And in regards to Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall told me that most people don't get it in the first lesson. He chose his next words carefully. Don't listen to them Neville, with practice you'll be a great wizard. I'll tell you what, during the next potions lesson I'll be your partner. I'll walk you through the entire potion. Neville looked hopeful at his words, the look made Harrison feel slightly uncomfortable. Really? Harrison forced himself to smile. Really? They reached the infirmary and Harrison helped Neville over to a bed while the healer came bustling over. She was an older woman with own hair flecked with gray and quite a few wrinkles. I'm Madame Pomfrey, what's happened here? Potions accident, Harrison answered for Neville. It was supposed to be a potion to cure boils, but... He tried off gesturing to the boils covering Neville. Madame Pomfrey tisked. I see, thank you for bringing him Mr. She trailed off giving Harrison a questioning look. Harrison riddle, Harrison replied giving her a charming smile. Yes, thank you again, you can get back to class, he will be fine soon. Pomfrey said before walking towards a cupboard. Thank you, Neville muttered quietly. Of course, Harrison told him. Good luck in your next class. Let me get this straight, Draco said setting down his fork. You told Longbottom that you'd partner with him in potions. You saw what he did today, have you gone mental? Maybe we should take him to the nurse, Blaise suggested seriously. Harrison rolled his eyes. I haven't gone mental, you all know why I'm doing it. Father wants me to befriend as many people as I can, and yes that includes Gryffindors. Draco shut his mouth. And besides I can do worse than Neville, he comes from a wealthy pure blood family. He's practically a squib, Pansy pointed out. I don't think so, Harrison said. I can feel a lot of power coming off of him. Off of Longbottom? Leo asked for clarification. Harrison ran a finger down his nose. Yes Leo, from Neville. You know I can sense magic in people's power, when I'm near him, I can sense a great deal of power. He just seems so nervous all the time, I think if I can get him to relax he can reach his true potential. Are you sure you want to do that? Theo asked hesitantly. What if he becomes a powerful wizard and he chooses not to side with us? Then all you would have done was created a powerful enemy. I mean, his parents are known for being powerful Aurors. What if all that happens if you create the next powerful Auror? Harrison glanced at the Gryffindor table where Neville was eating alone. I have a feeling that he won't be an Auror. A feeling? Draco said incredulously. What are you now, a seer? Harrison gave Draco a look showing him that his sarcasm wasn't appreciated. No, but my feelings tend to be right and I have a good feeling about Neville. Great, Blaise rolled his eyes. Next you'll be telling us that you want to befriend the bushy-haired mudblood. Harrison stared at Blaise with a blank expression and Blaise's eyes went wide. You've got to be kidding me. Blaise hissed. You want to befriend her? Why her of all people? Look at her, Harrison said as he looked at Hermione. The girl was seated by herself reading a book. She has no friends, I have yet to see her with anyone. She isn't loyal to anyone and who better to make her loyal to than me. I don't want to befriend a mudblood, Draco said bitterly. Well you don't have a choice, Harrison said with a note of finality. You know what my father said. His eyes narrowed. Or do you want to be the one to tell him we didn't recruit as many people as we could because you didn't want to associate with mudbloods? I'm sure he'll love that, make sure you tell me what happens. He added as an afterthought. That is if you're still alive by the end of it. Harrison had always liked telling people what to do, he had always loved the feeling of power when giving a command. He loved being a child with the ability to control the actions of adults. However, he didn't like controlling his best friends, but he knew that if he didn't order them befriend Hermione they wouldn't. He watched as Draco paled and stiffly nodded. Fine, Draco said so quietly Harrison barely heard him. And before you get any ideas, no calling her a mudblood to her face, Harrison said. When it's just Slytherins call her what you want, but don't call her a mudblood in front of her or Neville. I don't think Neville will agree with the use of the word, at least until he's firmly on our side. Draco nodded stiffly and everyone went back to their lunch. Once everyone was done eating, Violet and Marcus led the first years to the History of Magic classroom on the first floor. The classroom was smaller than any one Harrison had been in so far, there were large windows that were open. He could hear birds chirping and the smell of grass filled his nostrils. Harrison had always found history to be fascinating, however, from what he had been told about the class he wasn't expecting much. When class began, a ghost floated through the wall and introduced himself as Professor Binns. Harrison had heard stories about him. He had been very old indeed when he had fallen asleep in front of the staff room fire and got up the next morning to teach, leaving his body behind him. He spoke in a boring drone and got Emmerich the Evil and Uric the Oddball mixed up. None of the Slytherins bothered to take notes. In fact, Crabbe and Goyle had fallen asleep within the first 10 minutes. The Ravenclaws took notes, but every single one of them looked bored with the exception of Hermione. She was writing at a speed Harrison didn't know was possible and she was listening intently. Once the clock struck 3, everyone quickly packed up their stuff in an effort to get out of the classroom as quickly as possible. Harrison waved his friends off by telling them he'd meet them outside of the room. He walked up to Hermione, who was rolling up a piece of parchment. "Hello, Hermione," Harrison said politely. Hermione looked up startled. "Harrison," she bit her lip. "Did you need something? I wanted to see how you were so far. I know you're new to the magical world," Harrison explained with a charming smile. "And it can sometimes be hard at first for those new to the whole magic thing." "Oh, I'm okay," Hermione told him as she gathered up her quills and ink. "There's a lot to learn. I've found some amazing books in the library." "Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things to read," Harrison said. "I saw that you almost got the transfiguration of turning a match into a needle." Hermione sighed. "It didn't turn into a sharp needle like yours." She sounded extremely disappointed. He internally smirked. He could work with that. "Would you like to partner in transfiguration tomorrow?" Harrison asked. "I can help you." Hermione looked shocked, but the shock was quickly replaced by suspicion. "Why would you want to help me? How do I know this isn't just some joke?" "I wouldn't do that to you, Hermione," Harrison said in an assuring tone. "Why would you think that?" Hermione frowned as though recalling something unpleasant. "Ron Weasley always makes fun of me in the classes I share with Gryffindor." She looked down. "He called me a know-it-all." Harrison forced himself to frown. "That's not very nice. There's nothing wrong with being intelligent. He's just jealous that you know more than him even though he's a pureblood and you're not." Hermione wore the same hopeful look Neville had given Harrison. On her it caused him to be even more uncomfortable. "Do you really think so?" "Yeah," Harrison replied. Hermione slowly nodded and stood just a little bit straighter. "I'd love to be your partner in transfiguration." Harrison grinned, showing off perfect teeth. "Brilliant. I have to go now, if I'm not out there soon, Violet," he elaborated when she looked confused. "Our 5th-year prefect and an old friend of mine will come in here. Believe me when I say you don't want that to happen." "Okay," Hermione smiled slightly. "I guess I'll see you tomorrow then." Harrison left the classroom after shooting her one last grin. Daphne grabbed Harrison's arm as soon as he stepped out of the classroom. "How did it go?" Daphne asked quietly. Harrison smirked. "I offered to be her partner tomorrow in transfiguration and she accepted." He looked at Draco, who was scowling, but the B.O. didn't say anything. Violet and Marcus led the first years out of the castle and down a slope that led to the greenhouses. The sun was shining bright, but there was a fierce wind causing the first years to feel a slight chill. They entered the greenhouse and saw that the Hufflepuffs were already seated. There were large square tables that seated 4. Harrison saw a table with 2 girls and decided to join them. "Hi," Harrison said as he sat down. Leo took the second empty seat. The two girls looked up and shock flickered in their eyes. The first girl had long red hair and a pale face, she had red lips and kind eyes. She was pretty and Harrison could tell she'd be very attractive when she started to hit puberty. The girl next to her had a round face and her own hair was in pigtails. "Hello," the redhead greeted. "I'm Susan Bones." "Harrison Riddle," he replied. "It's a pleasure to meet you." "I'm Hannah Abbott," the own said quietly. When Leo introduced himself, Susan looked slightly uncomfortable, but she gave him a polite smile. "Are you enjoying Hogwarts so far?" Harrison inquired, doing his best to seem genuinely interested. "It's amazing," Susan said with a smile that lit up her light blue eyes. "I love charms, Professor Flitwick is amazing." Harrison turned to Hannah and gave her an impish grin and rose a questioning eyebrow. Hannah's cheeks tinged pink. "I like charms as well, but I'm not as good as Susan." "Don't sell yourself short," Harrison supplied with a wink. Hannah's cheeks went from pink to flaming red and Harrison was internally grinning like the Mad Hatter. He gave Leo a sidelong glance and he could see the amusement in his eyes. The door opened and Harrison turned to see a dumpy witch with flyaway gray hair walk inside. There was dirt on the front of her green robes and underneath her short fingernails. "Good morning, first years," the kind-looking woman said. "I'm Professor Sprout and I will be your herbology instructor for the next 5 to 7 years. This year we will learn how to take care of and identify your basic magical plants." An hour and a half later Harrison and the rest of the Slytherin first years walked up to the castle with the Hufflepuffs. Upon entering the castle Harrison turned to the Hufflepuffs. "Enjoy the rest of your day, ladies," Harrison said with an over-the-top bow. Susan and Hannah giggled while 3 Hufflepuff boys glared at Harrison. The first was a pompous-looking boy with dark hair. Harrison recalled that his name was Ernie Macmillan. The second boy was named Justin Finch Fletchley. His brown eyes were filled with distrust as he looked at the Slytherins. A tall slim own boy with an upturned nose was standing slightly behind the other 2 boys but looked equally annoyed. Zacharias Smith was his name, Harrison recalled from when roll was being taken. "Bye Harrison," Susan and Hannah said in unison as they walked in the direction Harrison assumed was the Hufflepuff common room. "You made new friends, I see," Theo said. "Yeah, Susan Bones would be a good ally," Harrison replied. "You do know her Aunt Amelia Bones, correct?" Theo asked hesitantly. "Yes," Harrison shrugged almost unnoticeably. "But there's always a chance she might join us." Before anyone could comment further an unwelcome voice called out. "Why did you help Longbottom?" Ron demanded, coming up with Seamus and Dean. Harrison stopped walking and spun around. "Excuse me. You heard me," Ron snapped. "Why did you help Longbottom? What are you playing at?" "Playing at?" Harrison repeated. "I'm not playing at anything, Ronald. Neville was injured during a potions lesson and I helped him to the infirmary." "I know you're up to something," Ron snarled, looking between the first-year Slytherins. "You're all trying to do something and I'm going to figure out what it is." Blaze snorted. "Do you really think we have some nefarious plot involving Longbottom? Are you delusional? Maybe you should go to the school nurse," Cass suggested with mock concern. "While you're there she can try to figure out where your brain went." "That's not possible considering he never had one," Draco said dryly. Ron's face turned red and Seamus and Dean glared. Harrison had to suppress a snort. He'd seen 5-year-olds that looked more frightening. "Shut up," Ron yelled. Draco slow clapped. "Good comeback. Very witty," Leo said mockingly. Ron's face turned even more red and his hands balled into fists. "Is the little Gryffindor getting angry?" Cass asked in a baby voice. Harrison was surprised how much she sounded like Bellatrix when she used that voice. Ron pulled out his wand. Harrison, noticing the movement, pulled his out as well. "Expelliarmus!" Harrison yelled before Ron could even open his mouth. Ron's wand went flying into the air and into Harrison's outstretched hand. The 3 Gryffindors looked shocked while the Slytherins wore looks varying from amusement to triumph. "Resorting to physical violence?" Harrison asked in mock disappointment. "Gryffindors really are much too rash." He took several steps until he was 3 feet from Ron. "If I were you I wouldn't pull your wand on those who know more magic than you can ever dream of knowing." "Are you threatening me?" Ron demanded as his blue eyes blazed with anger. Harrison laughed quietly. It was a creepy laugh that caused the hair on the back of the Gryffindors' necks to stand up. "No." He thrust Ron's wand into his chest. "Believe me, when I'm threatening you, you'll know." He turned around and walked back to his smirking friends. He turned his head. Next time you pull your wand on me, I'll use more than a disarming spell. He smirked. That was a threat. Harrison and his friends left the 3 fuming Gryffindors and made their way back to the dungeons. Once they were in their common room, Blaise burst into laughter. That was hilarious, Blaise choked out. Did you see their faces when you disarmed him? I thought they were going to go into shock. They're pathetic, Cass chimed in. I doubt Weasley could have done anything besides send sparks at you. He probably thought Harrison would be scared at the sight of his wand, Theo pointed out. Harrison rolled his eyes. It takes more than Ronald Weasley to scare me. I've been dueling for years, I could beat him with one hand tied behind my back while wearing a blindfold. I have the feeling he'll be watching us closely, Theo mused. The way he looked at us, I think he really believes we're evil. But we aren't, we're dark, Blaise said. That wasn't my point, Theo sighed. We're going to have to watch what we say around him. His family is close to Dumbledore, I wouldn't be surprised if he reports everything we do and say to him. Especially since Dumbledore knows who your dad is. You don't think Dumbledore told Weasley? Blaise asked, shocked. No, Theo shook his head. But it would be foolish of Dumbledore to not be trying to find out everything about Harrison as he could. What does Aunt Bella always tell us? Don't kill the prisoners too quickly, Blaise answered. Theo gave Blaise an exasperated look. No. He looked up at the ceiling as though asking for patience. Know thy enemy. To Dumbledore, Harrison is the enemy, at least right now. At the moment he's probably learning everything he can about Harrison. And if my guess is correct, he's going to try using Harrison against the Dark Lord. By either making Harrison spy for him or to turn him completely against his father. Blaise snorted. Harrison would never do either of those things. We know that, but Dumbledore doesn't, Theo said. For all he knows, Harrison doesn't even like his father. Remember what Harrison told us? Severus told Dumbledore. Everyone but Harrison nodded. Dumbledore believes Harrison rarely sees his dad. For all he knows, the Dark Lord is just as cruel to him as he is to his enemies. Once he gathers enough information, I assume he'll make his first move. Everyone looked thoughtful as Harrison stared into the roaring fire. He knew that what Theo said was most likely true. Dumbledore was smart. He was probably buying his time until he could decide what to do in regards to him. He frowned. He would need to be careful with what he said and did outside of the Slytherin common room. He ran a hand through his short hair and suppressed a sigh. He had a feeling his years at Hogwarts wouldn't be stress-free. Dumbledore sat at the head of the large oak table in the staff room. A roaring fire warmed the room as the professors slowly came in and took their usual seats. Several portraits of past headmasters hung on the walls, and a beautiful painting of the Scottish countryside hung next to painting of crashing waves on a sandy beach. Snape sat to Dumbledore's right, his pale face expressionless and his dark eyes boring into the wall. McGonagall and Madam Hooch, a short witch with short grey hair and eyes like a hawk, were discussing Quidditch. Flitwick was happily chatting to a pretty witch with dark black hair about a new article in Charms Weekly. Once everyone had arrived, Dumbledore raised his hands for silence. The professors stopped talking and gave the headmaster their full attention. Welcome everyone, Dumbledore said jovially, his blue eyes twinkling. I called this staff meeting this evening so we can discuss how the new students are adjusting and the old students are faring with their increased workloads. He turned to the head of Gryffindor. How are your first years handling being away from home? So far I have had no students come to me in regards to missing home, McGonagall responded. They all seem to be faring quite nicely. As of now I have no concerns. However, Fred and George Weasley have already begun their usual foray into pranking. I've already taken 30 points from the 2 of them. Her lips thinned. They'll most likely lose more points by the end of the week. Dumbledore was internally chuckling. He didn't see anything wrong with the students having a little bit of fun as long as they weren't disrupting classes. He knew, however, not to say that to his assistant headmistress. I am glad that your first years seem to be doing nicely, Dumbledore replied, deciding not to comment on the Weasley twins. How have they performed if your class? I've only had my Gryffindors once and they all performed as most first years do, McGonagall told him before her lips formed a small smile. Mr. Riddle, however, performed most admirably. The twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes dimmed somewhat and the headmaster noticed that Snape was now paying more attention. Oh, Dumbledore inquired. How so? On his first try he turned the match into a needle and back again, McGonagall explained. It didn't seem to take him any effort at all, so I allowed him to work on his homework for the rest of the lesson. He did stop several times to assist his friends, he seemed to be helpful and very intelligent. Dumbledore went over what McGonagall said. He assumed Harrison would already be well versed in magic, and it seemed his assumption was right. A million different thoughts were running through his mind and questions were popping up, questions he didn't have answers to. Does Harrison Riddle know dark magic? He pushed the question away. He didn't think even Tom Riddle would teach an 11-year-old boy dark magic. However, doubts filled him. This was the man who calls himself Lord Voldemort. Anything was possible. If the boy already knew magic, he would need to watch him for any hints as to what he might have been taught. Dumbledore looked back to his deputy headmistress. That's wonderful, Minerva. He looked at the other professors. Did Harrison perform at a level beyond his age in his other classes? Dumbledore ignored the odd looks the professors sent him at the use of Harrison's first name. Mr. Riddle rose his hand in order to answer every question I asked, Sprout announced. He earned his house points and he even befriended several of my Hufflepuffs. Dumbledore had to stop his expression from turning into one of surprise. The son of Tom Riddle is the last person he would expect to befriend Hufflepuffs. Most Slytherins avoid them almost as much as they do Gryffindors. He wished the houses would get along, but he had lived for many centuries, and even when he attended Hogwarts, Slytherins usually only hung out with Slytherins and the occasional Ravenclaw. A part of him was hopeful that this meant he didn't share his father's backwards beliefs about blood purity and muggles, but another part of him was saying it might be some scheme of Tom's. Phileas, Dumbledore asked the tiny charms professor. He was well-spoken and polite, Flitwick responded. However, I can't judge Mr. Riddle after only meeting him once. Dumbledore looked at Snape, who answered the unspoken question. I've known Harrison since he was a small boy. He began shocking the other professors. He has always been extremely bright for his age. From what I know, he's grown up reading magical theory on every subject. He is polite, kind, and like Phileas said, he's well-spoken. He handed in a perfect potion in his first potions class, and I'm expecting the rest of his work to be just as good. Dumbledore noticed and ignored the looks the other professors were shooting his spy. He knew they were just surprised that Severus had something nice to say, even if it was about a Slytherin. What Severus just told him was almost what he had told him before the school year began. From what the other professors said, so far Harrison seems like a normal albeit bright boy. With any luck, the boy wouldn't be anything like his father, which is what he'd been worried about since the sorting. When Harrison walked into the Great Hall, he knew who he was immediately. He looked like a young Tom Riddle. He had the same aristocratic face, the same handsome features, the full lips and the light skin. He even had the same short, neat black hair. The only difference were his eyes. They were the most unusual green eyes he'd ever seen, and they reminded him of the late Lily Evans. He wondered for a moment if the boy was somehow related to her, but he knew it wasn't possible. Lily Potter née Evans only had one child, and he was murdered by Tom 10 years ago. He had noticed that Harrison walked with the same air of confidence that Tom had when he had been 11. However, his eyes didn't have the same arrogance that Tom's had. He had a kindness in them. Whether or not that kindness was real or just for show, he didn't know. He decided to watch the boy closely and continue to ask the other professors about his performances in class. Good, Dumbledore finally said. What about your Ravenclaws, Phileas? Harrison walked into the potions classroom on Thursday and his eyes immediately landed on Neville. The Gryffindor was sitting by himself and looking around nervously. Harrison didn't know whether he was nervous about being his partner or because Snape would soon be in the classroom. He walked over to Neville and took the seat next to him. When his book landed on the table, it made a thud and Neville jumped, head snapping towards him. Harrison, Neville said, sounding slightly out of breath. Harrison pushed down the urge to roll his eyes and mock his lack of Gryffindor courage. Hello, Neville. He put on a concerned look. Are you all right? Neville gulped and nodded. Harrison sighed and looked directly into Neville's eyes. I'm not going to sabotage you, Neville. I promise that I'm only trying to be nice. Harrison saw Neville's eyes flicker over to Ron and back. Harrison felt like cursing the redhead into oblivion. He should have known the idiot would say something to Neville about Harrison taking him to the hospital wing. What did Ron say to you? He didn't say anything, Neville stammered. Harrison gave him a look of disbelief. I'm not mad at you, Neville. But I highly doubt whatever Ron told you is the truth. He doesn't like me just because I'm in Slytherin. And like I said before, I genuinely do want to help you. However, if my presence makes you uncomfortable, I can partner with someone else. Harrison picked up his book, but Neville spoke, stopping him mid-action. No, it's okay, Neville said quietly. I want you to be my partner. Harrison grinned. I'm glad. Neville turned to the front of the classroom and Harrison looked over to Draco, who had been watching the interaction. Harrison winked, causing Draco to smirk. Gryffindors were so easy to manipulate as wasn't even funny. Harrison turned around when the door slammed open and Snape came walking in. He flicked his wand and directions appeared on the blackboard. He paused when he saw Harrison and Neville, but didn't comment on the pairing. Today you will pair up into groups of 2, Snape said silkily. Follow the directions on the board, you have the entire period. I don't want any accidents. His eyes flicked to the Gryffindors before lingering on Neville, who paled. Begin. Don't panic, Harrison said, trying to sound soothing. If you listen to what I say, you'll be fine. Neville nodded. Go get the ingredients listed on the board and I'll prepare our workstation. Try to get the good ingredients. Neville looked puzzled and Harrison internally groaned and looked at Daphne, who was sitting across from him. Daphne, will you show Neville how to pick out ingredients? Daphne smiled. Of course. Harrison pulled out his scale and 5 minutes later Neville came back carrying the ingredients they'd need. He checked over the ingredients and found that they were all decent enough to make a good potion. Good job, Neville, Harrison told him. He wanted to build up his confidence as much as he could. Neville looked surprised. Thanks, but Daphne helped me. I know, Harrison told him. But I'm sure she didn't pick them all out, and now you'll know what to look for in quality ingredients. Neville flushed under the light praise. To Harrison, it seemed like he wasn't used to getting compliments. Half an hour later their potion was light blue, the color as was supposed to be. Now, I want you to stir the potion counterclockwise 7 times, Harrison said. 7 times, Neville repeated as he hesitantly took the stir stick. 1, 2. Harrison began cutting on the wormwood while Neville stirred. Harrison, Neville began slowly and he looked up. Thanks for helping me, I know I'm not very good at potions. It's all right, Neville, Harrison assured him. Potions isn't easy for everyone and it makes it harder for you because you're afraid of the professor. So far, you've followed my directions and you did brilliantly. Our potion is the correct color and nothing has exploded. Orange Weasley. Snape barked, drawing the class's attention. How did you manage to turn your potion orange? Never in all my years of teaching has a student ruined this particular potion this badly. 5 points from Gryffindor. He turned to the rest of the class. Bottle up your potions and turn them in, class dismissed. Once Harrison was done packing up his supplies he turned to Neville. Would you like to be my partner in potions from now on? Neville looked a mix of relieved, happy, surprised, and shocked. I'd like that, thanks. What are friends for? Harrison asked with a shrug. Neville stopped packing his bag and looked at Harrison with wide eyes. Friends? Why not? Harrison asked. You seem like a nice person and you can never have too many friends. Neville's grin was all the answer Harrison needed. Once out in the hall, Draco asked the question everyone wanted answered. Did Longbottom accept your offer to be friends? Harrison raised an eyebrow. What do you think? I think I'll be spending more time than I'd like with Gryffindors, Draco replied, causing Harrison to smirk. The next 2 weeks sped by in a blur for Harrison. His classes didn't get any harder for him, although the amount of homework he received increased. He continued to be number 1 in all of his classes and he was praised for his manners and willingness to help his fellow classmates. He was still partnering with Neville in potions. The boy was still nervous around Snape, but he was slowly building up confidence. He didn't think it was possible, but he was actually beginning to like Neville. The boy could be good company when he wasn't scared shitless. After Harrison paired with Hermione in Transfiguration, the two became study partners, much to his fellow Slytherins' annoyance. Draco would glare daggers at her the whole time as though wishing for her to drop dead, and Leo would answer all of her questions with a rude comment. It took him threatening them with bodily harm for them to finally be halfway decent to her, and by halfway decent, it meant they would usually ignore her entirely like Blaise had done from the beginning. Thankfully the girls were more willing to cooperate with Hermione than the boys. They would give her polite smiles and answer her questions without being rude, although her lack of knowledge when it came to wizarding culture annoyed them. Pansy finally got sick of her not knowing anything about it and told her parents. The next morning she received a book on Wizarding Society which she gave to Hermione. The Ravenclaw happily accepted the book and read it in 3 days. She had many questions which she asked non-stop. Blaise lost his temper and went to pull out his wand, but Harrison grabbed his wrist before he could do anything. Harrison had to agree, however, that Hermione went too far in saying that she believed house elves should be free. They spent 3 hours debating the topic until Daphne finally called one of her house elves and offered him clothes. The house elf broke down and Hermione looked horrified. She finally admitted that she might be wrong. He had also begun speaking to Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott whenever they had classes together. They would say hi to each other in the corridors and Great Hall much to the surprise of the student body. He didn't have to pretend to like Susan and Hannah, they both reminded him of Jenna in a way. And unlike Neville and Hermione, he didn't have to convince his friends to play nice, they all knew having the niece of Amelia Bones on their side would be a plus. During classes he would also talk to his other classmates from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. The other first-year Slytherins would join the conversations and they were slowly learning what they could about everyone and building the foundations for friendships. However, there were a few first-years who wanted nothing to do with Harrison and his friends. Ron, Seamus, and Dean had it in their heads that all of Slytherins were evil and that Harrison and his friends were the worst of them all. Ron would spend all of the classes that Slytherin and Gryffindor shared together glaring at them, especially Harrison, Draco, Leo, and Blaise. Ron normally didn't glare at Theo since he was the least vocal of the group. Ernie Macmillan, Justin Finch Fletchley, and Zacharias Smith also seemed to have a problem with the Slytherins. Harrison didn't know why, but the 3 boys did their best to avoid them like the plague. Tracy said Ernie didn't like them because most of them had better grades and Justin just followed his best friend's lead. Zacharias Smith didn't appear to like anyone according to Hannah, who let slip that he was rude to most of the Hufflepuffs. One morning Harrison walked down into the common room and saw his friends standing around the notice board. "What are you all looking at?" Harrison asked as he slung his book bag over his shoulder. "A notice announcing flying lessons," Draco told him. "We're with the bloody Gryffindors," Blaise sneered. "Shouldn't that old fool of a headmaster know that having Slytherin and Gryffindor together learning how to fly is a mistake? He wants us to have inter-house unity," Pansy said, rolling her eyes. Tracy snorted. "That will never happen between Slytherin and Gryffindor. We can always have some fun," Leo said, his eyes taking on a gleam. "We can push Weasley off his broom and watch as his head cracks open and shatters the other Gryffindors with his blood." Jenna wrinkled her nose. "That's disgusting." Leo smiled evilly, the look would have made most Hufflepuffs wet themselves. "I know." As Leo and Blaise discussed ways to make Ron fall off his broom, Harrison read the notice. Slytherin first years. All Slytherin first years will report to the Quidditch pitch at 5:30 p.m. for your first flying lesson. Lessons will be every day for the entire week. This is not optional and you are not required to wear your uniform to lessons. Gryffindor House will join Slytherin on the pitch. Signed, Severus Snape, head of Slytherin House Potions Master. Lessons seemed to go by slower than normal, and at 5 o'clock, the Slytherins made their way to the Quidditch pitch. Marcus had showed them the way the first weekend of the school year. It was a clear, breezy day and the grass rippled under their feet. They marched down the sloping lawns toward a smooth, flat lawn on the opposite side of the grounds to the forbidden forest whose trees were swaying darkly in the distance. Harrison wondered what was in there that caused it to be forbidden, but the image of his father's face if he found out he went in there as a first year entered his mind, squashing the idea to find out. At least for a year or two. The Gryffindors were already there along with 20 broomsticks lying in neat lines on the ground. Harrison had heard from Marcus and Terrence Higgs that the school brooms were horrible, saying that some of them started to vibrate if you flew too high or always flew slightly to the left. Of course the Gryffindors took the better brooms, leaving the Slytherins with the truly horrible ones. Harrison ended up with a broom that was obviously old and had twigs sticking out at odd angles. He sneered at the worthless pile of wood. "My father will hear about the state of these brooms," Draco said disdainfully. "These are a safety hazard. Lestranges don't fly on such horrid things," Leo added haughtily. Harrison looked at Madame Hooch, who had just arrived. Her expression was almost as stern as McGonagall's. "I don't think we have a choice," he said reluctantly. He wasn't looking forward to flying on a school broom, they were an accident waiting to happen. Everybody have a broom. Good, Madam Hooch said. Now stick out your right hand over your broom and say, up. Up. Everyone shouted. Harrison's broom jumped into his hand out once. He, of course, knew it would. Looking around he saw that all of the Slytherins, sans Crabbe, Goyle, and Abigail's brooms had instantly jumped into their hands. Harrison smirked to himself, and father says all of the time we spent playing Quidditch was a waste. He looked over at the Gryffindors just in time to see Ron's whack him in the nose, causing the Slytherins to laugh. Harrison, however, just smirked and moved his gaze over to Neville, whose broom hadn't moved at all. Try not to sound so nervous, Neville, Harrison said to the jumpy boy. If you sound afraid the broom will be able to tell, and right now, your voice is saying that you want to stay on the ground. Inject some confidence into your voice and it should work. Neville looked at his broom and shouted with more confidence than Harrison thought he possessed. Up. The broom shot into his hand and Neville looked flabbergasted. It worked. He grinned and looked up at Harrison. Thanks. No problem, Nev, Harrison assured him. The Gryffindors and Madam Hooch were looking at Harrison in shock until Madam Hooch shook herself. Good job, Mr. Longbottom, and very good job to you, Mr. Riddle, for helping a classmate. 5 points to Slytherin. After she said this, the other Gryffindors shook themselves too and they smiled at Harrison, except for Ron, Seamus, and Dean. Teacher's pet, Harrison heard Ron grumble. Leo narrowed his eyes and Harrison knew that his best friend heard it too. A second later Ron let out a strangled yell and fell face first into the grass. As he landed, everyone heard a crunching sound like he had broken something. Ron let out whimper and Madam Hooch, Dean, and Seamus immediately helped him up. There were gasps from Parvati and Lavender, purple circles were forming under Ron's eyes, his nose was crooked, and blood was gushing from his nostrils. Ron's normally pale skin was even paler and Harrison could see the pain in his watery eyes. He had to resist the urge to smile or burst into insane laughter at the sight. He saw Leo's wand shoot back up into his wrist holder and made a mental note to thank his friend later. A broken nose. Madam Hooch pointed out the obvious. Come on, Mr. Weasley, she gestured for him to follow, I'll take you to the hospital wing. She looked at the students. You're all dismissed, we'll resume your lessons tomorrow. The Slytherins quickly made their way to the castle. When they reached the entrance hall, they burst into laughter. Leo looked smug as he watched everyone laugh at Ron's accident. Who did that? Jenna asked as she leaned on Pansy for support. Me, Leo said as though it should be obvious. Of course, Blaise grinned. That was brilliant, mate, I thought he was going to break down into tears. He deserved it, Leo said. Besides, I've been wanting to hurt someone for days. Has anyone ever told you that you spend too much time with your mum? Jenna asked seriously. Says the girl who just cried tears of amusement at someone breaking their nose, Cass deadpanned. She's got you there, Blaise pointed out. And you're supposed to be the nice one. I am nice, Jenna said indignantly. After dinner the Slytherins were walking back to their common room when Ron and his two best friends stepped in front of them. Did you need something? Pansy asked as she made a show of checking her nails. Which one of you did it? Ron asked through gritted teeth. Which one of us did what? Answer the most questions last week in Transfiguration. I think that would be Cass, Harrison said looking thoughtful. Or did you mean who got the highest grade on the essay Flitwick assigned us last week? That answer would be me. Ron's face turned redder and redder the more Harrison talked. You bloody well know what I meant, Riddle. Harrison feigned ignorance. No, Ronald, I really don't. Which one of you made me trip and break my nose? Ron demanded. None of us, Theo answered with a straight face. It's not our fault you're a klutz. I didn't trip myself, Ron said, his voice raising. Well, none of us tripped you, Harrison told him. If it was one of us you would have seen our wand. Did you see a wand? Ron spluttered. No. But that doesn't mean anything. You could have put it away right after casting the spell. Harrison rolled his eyes. None of us tripped you, now if you'll move I'd appreciate it. Some of us actually do our homework. Harrison pushed past him and his friends followed. I challenge you to a wizard's duel. Ron yelled from behind them. Harrison spun around. You're on. He smirked at the surprised look on Ron's face. Midnight Inn. The trophy room, it's always unlocked. Fine, Ron ground out. Seamus is my second, who's yours? I am, Leo answered. Ron glared at them before spinning around and walking out of the dungeons. You aren't really going, are you? Jenna asked, frowning. I know you can beat him, but. No, I'm not going, Harrison told her. But Filch will be. Leo smirked. You're going to tip Filch off and let them get caught. Brilliant. How many points do you think they'll lose Gryffindor? Blaise asked as they continued to their common room. It depends on what Professor Filch finds first, Tracy answered. Then let's pray it's Sev, Draco said with a grin. The next morning, Harrison and his friends walked into the Great Hall and the first thing that came to all of their minds was that Filch took the Gryffindors to Snape. The Gryffindor hourglass had 100 less points than it had the day before. Harrison was surprised. Normally only 10 to 20 points were taken for being out past curfew and a detention or two. Harrison saw Ron and Seamus sitting with their heads down as they stabbed their food moodily. Dean was sending them worried looks and the other Gryffindors were glaring at them. Does anyone know why Gryffindor is down so many points? Harrison asked as though he didn't know. 2 first-years were caught in the trophy room last night, Ophelia Warrington told him. Apparently Filch ran into Professor Snape on the way to McGonagall's office and he deducted 50 points from each of them and they both have a week's worth of detention. All of that for only being out past curfew. Theo inquired as the other first-years tried to cover smirks. They told Professor Snape they were meeting there for a duel, Odette answered for her twin. Blaise snorted. They actually told him that. Odette nodded and Blaise let out a low whistle. Weasley is more of an idiot than I thought. Harrison had to agree with Blaise. He didn't think anyone would be foolish enough to tell a teacher they snuck out at midnight for a duel. For idiocy alone they deserve the loss of points. Ron doesn't look very happy with us, Leo said in an undertone. The amusement he felt for the entire situation was obvious. Harrison looked over at the Gryffindor table and smirked at Ron who was glaring daggers at them. His smirk seemed to anger the redhead whose face went bright red. His attention was diverted when the morning owl post came and a large black owl landed on his plate. He untied the letter and quickly unfolded it. Dear Harrison, I know that you are trying out for the Quidditch team so I've sent you your broom. I decided it would be best not to send it through the owl post. Instead, I sent it to Severus and he should have placed it in your room by the time this reaches you. Good luck with your tryouts, even though I know you won't need it. Continue to make me proud with your school work. Love, Father. Harrison crumpled up the note and instantly the letter burst into flames, ashes falling onto the table. He looked up and noticed that everyone with a Daily Prophet subscription was staring at the front page. He grabbed his copy and smoothed out the paper. He fought down the urge to grin when he saw the headline and accompanying picture. The photo was of a burning house. The dark mark could be seen floating above it. Death Eaters attack Muggle villages. By Rita Skeeter. Last night a Muggle village in England was attacked and the dark mark was found hanging above the scene. The once peaceful town of Little Brighton was destroyed last night by more than 50 Death Eaters. Aurors arrived on the scene just as a group of Death Eaters wearing black robes and white masks were apparating away. The entire village was destroyed, houses were burning, cars, a Muggle means of transportation, were overturned, and dead bodies were littering the streets. Unfortunately, there were no survivors. The Muggle police are still investigating, but the Ministry is working to cover up the attack by claiming some form of an explosion. Over 50 miles away another Muggle village was attacked, this one resulting in over half of the village being burnt to the ground. Once again Aurors didn't arrive on the scene until the attack was over. There were, thankfully, survivors and Ministry obliviators were called to the scene. There hasn't been a Death Eater attack of this scale in years, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones, stated. We weren't prepared for such an attack. I will be working overtime to assure that next time we're prepared. I was horrified when I heard the news, Samuel Knott, member of the Wizengamot, said. My thoughts go out to the poor Muggles who lost their lives. News is scarce at the moment, but the Muggle death toll was reported to be over 400. I will let you know as soon as more details arise. Harrison folded his newspaper and glanced at Theo whose ocular amusement was betraying his solemn face. Harrison loved the irony of Samuel not making a statement about an attack claiming to be saddened when he had most likely participated in the attack. He looked up at the staff table and saw that every professor except for Snape looked sad. He wanted to go up and laugh in Dumbledore's face, but he knew that wouldn't go down well. After breakfast they walked to potions where Ron immediately walked up to them. Before they could enter the room, his wand was held out in front of him. He pointed his wand at Harrison while Dean pointed his at Leo and Seamus at Draco. None of the Slytherins pulled theirs out, instead they all just stared at the three Gryffindors as if they were merely flies. Harrison knew none of his friends pulled them out for the same reason he hadn't. Snape would be here soon, and even if he wasn't, the three didn't know any spells to hurt them. "May I inquire as to why your wand is in my face?" Harrison asked, sounding bored. "I lost 50 points and have a week's worth of detention because of you," Ron snarled. "So you decided to point your wand at me?" Harrison asked incredulously. "You're a first year, what spells do you even know?" "Stupefy," Ron shouted, surprising the Slytherins. "Protega," an angry female voice yelled. A huge shimmery shield appeared in front of all the first-year Slytherins. "What the bloody hell do you think you're doing?" a furious-looking Anastasia Zabini demanded. Ron turned red. "Paying them back for getting me detention." Anastasia's eyes hardened and the first-year Slytherins were inwardly grinning. No one messed with a Zabini woman when they were angry. Blaise shot Ron a smug look and Leo looked like Christmas had come early. "You attempted to curse them when they didn't have wands," Anastasia said in a soft, but deadly voice. "I should hex your hands off." The Gryffindors paled when they saw the serious look in her eyes. "And I will if I ever see you attempt to curse my brother and his friends when they don't have wands again." Her eyes narrowed into slits and Harrison could feel power radiating off of her. "Do you understand me?" The three Gryffindors nodded their heads before running into the potions classroom. Once they were out of sight, Anastasia rounded on the Slytherins. "Why didn't you pull your wands out?" she demanded. "He couldn't have hurt us," Blaise told her. Harrison internally groaned. By the look in Anastasia's eyes, that was obviously the wrong thing to say. "He sent a stunner at Harrison's head," Anastasia said angrily. "We didn't know he knew how to do that," Theo admitted. Once again Harrison knew that was the wrong thing to say. He was just about to say something to get Anastasia to disease lecturing them when she began to speak. "Never underestimate your enemy," Anastasia said quietly, but sternly. "Even one as stupid as a Weasley." She cast a tempest and cursed when she saw the time. "I'm going to be late. Now get your asses into the classroom and don't underestimate that fool again." She glared at them all in turn, lingering on her brother before she stormed off. Blaise muttered something incomprehensible under his breath as he walked into the classroom. Soon it was mid-October and it was time for Quidditch tryouts. Harrison stood in between two sixth years as Marcus Flint walked in front of everyone trying out for the team. "Listen up," Marcus yelled, a serious expression on his face. "We've won the Quidditch Cup for the past 5 years and this year we're going to win it for the 6th. He gave them a look that said or else. "We'll be practicing 3 times a week and if we happen to lose a game, which he won't," his eyes held a fanatical gleam. "Then we'll begin to have practices 5 to 6 times a week. If any of you can't handle that then leave now." 2 seventh years shook their heads and walked off towards the castle. "Now that everyone who's left is serious about playing, we're going to begin the tryouts." He got onto his broom and hovered 3 feet in the air. "All of those trying out for Chaser get in the air now." Harrison hovered on his broom as he watched the potential chasers pass the ball back and forth. He knew that last year's chasers had been Marcus, Abraham Montague, and Alexander Dolohov. The three flew in the air and worked so well together it was as if they shared the same mind. It's like they knew exactly where the others would be and who they'd throw the ball to. Harrison would be shocked if Marcus chose anyone to replace Abraham or Alexander. The beaters went next and Harrison saw that what everyone said was true: Slytherins played dirty. The potential beaters swung their bats and hit the bludgers with such force that Harrison didn't believe it was possible. One of the bludgers, hit by Peregrine Derrick, a tall and extremely muscular bee, on 3rd year, smacked into another player and he went flying face first into the ground. Harrison saw another potential beater, Lucian Bull, a 3rd year of average height with black hair, hit a bludger into a 6th year's broom, causing the player to spin out and barely regain control of his broom. Finally Marcus called the Seekers and Harrison flew into the middle of the pitch along with the others trying out for the position. "There's 3 of you trying out for Seeker," Marcus told them. "Our Seeker and Reserve Seeker from last year graduated, so you won't be going up against veteran players." He held up a snitch in each hand. "I'll release both snitches and you'll wait a minute before flying after them." The first one to catch a snitch is on the team, whoever catches the second snitch is our reserve seeker. He released both snitches and a minute later yelled for them to go. Harrison had been watching one of the snitches since Marcus released them. He played Quidditch a lot growing up and had perfect vision, so it was easy for him to spot the tiny ball. He immediately shot off after it and one of the other boys followed him. He reached his hand out for the snitch, but before he could catch it the ball zoomed in the opposite direction. Harrison mentally cursed and quickly spun his broom around. He shot off like a rocket in the direction the snitch went and his eyes searched for any sign of the ball. He saw a glint of gold out of the corner of his eye and he changed directions. He saw the ball fluttering 20 feet in front of him. One of the boys came up next to him and they both reached their hands out. Harrison put on an extra burst of speed and his hand closed around the golden snitch. The other boy cursed and quickly left to find the other snitch. Harrison smirked and flew down to the ground. He could hear his friends cheering from the stands. He landed next to Marcus, who clapped him on the back. "Good job, Harrison," Marcus said. "You're our seeker, youngest in a century. You'll be a great addition to the team." He accepted the snitch from Harrison. "You don't have to stick around anymore." "Thanks, Marcus," Harrison said as he rested his Nimbus 2000 on his shoulder. "Congratulations," Daphne yelled as she flung her arms around him, knocking his broom to the ground. "Thanks, Daph," Harrison told her, sincerely accepting the hug. "You did brilliantly," Blaze told him. "The other seekers weren't anywhere near as good as you." "Good job," a quiet voice said. Harrison looked up and saw Hermione standing away from the rest of the group, Neville next to her. Harrison gave Hermione a lopsided smile. Over the past couple of weeks, Harrison had grown to actually like the nervous Gryffindor and the know-it-all Ravenclaw. He didn't understand it at all. He had only talked to them at first because of his dad, but he had grown fond of them and that fondness had turned into an unlikely friendship. He couldn't help but enjoy Neville's company and he felt a need to protect Hermione the same way he wanted to protect Jenna and his other girlfriends. He had told his dad about his feelings and Tom had been surprised, but he didn't discourage it. He just told him not to get his hopes up that they would stay his friends once they found out the truth of his parentage. He wasn't happy about Hermione being a Muggleborn, but upon learning she was extremely intelligent and that Harrison could sense a great deal of power coming from her, he gave the friendship his approval. His Aunt Bellatrix had been a different story entirely. She said Hermione was a worthless mudblood who needed to learn her place. Harrison had shot a stinging hex at Leo when the boy admitted to telling his parents about their friendship. He wrote back saying that if his father could see the use in some Muggleborns that they all couldn't be too bad. They debated over letters for a week until Bella finally told him that she knew Tom was willing to allow the more intelligent and powerful Muggleborns to live, but she didn't have to like it. She also informed him that Hermione would never be allowed in Lestrange Manor unless Tom ordered her to allow it. Harrison had been slightly disappointed. After all, if his father could see that some Muggleborns weren't worthless, then shouldn't she be able to? "Thanks, Hermione," Harrison told her. "Not that I'm not happy to see you too, but why are you here? These are the Slytherin tryouts. I don't think all of the Slytherins would be accepting you two being here." Hermione grimaced. "Not all of them were, but Daphne and Tracy yelled at a group of third years who were giving us a hard time. And then Jenna said that we were here as friends of yours and they stopped saying stuff to us," Neville said, sounding confused as to why that'd make them stop. Harrison and the other Slytherins exchanged looks. "Well, I'm glad you two are okay," Harrison said before picking his broom up. "Now come on, I told Susan and Hannah we'd meet them at the lake after tryouts." On Halloween, Harrison and his friends walked to the Great Hall for the feast. He could smell pumpkin wafting through the hall mixed with the strong scent of caramel. The Great Hall was decorated for the occasion. It looked like the staff went all out. 1,000 live bats fluttered from the walls and ceiling while 1,000 more swooped over the tables in low, black clouds, making the candles in the pumpkin stutter. The feast appeared suddenly on the golden plates as it had at the start of term banquet. Harrison was helping himself to a caramel apple when Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, terror on his face. Everyone stared as he reached Professor Dumbledore's chair, slumped against the table, and gasped, "Trolls, trolls, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He then sunk to the floor in a dead faint. There was an instant uproar. The older students who knew what damage a troll could cause looked worried and the first years looked terrified. Harrison saw several Hufflepuff's second years burst into tears. It took several purple firecrackers exploding from the end of Dumbledore's wand to bring silence. "Prefects," he announced loudly, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." "First year's over here," Marcus yelled over all the screaming. "Stay close to me and you'll be fine. We need to go to the library. It must have slipped our headmaster's mind that the Slytherin dormitory is in the dungeons." He sneered. "Come on," Violet said as she rounded up the second years, "follow me." Geneva gathered the third years and Anthony rounded up the fourth years. The fifth, sixth, and seventh years followed behind Evan and Gracelyn. Evan and Gracelyn led the students out of the Great Hall and towards the library. They reached the second floor when all of a sudden a horrible stench filled the air, causing everyone to freeze in their tracks. All of a sudden a horrible sight met their eyes as two trolls stepped around a corner and into a patch of moonlight. 12 feet tall, their skin was dull, granite gray, their great lumpy bodies like boulders with their small bald heads perched on top like coconuts. They had short legs thick as tree trunks with flat, horny feet. The smell coming from them was incredible. They were holding huge wooden clubs, which dragged along the floor because their arms were so long. Harrison heard Daphne gasp and he quickly grabbed her hand. He could see the older students drawing their wands and he did the same. "Everyone slowly walk backwards," Evan said, trying to sound calm. One of the trolls ran forward, causing several of the students to yell in fright. The troll swung its club and Harrison heard a thud as it smacked into several of the older students, sending them backwards into the students behind them. Harrison saw blood trickling into Casper Rollesby's own hair from a gash on his forehead, and Micah Galahad had been knocked unconscious. That act caused pandemonium. Gracelyn had managed to get out of the path of the club and jets of red light were flying from her wand. The younger students were trying to run while the older ones tried to block them from the troll's sight. "Marcus, Violet, take the younger students and run," Evan shouted as he shot spells at the troll. The spells flying caused both of the trolls to go berserk. The older students were now shooting lethal curses at the trolls, but their skin was too thick, all it did was annoy them. Both of them were running towards the students, their clubs flying back and forth smacking into students. Harrison felt Daphne try to pull him away and he was about to go with her until one of the troll's clubs hit Violet and sent her flying into a suit of armor. He saw blood trickling down her chin from her mouth and her skin had gone pale. Harrison felt his blood boil as he saw the troll go for the unconscious Violet. He released Daphne's hand and without thinking ran forward. "Harrison, no!" Daphne yelled, fear evident in her voice. He thought back to a lesson Snape had given him on trolls and used the spell he was told would break through their skin. "Sectum Sempra!" Harrison yelled with as much feeling as he could muster. A jet of bright light shot from his wand and hit the troll in the leg. A loud roar came from the troll and he stumbled forward into the wall. The ceiling shook and a chandelier fell on top of the creature. Harrison was about to thank whatever deity was listening for that stroke of dumb luck when he heard a loud blood-curdling scream. He spun around and saw Ophelia shrinking back into a wall as one of the trolls advanced on her. "Ophelia!" Odette was screaming as Lucy Bowl and Preston Higgs held her back. Her face was anguished and he could see tears streaming down her cheeks. "Ophelia!" He saw Cameron Warrington running towards his younger sister like he was being chased by the devil himself. "Bombarda!" Sixth years Morgan Chambers and Callum Warren were shouting. Jets of red light shot at the troll that was advancing on Ophelia. When the spells connected, the troll turned around and let out a loud roar that shook the pillars. It advanced towards the two sixth years while other sixth years began firing off dark arts spells that wouldn't be allowed at Hogwarts. Cameron Warrington grabbed his crying sister and dragged her away from the corner she had been backed into. The troll advanced on the first years and Blaze dodged out of the way just in time to avoid being hit by the club. Leo had pushed Cass out of the way and Harrison had grabbed both Daphne and Tracy. "Sectum Sempra!" Anastasia yelled. A jet of light hit the last standing troll and he stumbled backwards. On the count of 3, everyone who knows that spell perform it. Over a dozen wands were pointed at the troll. Harrison was surprised. He thought Severus had only taught the first years and Anastasia the spell. She must have taught some friends. 1, 2, 3. Anastasia yelled. Almost 20 people yelled the curse, including Harrison, Draco, Leo, Theo, and Blaze. The troll went flying into a wall, causing 3 pillars to crash to the ground. A loud rumbling echoed in the corridor and everything went silent with the exception of crying. Harrison looked around and saw that over a dozen students were knocked out, their friends surrounding them trying to stop the bleeding. He saw Guinevere Dagworth throw up and looked at what caused her reaction. A seventh year named Adam Rivers was laying on the ground, his face was bashed in so badly it looked as if it was made from raw meat. Blood was puddled around his head and his arms were twisted oddly underneath his body. One of his legs was at an angle and the bone was poking out of his skin. He wrapped an arm around Daphne who was pale and shaking. He looked around and saw that almost a dozen pillars were nothing more than rubble, 2 chandeliers were laying broken on the ground, and there were pools of blood from both students and trolls. He heard several gaps and his head snapped up. McGonagall, Sprout, Flitwick, Madame Pomfrey, and Snape were standing in the entrance to the hall with a 4th year who must have gone for help. Pomfrey immediately ran to the nearest student and began running diagnostic spells. "Is anyone severely injured?" Snape asked loudly. He looked worried, something Harrison had only seen a few times before. "He is Professor." A 6th year near Adam Rivers yelled. "He's losing a lot of blood." Snape swept over and began a spell to stop the bleeding. "Everyone who isn't hurt come to me," Sprout ordered. Harrison led Daphne to Professor Sprout past bleeding students and crying classmates. He saw both Odette and Ophelia hugging each other like they hadn't seen each other in years while Cameron rubbed circles on both of their backs. Anastasia surprised everyone by grabbing Blaise in a tight hug. She wasn't normally one to hug her brother in public. Harrison could tell her brother nearly being killed by a troll had shaken her up. Harrison couldn't help but notice everyone was showing more emotion outside of the Slytherin common room than he'd ever seen before. "You're all okay?" Sprout asked the students gathered away from the injured students. Everyone nodded, some more slowly than others. "Then come with me, I'll take you all to your common room. The students are finishing the feasts in their respective common rooms. I don't want to continue the feast after that," Jenna muttered as she leaned into Theo's side. The students followed Sprout reluctantly to their common room. They had all wanted to wait to see how their friends were doing, but Sprout for once acted the part of the strict professor. Harrison kept his arm around Daphne the entire way to the dungeons. He could hear Odette and Ophelia sniffing and some of the other students were shaking. "You should go shower and get some sleep," Harrison said gently to his girlfriends. It was a long night. After saying their goodbyes, Harrison and the other first-year boys went into their dorm. Harrison took a shower to get all of the grime and blood, none of it his, off of his body. Once he was done, he said goodnight to his friends and pulled out his mirror. Before he could say his dad's name, his mirror heated up. "Dad," Harrison said, and Tom's face appeared in the mirror. "Are you okay?" Tom asked quickly, worry etched into his face. Harrison grimaced. "Yeah, I'm fine. Don't lie to me," Tom said seriously. "Severus told me that he was informed by a 7th year that you ran at a troll." His tone said that if what he heard was the truth, he wasn't happy. "I didn't run at it," Harrison said slowly. Tom's eyes narrowed. "Elaborate." Harrison sighed, he wasn't in the mood to be interrogated. "I ran towards it to cast a spell. When it ran towards Violet, she was unconscious and it would have killed her. I didn't have a choice." "You're a Slytherin, not a bloody Gryffindor," Tom snapped, his blue eyes flashing red. Harrison repressed the urge to flinch. He knew that his father had made Horcruxes, and he knew that whenever he got extremely angry his eyes would flash red because of it. His eyes turning red was usually followed by death and crucios being thrown at the prisoners. "I couldn't just let her die," Harrison said stubbornly. He felt like a little kid for whining to his father, but he was only 11. Normally he felt much older than 11 since he was raised to be a pure-blood heir, not to mention the heir to the Dark Lord. He loved his childhood, but it had been different than most kids. It caused him to feel and act much older than 11, but he was still a kid, and it showed when he was really stressed like he was now. Tom took a deep breath and his glare lessened slightly when he saw Harrison's desperate look. "I understand the need to protect your friends, however, you are an 11-year-old first year. You shouldn't have ran at a troll that could have and would have killed you without a second thought. Do you know how worried I was when Severus contacted me?" "I'm sorry for worrying you," Harrison said honestly. "But I'm not sorry for saving Violet." Tom pinched the bridge of his nose. "I'm glad I no longer have to worry about Quirinus." Harrison looked confused for a moment before realization hit him. "Quirrell let the trolls in, didn't he?" Tom nodded stiffly. You told him to let trolls in. Harrison looked at his father in shock. No, Tom told him. However, I told him to do what he needed to do in order to cause a distraction, and it worked, albeit too well. Harrison's mind was processing what his father just told him. Why would he need a distraction? Why would his mind trailed off and he mentally cursed himself for being so stupid? Is this because of what you tried to steal from Gringotts? Harrison asked quickly. Tom looked startled at the question. Harrison didn't smile like he normally did when he managed to catch his dad off guard, which rarely ever happened. As far as he knew, Harrison was the only one who ever managed to shock his father. Harrison always wondered if it was because he never used legilimency on him like he did everyone else. He pushed his thoughts away. Now wasn't the time to think of that. I'm not even going to ask how you know about that, Tom said as he appraised his son. Yes, it has everything to do with what I attempted to steal from Gringotts. He paused. Do you know what the Philosopher's Stone is? Yeah, Harrison answered. It turns any metal into pure gold and creates the elixir of life. Nicholas Flamel is the only person who's ever successfully created one. Harrison froze before his eyes involuntarily widened. Are you telling me that the Philosopher's Stone was being kept in Gringotts? Yes, Tom said. On your birthday I attempted to steal it. Unfortunately it had been removed that morning by the oaf Hagrid by order of Dumbledore. He sneered. Dumbledore thought it would be a good idea to put a priceless magical artifact in a school filled with children. That's the reason why I had Quirinus apply for the defense job. I knew that the old professor quit and it was the perfect opportunity to steal it. I needed to acquire it this year because, come the summer, it might be moved. I sent in someone who had never been suspected of being a Death Eater and someone who would never be suspected. I told him to try stealing it once he figured out all of the protections and that he was authorized to do whatever it took to distract Dumbledore. He thought it would be a good idea to release 2 trolls into the school. He scowled and his eyes once more flashed red. While the professors were searching for the trolls he went after the stone, Tom continued. He obtained the stone and brought it to me just moments before Severus contacted me. When I learned about the injuries that were sustained I was less than pleased. He harmed many of my followers' children. That will not make my Death Eaters happy. I was even more furious when I found out that you were almost injured. Is Quirrell still alive? Harrison asked. He had the feeling his dad had flipped out upon learning what happened if his mood now was anything to go by. No, Tom answered simply. Nagini was hungry. Harrison raised an eyebrow, but didn't comment. He was used to hearing about prisoners and useless Death Eaters being fed to his father's familiar. He covered his mouth when a yawn escaped his lips. Tom frowned. You should go to bed, you need your sleep. Harrison nodded as he yawned again. I love you, Harrison. I love you too, Harrison said before breaking the connection. Harrison was asleep before his head hit the pillow. The next morning Harrison was woken up by a loud bang. He threw his curtains open and pointed his wand at the door. He lowered it when he saw that Cameron was standing in the doorway. What the bloody hell did you wake us up for? Blaise demanded. Professor Snape wants everyone down in the common room right now, Cameron told them. And he looks angry, so I would hurry. Harrison and his friends got up, some more grudgingly than others, and walked up to the common room. Harrison was instantly pulled into a seat in between Daphne and Cass. What's going on? Harrison whispered. No one knows, Daphne quietly answered. But I think it's about last night. Snape held up a hand and everyone went silent. As you all know, last night many of your fellow housemates were injured courtesy of 2 trolls. Everyone is now in stable a condition, however, Mr. Rivers was taken to St. Mungo's. There were a few gasps. They knew it was bad if Madame Pomfrey couldn't heal them. He will be okay. His injuries were serious and Madame Pomfrey thought it would best for him to be taken to a hospital. His parents and younger brother are with him now. The healers say he should be able to return in a week, give or take several days. There were sighs of relief. As Harrison saw the worried faces, he couldn't believe that people thought Slytherins were heartless. Those who had minor injuries are being kept in the hospital wing for the rest of the day. They should be rejoining you tomorrow. Snape paused before continuing. You're all probably wondering how the trolls got in. The answer is we don't know. Harrison knew that Snape knew the truth. He wondered if Dumbledore did as well. There is an ongoing Auror investigation. Murmurs broke out until Snape rose his hand for silence. It has also come to the headmaster's attention that Professor Quirrell is missing. The headmaster is in the process of hiring a new defense professor. Until then, defense against the dark arts is cancelled. You have 2 hours until breakfast. You're free to do what you wish. However, I will inform you now that the hospital wing is off limits. He spun around and left the common room, his black cloak billowing behind him. When Harrison and his friends walked into the Great Hall for breakfast, everyone stared. Every time any Slytherin walked into the Great Hall, everyone stared. It didn't matter who it was. Most of the looks were of a sympathetic or worried nature. However, Ron, Seamus and Dean looked at every Slytherin like they deserved what happened. It made Harrison's blood boil, and if it wasn't for the fact that Dumbledore was in the room, he would have sent a bludgeoning hex at all of their heads. The owl post came and there were 4 times as many owls as normal. Every Slytherin received at least 1 letter. Harrison pushed his letters aside and unfolded the Daily Prophet. He wanted to see what it would say about the troll attack. Terror at Hogwarts, by Rita Skeeter. Last night horror struck Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. 2 trolls somehow found their way into the school and attacked the entirety of Slytherin House. I did some digging and found out that 24 Slytherins had been sent to the infirmary to be treated for injuries, while one student's injuries were so severe that he was sent to St. Mungo's. Adam Rivers was repeatedly hit with a club from one of the trolls and sustained major injuries. Healers at St. Mungo's and the Rivers family refused to comment. When I heard about the attack, I immediately contacted my friend Severus Snape, Potions Master and head of Slytherin House. Lucius Malfoy answered when asked for a comment. I was worried about my 11-year-old son Draco and my godson Harrison Riddle, not to mention the countless other students. I was relieved to hear that they were all right. However, my joy was short-lived when I learned of the other students' injuries. It's a travesty, Rodolphus Lestrange said, that something like that could happen at a school. Albus Dumbledore has a lot to answer for. Speaking of Albus Dumbledore, where was he during the attack? According to my sources, the trolls weren't subdued by professors or the esteemed headmaster, they were instead brought down by students. The same students who were being attacked by 2 monstrous trolls. Both trolls were knocked out thanks to the combined efforts of the students of Slytherin House. These students should be commended for such a brilliant job well done. While the professors should be investigated for negligence. What's the world coming to when students have to defend themselves because their professors are nowhere to be found? An investigation led by head of the Auror Department Rufus Scrimgeour is underway. Harrison looked up from the paper and saw that McGonagall's lips were in a thin line and Dumbledore was nowhere to be seen. All of the professors looked like they hadn't slept the night before. They probably hadn't. What do you think will happen to Dumbledore? Jenna asked after reading the article. Leo wore a sour expression. Nothing. As they entered November, the weather turned very cold. The mountains around the school became icy gray and the lake froze like steel. Every morning the ground was covered in frost. Hagrid, the gamekeeper, could be seen from the upstairs windows defrosting broomsticks on the Quidditch field, bundled up in a long moleskin overcoat, rabbit fur gloves, and enormous beaver skin boots. The students who knew how to perform them used heating charms, but it was so cold that they didn't last very long. No one spent time outside anymore with the exception of Quidditch practice. Leo's guess that Dumbledore wouldn't get into trouble for the troll incident was accurate. The parents of the Slytherins had been furious about the attack and dozens of complaints were filed against both the school and Dumbledore. With many of the Slytherins' parents holding prominent ministry positions, Aurors were sent to investigate, led by Amelia Bones. After a week of investigating, the Aurors had concluded that Professor Quirrell let the trolls in and then ran, something which they considered to be out of Dumbledore's control. The ministry wasn't aware of the presence of the Philosopher's Stone, so they had no idea why Quirrell would want to release trolls into the school. However, some speculated that he had lost his mind during his travels the previous summer. Others told everyone they knew that Quirrell was a Death Eater who had applied for the job in order to corrupt the students. In regards to the stone, Dumbledore soon found out that it was missing, according to Harrison's father. Snape reported that Dumbledore found the stone to be missing the day after Halloween and came to the conclusion that Quirrell stole it under Voldemort's order. Dumbledore couldn't be seen for a week after that night, and when he finally began eating meals in the Great Hall again, he looked worried. His blue eyes had lost their twinkle and he looked much older than usual. It probably didn't help that there was a Death Eater attack in 3 separate villages over the first week of November. This time Aurors were injured when fights broke out between Death Eaters and the Aurors. To the frustration of the Ministry, no Death Eaters were captured in any of the attacks. The Ministry was trying to quell the panic that was beginning to build from all of the articles the Daily Prophet was printing. Minister Fudge held several press conferences to ensure the public that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was doing everything it could to stop the attacks. By the second week in November, a new defense professor had been hired. He was an older man named Arnold Vexer. He had black hair that was flecked gray. He had a no-nonsense attitude and was almost as strict as Snape. The students learned very quickly not to mess around in his class. Since the incident on Halloween, Harrison spent more time with Hermione and Neville. They had both been extremely worried about the incident, and Hermione had burst into tears the first time she saw him. Thankfully, everyone who had been injured was back to full health after a week, and Slytherin threw a party to celebrate. Violet had hugged Harrison and thanked him profusely for saving her life. Before disappearing with Evan, Harrison wasn't surprised. A near-death experience makes you see people in a different light. Being stuck inside also gave Harrison and his friends the perfect opportunity to befriend more students, something they took full advantage of. They even began branching out and befriending the second and third years. Harrison knew the older students in Ravenclaw would be easy. There were many dark students in Ravenclaw who would be able to turn their friends. He knew that most of the older Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors wouldn't even consider joining the dark. Especially not those like Cedric Diggory, who had close familial ties to Dumbledore. The first Quidditch match of the school year was Slytherin versus Gryffindor. By the morning of the match, the entire school knew that Harrison would be playing Seeker. Ron, Dean, and Seamus complained about his appointment to the team at every opportunity, but most of the school ignored them. The morning of the match, Harrison was eating breakfast when an owl he'd never seen before landed in front of him. He untied the letter and waved his wand over it to check for any traps. When he found none, he opened it and looked down on large loopy writing. Blocking out the loud chatter of excitement from his fellow students, he read a letter that caused his eyes to widen. Harrison Riddle. Before you burn up this letter and take it for a joke, hear me out. You don't know me, but I know you. This may sound crazy to you, but it's the truth. You see, I'm a seer. My mother was a seer and her mother was one as well. Every woman in my family is born with the sight. Some consider it a curse and others consider it a gift, but in reality it's a double-edged sword. I see the future. However, every choice we make, no matter how small, has unforeseen consequences. Everything we do changes the course of our future. For the past year, I've been having dreams about you. I wanted to write to you after the dreams became more frequent, but I knew I had to wait until the time was right. I woke up this morning and I had a feeling that today was the day I needed to write to you. I know who you are, Harrison Salazar Riddle, or should I say Harry James Potter. I know that the one who calls himself Lord Voldemort took you on the night he murdered James and Lily Potter to raise you as his son. Do not fret, for I will not tell anyone. I've seen the future that will come to pass shall the Dark Lord win. I want to be a part of that world, and I know that my place is with you. I've seen it. I may not sound it, but I am young. I will not be 11 until this summer. I grew up quite isolated and all I had to occupy my time were books. Despite my age, I know what I want and how to get it. I wish to meet you and the Dark Lord in person. I can meet you whenever it's convenient, and I will make an oath not to betray your secrets. Hoping you respond soon. Luna Lovegood. By the time Harrison had finished reading the letter, his hands were holding the parchment so tightly his hands were white. His face was as pale as a ghost, and he could have sworn his heart stopped beating. How could she possibly know who my birth parents are? How can a 10-year-old girl possibly know any of that? The letter didn't sound like the letter of a child, more like that of an adult. He reread the letter and his eyes narrowed in on her name. He knew the last name Lovegood. Someone with that last name wrote that horrid magazine, The Quibbler. He would need to send this letter to his father right away. Whoever this girl was, she needed to either swear an oath or be silenced permanently. Are you okay? Daphne asked, frowning. You don't look so good. Harrison's head snapped up and he folded the letter. I'm fine. He quickly stood up. Tell Marcus. I'll be in the changing room soon. Harrison briskly walked to the dungeons and picked up his pace until he entered the common room. No one was there. Everyone was either at breakfast or on their way to the stands to watch the game. He grabbed a quill and parchment and began writing a letter. Father. I received this letter at breakfast and I don't know what to make of it. If it's a joke, then she needs to be dealt with, but if she's serious, then a legitimate seer would be good for our side. Love, Harrison. He folded the letter and included the note from Luna Lovegood. Twinkie. Harrison called and with a pop a small house elf appeared. Is Master Harrison okay? Twinkie squeaked. Master Harrison never calls Twinkie to school. I'm fine, but I'm in a hurry so I can't send this by all post, Harrison said in a rush, for once losing his composure. Give this to my dad and tell him to have you bring the reply. When you bring it back, don't give it to me, just put it on my desk. He gestured to the desk. Okay, Twinkie said. Twinkie will do what Master Harrison says. She bowed and disappeared. Harrison grabbed his broom and headed down to the changing rooms. Harrison got dressed in his green Slytherin uniform. Gryffindor would be playing in Arlet. He watched as Peregrine Derek and Lucian Bull swung around their beater bats until Marcus called for their attention. Marcus cleared his throat. Today we're playing Gryffindor. There were hisses from keeper Miles Bletchley and chasers Abraham Montague and Alexander Dolohov. Oliver Wood is a good keeper and unfortunately those Weasley twins are good with beater bats, but I know that we're better. They also have a second year as their seeker, his name's Cormac McLagan. Arrogant little toe rag he is. Peregrine and Lucian chuckled as Marcus turned to Harrison. I want you to wait until we're at least 50 points up to catch the snitch unless their seeker is about to catch it or it looks like we need to end the game quickly. Peregrine and Lucian, I want you two to knock those Gryffindors off their brooms, and Miles, you better not let any shots pass you. Last year Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet were a force to be reckoned with. I don't know about the new girl Katie Bell, but from what I hear, she works well with the other two girls. Last year we only beat Gryffindor by 20 points because of their chasers, that will not happen this year. He looked at them as if to say or else. We'll knock them out of the air before they can score too much, Peregrine smirked. Good, Flint nodded. Now let's get out there and kick some Gryffindor ass. Harrison followed Lucian and Marcus out of the locker room. They walked onto the field to loud cheers. He looked around and spotted his friends sitting in the Slytherin section, which wasn't surprising. What was surprising was that Hermione, Susan, Hannah, and Neville were with them. He could see some of the older Slytherins giving the non-Slytherin first years odd looks, but Harrison found it amusing. They were holding a sign that said, "Go Riddle," that flashed from green to silver with golden snitches all over it. He internally smiled, figuring Hermione or Daphne did the charms on the colors. Those in the Slytherin section wore green scarfs while the Gryffindor supporters wore Arlet ones. Even Snape forewent his usual black and instead wore bottle green robes, causing Harrison to do a double take. He would need to put this memory in a pensive. Madame Hooch was refereeing. She stood in the middle of the field waiting for the two teams, her broom in her hand. "And here are the Gryffindors," yelled the commentator, a black boy with dreadlocks. McLagan, Bell, Johnson, Spinnet, Weasley, and Wood. The Gryffindor section cheered, while those clad in green and silver booed. "And here comes the Slytherin team." The Slytherins cheered. Riddle, Flint, Dolohov, Montague, Bletchley, Bull, and Derek. "Now, I want a nice fair game, all of you," she said, once they were all gathered around her. Harrison noticed she seemed to be particularly talking to Marcus and he had to stop himself from rolling his eyes. That would never happen. "Mount your brooms, please." Harrison elegantly got onto his Nimbus 2000. Madame Hooch gave a loud blast on her silver whistle. 15 brooms rose up, high into the air. They were off. And the quaffle is taken immediately by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive, too. Jordan. "Sorry, Professor. And she's really belting along up there." A neat pass to Alicia Spinnet, back to Johnson and, no, the Slytherins have taken the quaffle. Slytherin captain Marcus Flint gains the quaffle and off he goes. Flint flying like an eagle up there. He's going to SC. No, stopped by an excellent move by Gryffindor keeper Wood and the Gryffindors take the quaffle. That's chaser Katie Bell of Gryffindor there. Nice dive around Flint, off up the field and, ouch. That must have hurt, hit in the back of the head by a bludger. Quaffle taken by the Slytherins. That's Alexander Dolohov speeding off toward the goal posts and Slytherin scores. There were loud cheers from the Slytherins as well as the majority of Ravenclaw and a few Hufflepuffs. The game continued with Slytherin scoring 2 more times and Gryffindor scoring once. Marcus Flint with the quaffle, passes to Abraham Montague, who passes to Alexander Dolohov who. Slytherin scores. The score is now 40-10 with Slytherin in the lead. Once, he caught sight of a flash of gold, but it was just a reflection from one of the Weasley twins' wristwatches. And once, a bludger decided to come pelting his way, more like a cannonball than anything, but Harrison dodged it and Lucian Bull came chasing after it. After 15 more minutes Slytherin was winning 80-20, so Harrison decided it was time to find the snitch. He began to search the stadium for any sign of gold not coming from someone's wrist, and after a few minutes saw the snitch floating by the Slytherin's goal post. He bent down and flew off towards the goal post. The Gryffindor seeker, Cormac McLaggen, noticed this and shot after him. He stretched his arm out, put on a burst of speed, and he was about to close his hand around the snitch when Cormac slammed into him. There were boos from the Slytherins and cheers from the Gryffindors. "Bloody bastard!" Harrison yelled to the smirking Gryffindor. Harrison pulled back and immediately shot towards the other side of the pitch. There was loud cheering from the Slytherins and shouts of protest from the Gryffindors. Harrison turned around and saw Angelina Johnson spinning out of control while blood poured from her nose. Angelina Johnson hit in the face with a bludger sent by Peregrine Derrick, Lee angrily announced. Ard Flint scores, 90-20 Slytherin. Gryffindor in possession, no. Slytherin in possession, no. Gryffindor back in possession, and it's Katie Bell. Katie Bell for Gryffindor with the quaffle. She's streaking up the field. That was deliberate. Abraham Montague had swerved in front of Katie and, instead of seizing the quaffle, had grabbed her head. Katie cartwheeled in the air, managed to stay on her broom, but dropped the quaffle. Madame Hooch's whistle rang out again as she soared over to Montague and began shouting at him. A minute later, Katie put a penalty shot past the Slytherin keeper. 90-30. Take that, you dirty, cheating. Jordan, if you can't commentate in an unbiased way, I'm telling it like it is, Professor. And it's Gryffindor in possession again. As Johnson takes the quaffle, her bleedings finally stopped. Flint alongside her, poke him in the eye. Angelina. It was a joke, Professor, it was a joke. Oh no. Flint in possession, Flint flying toward the Gryffindor goal posts. Come on now, Wood, save. But Marcus Flint had scored. There was an eruption of cheers from the Slytherin end, and Lee swore so badly that Professor McGonagall tried to tug the magical megaphone away from him. Sorry, Professor, sorry. 130, Slytherin still in the lead. It was turning into an extremely dirty game. Enraged that Gryffindor's seeker stopped Harrison from catching the snitch, the Slytherins were rapidly resorting to any means to take the quaffle. Peregrine Derrick hit Alicia with his club and tried to say he'd thought she was a bludger. George Weasley elbowed Peregrine in the face in retaliation. Madame Hooch awarded both teams penalties. Alexander shot for Slytherin and made it past Oliver Wood, and Miles Bletchley blocked Alicia's. 110-30. Slytherin with the quaffle. Flint is getting ready to score. Come on Oliver, stop it. A groan came from the Gryffindor section. Slytherin scores. 120-30. Dolohov with the quaffle, which is knocked out of his hands by a well-aimed bludger from Fred Weasley. Enjoying watching your team lose? Harrison shouted to an angry Cormac McLaggen. Sod off, Riddle. Cormac snapped as he flew in the opposite direction. Harrison smirked and was about to search for the snitch again, when he spotted a glint of gold. He spun around and saw the snitch. Harrison lowered himself to his broom and shot towards the snitch. Harrison, Riddle has spotted the snitch. Lee Jordan yelled. Alexander, who had been holding the quaffle, stopped in mid-air to watch. You idiot. Marcus yelled. You aren't the seeker. Pay attention to the quaffle. Alexander turned to Marcus at the same time Angelina slammed into him, taking the quaffle. The Slytherin chaser flew forward, barely managing to stay on his broom. Angelina Johnson has the quaffle, Lee announced, even though everyone else was watching Harrison. She scores. 120-40. Marcus cursed. Harrison raised his hand to catch the snitch, but the small ball shot downwards and Harrison quickly pointed his broom down to follow. He sped towards the ground and the stadium went quiet as he got closer and closer to the ice-covered ground. Cormac McLaggen was following behind him, but when he got closer to the ground with no sign of coming up, Cormac pulled his broom to a stop. The snitch was hovering a foot off the ground. Harrison pulled his broom up right before he would have hit the ground, causing several of the younger students to gasp. The The snitch instantly shot up and Harrison pulled his broom up, causing the tail end to scrape the ground, sending twigs flying in every direction. His broom wobbled as he continued to chase after the snitch. Cormac rejoined the chase and the two raced after the tiny ball that didn't want to get caught. The snitch zigged and zagged, going up and down until it settled by the Slytherin goal post. Both boys chased after it, Harrison's broom not going as fast as before because of the lost twigs. They both reached their hands out, their brooms were neck and neck until Cormac took the lead. He saw Miles about 10 feet away and prayed the boy was paying attention as Harrison did the only thing he knew to catch the snitch. He launched himself off his broom, causing gasps and screams to echo around the stadium. His hand closed around the tiny ball and he began to fall, the cold wind whipping against his face. He closed his eyes as his body fell through the air until he felt a pair of strong arms wrap around his waist and felt himself being pulled onto a broom. He opened his eyes to see a pale Miles Bletchley looking at him as though he'd lost his mind. "Are you okay?" Miles asked quickly and Harrison nodded while showing him the snitch. Miles' face broke into a grin. "He's okay. And he's got the snitch." The students stayed silent for a second before the Slytherin supporters broke into massive applause and cheers. Green flags were waved around and the younger students were jumping up and down, all of their pure blood dignity forgotten. "Slytherin wins," Lee announced, sounding dejected. 270-40. Miles flew to the ground and Harrison was pulled off his broom by Marcus. "That was a brilliant catch," Marcus praised. The Quidditch team congratulated Harrison as the Slytherins descended onto the field. Harrison was immediately tackled by Daphne, who was pale and shaking. "You scared the hell out of me," Harrison Salazar riddle. Daphne half shrieked. "You could have died. What in Merlin's name were you thinking?" "I knew Miles would catch me," Harrison answered. "You couldn't have possibly known that," Daphne said, exasperated. "I didn't know for sure, but I was hoping he would," Harrison admitted and continued on quickly when Daphne's eyes narrowed. "If he hadn't, one of the teachers would have done something." He leaned in until his lips were touching her ear. "If I had to, I could have activated my portkey, I would have been fine." Daphne looked slightly mollified. "That was the most spectacular catch I've ever seen," Theo told him seriously. "That was dangerous," Pansy said at the same time Theo spoke. "That was worthy of the pros," Draco added. "You should have seen the look on McLagan's face," Leo smirked. "I thought he was going to explode." Harrison looked over at the Gryffindor seeker. Cormac was glaring daggers at him. When Cormac saw him look in his direction, he stormed off to the changing rooms. "I need to go change," Harrison told his friends. "I'll meet you back in the common room." Harrison walked into the common room to loud cheers. "That was amazing," Callum Warren shouted. "Absolutely brilliant," Adrian Pusey praised. "I've never seen anything like it in a Hogwarts match." Preston Higgs yelled over the noise. "Are you sure the Sorting Hat didn't want to put you in Gryffindor?" Evan teased, causing the Slytherins to burst into laughter. Harrison grimaced. "Don't even joke about something like that." His reaction only caused the laughter to increase. "I don't know whether I should congratulate you or scold you," Violet said as she handed him a butterbeer. "Congratulate," Harrison said with a cheeky grin. Violet rolled her eyes before dotting Harrison's cheek and going to find her boyfriend. "She's loosened up quite a bit since Halloween," Tracy pointed out as she watched Violet retreat. "I don't think it has to do with Halloween as much as it does with Evan," Daphne mused. "I always knew they'd get together," Pansy joined the conversation. Harrison slipped away and found Draco, Blaze, and Leo sitting in front of a roaring fire. "Where's Theo?" Harrison asked as he sat in the only available chair. "Talking to Odette," Draco answered before an annoyed look crossed his features. "The weasel was talking about you after the match." Harrison internally groaned. He couldn't go one day without having to deal with that idiot. "What did he have to say?" Harrison inquired, although he had a good idea. "That your catch was just lucky and under normal circumstances you would have fallen to your death." Blaze sneered. "You should have seen how mad that made Cass." She pulled out her wand and hexed him. Lucky for her, only Snape was around and he pretended not to have seen it. Harrison couldn't help but smile. What did she do to him? "Let's just say that while we're enjoying cauldron cakes he'll be dining on escargot," Leo smirked, amusement at his sister's actions evident. The image of Ron belching up slugs caused Harrison to chuckle. "Remind me to thank Cass later." At 11, the older students sent anyone under third year to their dormitories. Harrison stretched as he walked to his desk and was glad to see a letter waiting for him. He opened it up and recognized his father's writing. A quill fell into his hands from the letter and Harrison raised an eyebrow. Harrison, the letter you received is quite worrisome. If the girl decides to spill your secrets, then everything I've worked for will be set back years. Not only that, but your life will be in danger and I can't have that. However, if Luna Lovegood truly is a seer and she wants to be on our side, then I will allow her to join us. She will need to swear a secrecy and loyalty oath. If she knows of the future, I don't want her to be able to answer to anyone else. If she doesn't want to join us, then I will kill her myself. Write her back and inform her that the quill is a portkey and it will bring her to Riddle Manor on December 23rd. The quill I speak of is the quill that should be with this letter. Inform her that she has the next month to decide where her loyalties lie. She said in the letter that they are with you, but that could be all talk. After all, she's never even met you. Parts of the letter she sent could also mean several things. I'm looking forward to seeing you for the holidays. Love, Father. Harrison read the note once more before burning it to ash. He pulled out a quill and parchment and wrote a note to Luna. He included the quill, then summoned one of the Riddle House elves. Yes, Master Harrison, Twinkie asked. Take this to the Ollery and give it to Aries my owl, Harrison told the elf. Tell him to take it to Luna Lovegood. The elf nodded and popped away. Harrison sighed and sat down at his desk. His hand began stroking his familiar. Are you okay? Nani hissed, her head bobbing up and down. I'm slightly worried, that's all. Harrison replied. Why don't you talk to your friends? Harrison glanced at Draco, who was pulling out his pajamas. Normally I would trust my best friends with my life. He shook his head. But they can't know that I was born Harry Potter, at least not yet. I don't know how they would take it. They care about you, I can sense it. They won't stop caring because you weren't born a riddle. I know, but now isn't the time. Harrison gestured for Nani to curl up his arm. I will eventually, but not today. The day before they were to return home for the holidays found the first-year Slytherins walking from the dungeons at the end of Potions, where they found a large fir tree blocking the corridor ahead. Two enormous feet sticking out at the bottom, and a loud puffing sound told them that Hagrid was behind it. Leo sneered at the obstruction, but before anyone could say something, an unwelcome voice spoke. Hi Hagrid, want any help? Harrison heard Ron ask the gamekeeper. Nah, I'm all right, thanks Ron, Hagrid said, trying to catch his breath. Would you mind moving out of the way? Draco said, sneering at the Gryffindor. Are you trying to earn some extra money, Weasley? Hoping to be gamekeeper yourself when you leave Hogwarts? I suppose that hut of Hagrid's must seem like a palace compared to what your family's used to. Harrison didn't stop himself from snickering along with his friends as Ron turned red. Shouldn't someone who's able to perform magic bring the trees inside? Cass asked scathingly. Dumbledore wants the oaf to feel needed, Blaise smirked. Ron dived at Blaise just as Snape came up the stairs. Weasley! Snape roared. Ron let go of the front of Blaise's robes. He was provoked. Professor Snape, said Hagrid, sticking his huge hairy face out from behind the tree. They were insulting his family and myself. Harrison sneered at him and then turned to glare at Ron, who looked as if he wanted to punch all of them. Be that as it may, fighting is against Hogwarts rules, Hagrid, said Snape silkily. 5 points from Gryffindor, Weasley, and be grateful it isn't more. Move along, all of you. Harrison smirked at Ron, then turned to walk towards the Great Hall, pushing roughly past the tree and scattering needles everywhere. He's so easy to infuriate, Theo pointed out. That's what makes it so fun, Blaise grinned. We barely have to do anything for him to lose Gryffindor points. Walking into the Great Hall, Harrison saw Professors McGonagall and Flitwick putting up decorations. He had to admit the hall did look spectacular. Festoons of holly and mistletoe hung all around the walls, and no less than 12 towering Christmas trees stood around the room, some sparkling with tiny icicles, some glittering with hundreds of candles. Live fairies fluttered on one of the trees, and the scent of fresh baked bread filled the hall. Wreaths hung at the end of every table, and the plates had silver and gold Christmas patterns around the edges. Are you all packed? Violet asked from several seats down. Leo isn't, Cass told the prefect with a smirk in her brother's direction. I will be, Leo said as he shot his sister an agitated look. I didn't pack, Harrison announced. There really isn't any point, I have clothes and everything else I need at the manor. It really is pointless to bring all of your stuff home for 2 weeks, Theo mused. Are you going to the Malfoy Christmas ball? Harrison asked Violet in an attempt to change the subject. Of course, Violet answered. My family goes every year. This year it'll probably be the only time I get to do something fun. I need to study for my owls the rest of the time. The more I hear about owls the less I look forward to 5th year, Blaze said under his breath. Harrison shot Blaze an amused look and went back to his food. The Hogwarts Express pulled into King's Cross Station and the students began piling out eager to begin their Christmas holidays. Parents were eagerly looking around for their children and the noise level was even higher than it had been on September 1st. Harrison looked around for any sign of his father or godparents. Do you see them anywhere? Draco asked. Harrison peered over the Croat and pointed. They're over there by that pillar. He turned to his friends and began giving them hugs. I'll see you all on Christmas Eve. Harrison and Draco then made their way over to Lucius, Narcissa, and Tom. Father, Harrison said smiling and giving his father an enthusiastic hug. I missed you. Tom smiled. Harrison, it's good to see you. Harrison then turned to his aunt and uncle giving them hugs as well. Aunt Cissa, Uncle Lucius. Harrison, Lucius said returning the hug. Hello dear. Narcissa said with a smile. Most people find her to be cold, but Harrison always found her to be nice. Of course, that may have something to do with her adoring him. Where's Aunt Bella and Uncle Rodolphus? Harrison asked as he looked around. They're on the other side of the platform speaking with the McNairs, Lucius informed them. Shall we go? Narcissa asked grabbing Draco's hand so they could apparate. We'll see you both in 2 days. She said to Harrison and Tom before a faint pop was heard and they were gone. Tom then grabbed Harrison's hand and apparated to Riddle Manor. Upon landing, in the foyer, Harrison heard a hiss causing him to turn around. Tom's familiar was slithering down the marble steps. Hello Nagini. Hello young one. Harrison picked her up and hung her around his shoulders. You appear to have grown. Harrison grinned. Well, I am a growing boy. Nani poked her head out of Harrison's sleeve. Nagini. Nani. Nagini flickered her tongue out at Harrison's familiar. Come on Harrison, Tom's amused voice broke into the conversation. You can tell me all about Hogwarts over some tea. So, Tom began as he poured them both drinks. How is making friends going? You said in your letters that you've met some interesting people. Harrison began stroking Nagini who hissed in pleasure. I've made friends with all of the Ravenclaws in my year and 2 Hufflepuffs, as well as Neville Longbottom who's in Gryffindor. He continued at his father's questioning look. Neville didn't have any friends in Gryffindor and he was horrid at potions, so I offered him my assistance and over time we became friends. He's gotten better in the subject, especially after I asked Sev to stop making him so nervous. Now Sev leaves Neville alone and picks on the other Gryffindors instead. Tom nodded before piercing him with a searching look. What's this I hear about a mudblood in Ravenclaw? Harrison internally sighed. He knew this conversation was coming ever since Leo told his mother about Hermione. Hermione Granger's the smartest of her year in Ravenclaw and I can sense powerful magic coming from her. I believe she'll be a powerful ally. Go on, Tom told him. You've met Terry Boot, Anthony Goldstein, Lisa Turpin, and Sue Lee, Harrison said. The other Ravenclaws are Padma Patil, Michael Corner, Kevin Entwistle, and Stephen Cornfoot. All of them are smart, but Terry, Anthony, and Padma are most likely the smartest besides Hermione. Michael has a wicked sense of humor and is extremely outspoken unlike most Ravenclaws. Padma doesn't see things as good or evil. I overheard her telling Michael that she saw all magic as just that, magic. Stephen is quiet, but very observant, the typical Ravenclaw. Kevin is really into Quidditch but he spends most of his time in the library. He did tell me that he wants to try out for the Ravenclaw house team either next year or the one after. As for the others, you've met them before and you know their parents. Tom nodded clearly pleased. What about the 2 Hufflepuffs? You didn't say very much about them in your letters. Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott, Harrison said. I knew that if Susan chose to side with us she'd be a real asset and Hannah is her best friend. I think we might have a chance with Susan. I'm honestly not sure about Hannah. She seems to be really for the light and she praised Dumbledore. Tom frowned. However, you said you didn't want me revealing you as my father to my new friends yet, so I won't. But when I do, I'll make sure others are with me, especially when I tell Hannah in case she runs for it and attempts to tell the old fool. Good, Tom smiled. I'm glad you've made some new friends and potential allies. He cleared his throat. I hope you're doing well in your classes. Harrison gave his father a look that clearly said, you know I am. Don't pretend that Sev isn't keeping you updated on my grades. Tom's lips twitched. Yes, however, I wanted to hear it from you. Harrison rolled his eyes. He was the only person who could show attitude to the Dark Lord. He tended to do it often just to prove that he could, much to his father's annoyance and the inner circle's amusement. I haven't gotten anything but outstanding on all of my assignments, Harrison explained. I'm number 1 in the year, according to Sev. Excellent, excellent, Tom praised. Harrison snorted into his tea and Tom raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore said that at the farewell feast last night. Tom's eyes narrowed and his lips thinned. Don't compare me to that wretched old fool. I would never, Harrison said with a straight face. Tom's lips curved into a smirk and Harrison's amusement was overshadowed by weariness. I think we should start your training early, Tom said as he pulled out his wand. Why wait until tomorrow? He pointed his wand at Harrison, who immediately went into battle mode. He was far too used to his father sneaking up on him in order to train his senses to be shocked by his father's actions. Tom didn't say a word as a purple jet shot towards Harrison, who immediately dodged out of the way. Expelliarmus! Harrison shouted and Tom easily deflected the spell. The disarming spell. Tom shook his head. Have I taught you nothing? Sectum Sempra. Harrison shouted and Tom easily side-swept the white light. Better, Tom said as his wand tip lit red and a bright light shot at Harrison, who cast a silent Protega. Sectum Sempra. Densagio. Bombarda. Harrison shouted off in quick succession. Tom dodged the first and deflected the last two like they were nothing more than irksome flies. Harrison then dodged a cutting hex and deflected a blood-boiling hex. Harrison cast another explosion hex that Tom dodged, causing a large vase to shatter into 100 pieces. Harrison rolled out of the way of a bone-removing jinx and only barely managed to not get hit by a hex Harrison had never seen before that caused a large hole to burn through a painting of a large Scottish castle. Upon looking closer he could see that the hole was getting larger and larger. What the bloody hell was that? Harrison demanded. Tone Harrison. Tom smirked and Harrison scowled. When the hex hits a person it slowly eats away at their skin until there's nothing left but bones. You were going to let it hit me, Harrison said incredulously. No, I wasn't, Tom told him seriously. You know I wouldn't let you come to serious harm. I would have cast up a shield if you hadn't dodged it. Well, that was too close for my liking, Harrison complained. No whining, Tom said sternly. I love you, Harrison, but I won't always be there to protect you. You know that you have to train harder than anyone else. I went easy on you because you're 11, but in the real world, people won't go easy on you. If you had been my enemy, you would have been dead in 10 seconds and I would have used much more powerful hexes and dark magic. In battle you would never see me cast a bone-removing hex. No, you only do that to prisoners who piss you off, Harrison reminded him. Of course, Tom smirked evilly. Now, I have a meeting in 20 minutes and you should catch up with Nagini. She's missed you. Nagini hissed in annoyance, causing Tom's smirk to broaden. I'll see you at dinner, Tom said as he waved his hand and the large oak door flung open. Harrison allowed his familiar to crawl up his arm and he draped Nagini once more over his shoulders. We'll go to the training room. Harrison hissed. I need to practice some of the advanced spells I read about this term. 3 days later found Harrison sitting in his father's study staring at the large wooden clock. Luna Lovegood should be coming soon and Harrison wouldn't admit it, but he was anxious to see what happened. Him and his father hadn't spoken about her since he returned home for the holidays, so he didn't know what his father was going to say or do. Harrison's head snapped towards the door when he heard it open and saw his father walking in with a young girl next to him. She had long straight blonde hair, large silvery eyes surrounded by thick eyelashes, and pouty lips. She had pale skin and a short stature. She was wearing exceedingly bright yellow robes that appeared to be one size too large. She appeared as though she didn't have a care in the world, as though she wasn't in the Dark Lord's manor and maybe a minute from death. When her eyes locked with Harrison's it was as if they could see into his soul. If he was being honest, it slightly unnerved him. Her head tilted to the side and she made a humming sound. Sit, Tom ordered her. Luna sat in the chair next to Harrison and she continued to stare at him until Tom cleared his throat. Now, Miss Lovegood, Tom said silkily. Tell me why I shouldn't kill you. Once more she tilted her head to the side as if trying to find the best way to answer. Her large eyes flickered to Harrison and back to Tom. I see the future, Luna began in a dreamy voice. I can help you and your side win this war. What makes you think I need help? Tom asked dangerously. I see the future, Luna replied. I know, Tom said. Harrison could tell his father was getting annoyed. You've informed us already. I've seen what is to come, Luna spoke. It may seem like an easy win for the dark, but all is not as it seems. Tom and Harrison both narrowed their eyes. You can win, for I've seen it. I've seen you standing over the corpse of your greatest enemy as his blank eyes stare up at you. However, the light side is not as weak as you think. There are many great allies on Dumbledore's side. There are those you'll need to dispose of before they can become too big of a problem. Your army is great, and once you take over Britain, the world will be yours for the taking. Defeating Dumbledore will be the hard part. He may be old, but he's not weak. He has decades of experience on you, and he instills loyalty in many of the Ministry's influential witches and wizards. I've seen my role in the great battle of our time, and I know that my place is here by Harrison's side. Harrison saw his father's eyes flicker to him for a brief second. How do I know that you speak the truth? Tom demanded. You're a mere child, not even old enough to attend Hogwarts. You speak as though you were someone much older. How do I know someone hasn't fed you these lines? Luna's silver eyes took on a hard look. It was odd how the girl who a second ago looked light and carefree now looked angry. I, Luna Lila Lovegood, swear on my life and my magic that everything I've said on this day, December 23rd of 1991, is the truth, and that everything else I say on this day will be 100% truthful. So mote it be. Luna was engulfed in a white light that disappeared after 5 seconds to reveal the once again carefree-looking Luna. Harrison could admit to himself that he was shocked. The oath Luna just made was rare for magical people to perform because of how dangerous it could be. The oath was more powerful than the unbreakable vow in that it took the words you said extremely seriously, and there was no room to get around it. If you were to swear loyalty to someone and you made a joke about them, then you could lose your life if the vow took your words for disloyalty. That was the reason why Tom didn't make his followers swear that oath. Harrison glanced at his father, and to everyone else he would appear emotionless, but he could see the glee in his eyes. He could guess that his father was happy to have a seer on his side. Well then, Miss Lovegood, Tom said as he appraised her. We have much to discuss. For starters, what else did you see regarding myself and Harrison? I saw friendships and alliances fall apart because of lies and deceit, Luna stated. Harrison felt his stomach drop. He knew that his best friends would never betray him. But that didn't mean that someone else wouldn't. Would it be Hermione, Neville, Hannah, Susan, Padma? There were dozens of people that could betray him. Who? Tom and Harrison demanded simultaneously. I don't know, Luna answered. I don't see everything, and everything that I see can be interpreted in different ways. The future is always changing. Every decision you make alters what will come to pass. If you decide to go to Hogsmeade to shop instead of Diagon Alley, or choose to read about charms rather than transfiguration, your entire future will change. Your experiences are what make you the person you are, and the person you are designates your choices. I know that you will be betrayed and that you will sustain heavy losses. Some will be friends, others will be newer allies. Harrison's stomach dropped further, something he didn't think was possible. He couldn't even dream about life without Draco or Daphne or any of his other best friends. I've seen the defeat of Dumbledore, Luna continued. But each time I've seen it, it happened in a different way. The choices you make every day are changing how the final battle will occur. Final battle? Tom questioned. Harrison could tell he was listening intently so he could go over her words later. There will be a battle between the light and dark, Luna answered. The bloodshed and death toll will be too high to count. There will be substantial losses on both sides. However, I've also seen you rebuild a better world after Dumbledore's death, and I've seen you become the greatest leader the world has ever seen. She paused and looked up at the ceiling. Though there will always be those who oppose you, the world will eventually allow you to be the person you've always dreamt of being. And because of Harrison, more will follow. She turned towards Harrison. You inspire loyalty in people not out of fear, but because they genuinely want to follow you. She looked back at Tom, whose eyes were calculating. Most of your followers follow you because they want to. Most of them would willingly take the killing curse for you. Some, however, joined for reasons other than loyalty. Tom's eyes narrowed and the temperature dropped 10 degrees. Who? Luna shook her head, causing several bone strands to fall in front of her face. That I don't know. My dreams aren't always clear, but sometimes they are. For instance, there will always be those who disagree with the violence you and your Death Eaters use, but I also know you will never change your ways. Death and destruction will always be a part of you, and nothing anyone says or does will change that. People will continue to die and suffer because of your cause, but those who fight with you will prosper in the end. I've seen peace reign over Britain with you at the helm, but as with all things in life, there will always be conflict. She flicked her hair out of her eyes as Harrison raised an eyebrow. How do you know Harrison's birth name? Tom asked, and Harrison's attention focused 100% on the owned. In one of the dreams, Luna responded. Harrison told a group of people the true origin of his birth. Tom didn't say anything, but Harrison imperceptibly nodded. He figured that was how she found out. However, he wanted to snort at the way she said, origin of his birth. It made him sound like he hatched from an egg or something. How often do you have these dreams? Tom asked. It depends, Luna answered with a frown. When I'm sleeping, well, I tend to have them every night. However, when I'm not sleeping, I rarely have them. And when I do have them on those nights, they aren't very clear. What causes you to have a fitful night's sleep? Tom inquired. Harrison raised an eyebrow at the emotions he could see running across her face. He saw both panic and fear as well as a hint of worry. My father, Luna answered quietly. Ever since my mother died, he hasn't been mentally well. She looked towards the far wall that was covered in pictures of Harrison. I have to do all of the housework and take care of myself. The time I'm not doing chores I spend reading. From what I've seen, I know I must be prepared. And some days my father acts out. He's never harmed me, but I fear that soon that might change. She sighed. I can't sleep when I'm worried about what might happen to me the next day. Harrison frowned and looked at his father, who was looking at Luna with a calculating expression. The room was silent for 5 minutes before it was broken by Tom. You said that you saw your place was here, Tom said quietly. What did you mean by that? Harrison's head snapped to Luna as she spoke. I've seen several different scenarios, and in each one I'm living here. I see myself and Harrison as more than just friends. Harrison felt his throat go dry as his father looked at him. We aren't married, no, the role of his wife was always filled by someone else. However, the two of us will share something precious. The room was silent for what felt like an eternity, but in reality was only 10 minutes. Harrison could tell that his father was having some form of internal debate. Harrison refused to look at Luna even though he could feel her eyes on him. Instead, he looked at a painting of waves roughly crashing down on a beach. I have a proposition for you, Miss Lovegood, Tom spoke up in a serious tone. You can live here at Riddle Manor. Harrison's eyes widened and he almost choked on his own spit, and I will cover all of your expenses, schooling and personal. In exchange, you will inform me every time you have one of your dreams. Harrison turned to Luna, who was smiling. I accept. You're just going to leave your dad? Harrison asked incredulously. Harrison, Tom said in warning. It's okay, Luna said before turning to Harrison. I saw this moment, Harrison, I know that I must accept it. And in regards to my father, she shook her head sadly, in my opinion he died the day my mother did. It would be better for us both if he joined her. She looked at Tom at that last sentence. Harrison saw a brief flicker of surprise in Tom's eyes, but no one else would have been able to detect it. Harrison himself was shocked. He would never even contemplate having his own father murdered. He eyed Luna and felt his shock be replaced by something he couldn't quite decipher. But he knew that in this moment, Luna had proved herself to his father. He felt a slow grin spread across his face as he thought about having a seer on their side. You will need to return to your home, Tom told her. I will send Death Eaters to your home this evening and they will be given instructions not to harm you. They'll have to harm me, Luna informed him. I beg your pardon, Tom asked. Harrison could hear the incredulousness in his voice, but he doubted Luna did. If I'm not harmed, the Aurors will be suspicious, Luna replied as though talking about what she wanted for dinner. Tell them to throw a few minor hexes at me and maybe a crucio. Then I'll hide in my closet until the Aurors come. Harrison couldn't help but feel impressed at her dedication. Most people would never willingly allow themselves to be hurt, and he didn't know of anyone who would tell the Dark Lord to have them crucioed. Very well, Tom said. I will tell Lucius Malfoy. Harrison assumed he used his last name for Luna's benefit, to have the papers drawn up for me to become your legal guardian. His name commands respect, so you will most likely be here by tomorrow morning. Harrison was beginning to wonder if he had entered some strange alternate universe. His father never spoke kindly to anyone that wasn't him, a member of his inner circle, or the inner circle's children. He didn't go around cursing the children of Death Eaters, but he rarely spoke to them, and when he did it was in short and normally rude sentences. How will I return home? Luna asked. Tom opened a drawer and pulled out a piece of parchment. He cast a silent spell and levitated it to Luna, who grabbed it in midair. The portkey will activate in a minute exactly, Tom told her. Be prepared, they'll be there in 3 hours. Luna nodded, and 10 seconds later, she disappeared. Harrison stared at the chair that she had been sitting in before turning to his father. He didn't know how to feel at the moment, so he took a deep breath and ran his thumb over his chin. You're adopting her? Harrison asked after a minute of silence. No, I'm becoming her legal guardian, Tom answered. She will keep her last name. He paused as he eyed his son. I know this may seem random, but I can't pass up the opportunity for a true seer to be on our side. They are far too rare and valuable. She'll need training so that she can defend herself, and according to her the two of you will have some sort of relationship. Harrison internally groaned at the reminder. It won't be a bad thing for her to be around. He stood up and waved his wand to remove the creases in his green robes. I need to go summon some of my Death Eaters for the mission. Harrison sat staring at his father's desk long after Tom had left. He didn't even know what to think about everything that had happened in the past hour. Luna Lovegood would now be living in Riddle Manor, and apparently Harrison would have some sort of relationship with her. More than friends, but not married. What the bloody hell did that mean? Was she going to be my mistress? She wasn't very specific, and that annoyed Harrison greatly. He didn't even know what was going on with his father. Tom wasn't the sort of person to do things without thinking them through. He hadn't been rash since he adopted Harrison. Harrison groaned in frustration. His father was the Dark Lord, not a bloody babysitter. He didn't know how this would affect him, and he didn't know if he wanted to know. He pushed himself from his chair and practically stormed to his room. He glared at every portrait or painting that tried to talk to him, and he sent an explosion hex at a portrait of Antioch Slytherin when he wouldn't shut up. He felt immature. He hadn't stormed away since he was a little kid, but he was so confused. He was never confused, and that just annoyed him even more. He knew that his father would be angry and disappointed at his behavior, but at the moment, he didn't care. Living with them was one thing. Tom becoming Luna's legal guardian was a different matter. He felt an emotion he'd never felt before, and it infuriated him because he didn't know what it was. Don't be angry, Nani hissed as she slid up his arm and around his shoulders. There's nothing to be angry about. My father is adopting her. Harrison hissed furiously. He's only becoming her legal guardian. There's a difference. You're a snake, what the hell do you know? Nani hissed angrily and bared her fangs. I've spent enough time with you and your father to know your ways. I also know that your father loves you, and he isn't going to love you any less. You know as well as I he will never grow to feel any more than fondness for the owned. He loves you and only you. Your point. You're jealous of her. Harrison glared at his familiar. No, I'm not. I've never been jealous of anyone in my entire life. He paused as his words echoed in his head, and he closed his eyes. That was the emotion he was feeling. He was jealous of the girl. Jealous that he was going to be replaced because she could do something that he couldn't. His entire life he'd been better than everyone else, better looking, more powerful, smarter and richer. He'd never known what it was like to be second best at something. He never even lost at Quidditch. The only thing he'd never been great at was divination, but neither were any of his friends. But seeing the future was something he'd never be able to do. He fell back on his bed and closed his eyes. He needed to get control of his emotions. He wasn't normally one to let his emotions rule his actions. He thought about the portrait of Antioch Slytherin and grimaced. I'm the heir of Slytherin, the son of Tom Riddle, the most feared Dark Lord of all time. My emotions can't rule my actions because that could get me killed. I need to focus on what Father said. She can help us, and that's all that matters. He sat up and opened his eyes. I'm sorry, Nani. He hissed quietly. Apologies weren't something he normally did. Nani flicked her tongue out and hit his cheek. You are forgiven. The next morning Harrison got dressed in a pair of black dress pants and a green silk shirt and walked into the hallway, which looked completely different than the night before. Christmas decorations littered the hall, wreaths hung on the doors and mistletoe hung from the ceiling. He could smell cinnamon and cocoa, causing him to grin. He loved Christmas Eve. His father didn't like decorations, in fact he hated them with every fiber in his being. But Harrison liked them, so Tom always had the house elves put decorations up for Harrison to wake up to on Christmas Eve, and they'd all be taken down by the time he woke up on Boxing Day. He walked down the hall and saw that the portrait of Antioch Slytherin was back to normal. Antioch glared at him as he passed, but Harrison ignored him. The banisters were littered with lights and Harrison saw a large 20-foot-tall Christmas tree in between the spiral staircase. It was even more beautiful than all of the trees at Hogwarts. Miniature snakes slithered around the bottom of the tree. They would flash silver every 10 seconds, causing them to hiss and Harrison to snort. He always liked to see what new things the house elves would come up with for decorations. On holidays they would always eat breakfast in the dining room in the back of the manor, so Harrison walked through room after room until he reached large black doors. The double doors were 3 times the width of normal ones and 12 feet high. Before he reached them they magically opened and he stepped inside. As usual he could see the snow-covered grounds of the manor through the large window that covered almost the entire back wall. The snow was a foot high and the trees looked frosted. He smiled at the scenery. As usual 2 large Christmas trees stood on either side of the fireplace. Both of them were covered with silver and gold baubles and flashing green lights. A fairy fluttered on the top of each tree and the fireplace was roaring. The flames were charmed green for the occasion. "Good morning, Harrison," Tom smiled when he saw his son. "Good morning, father," Harrison said, but he paused when he saw Luna sitting at the table. "Hello, Luna." The way Luna looked at Harrison, he just knew that she knew how he felt about this situation. "Hello, Harrison," Luna replied. "I take it Uncle Lucius was able to get the paperwork through," Harrison said as he pulled out his chair. "Of course," Tom responded. "She was delivered by a ministry employee this morning. Everything is official. I will be her guardian until she turns 17. "Great," Harrison said. A part of him meant it. He had always wanted a sibling. But another part of him reminded him that she wasn't his sibling and she never would be. Especially since he knew they'd have some form of romantic or physical relationship. "Is she coming with us to Malfoy Manor tonight?" Harrison asked as he poured syrup on his pancakes. "She is," Tom answered. "I told Lucius to inform Narcissa." Further conversation was halted when the morning paper arrived. Harrison unfolded his copy of the Daily Prophet and he saw the other 2 do the same. "I don't normally get the paper," Luna frowned as she looked at the paper in her hands. "I took the liberty of getting you a subscription," Tom said absent-mindedly. "It's important for you to keep up with current events." Harrison's eyes immediately went to the article on the front page. "Lovegood residents attacked by Death Eaters." By Rita Skeeter. Last night the home of Xenophilius Lovegood was attacked and destroyed by Death Eaters. Around 3 p.m. several Death Eaters were reported to have ransacked his home, killed Xenophilius, and cast the dark mark in the sky. Thankfully his daughter, Luna Lovegood, survived the attack. However, she was not unharmed. Sources at St. Mungo's tell me that she had several large gashes on her face and arms. No sooner had healers at St. Mungo's cleared Miss Lovegood to be back to full health had adoption papers been filed at the Ministry of Magic. Lucius Malfoy filed the papers on behalf of Tom Riddle, a name not nearly as well known as the Malfoys. Tom Riddle is known to be a wealthy gentleman who donates thousands of galleons a year to St. Mungo's and other charities. It isn't known how he acquired his vast fortune, but it is known that he has an 11-year-old son. Harrison Riddle is an 11-year-old student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry who just this year was sorted into Slytherin. Not much else is known about the Riddle family other than they have properties all around the world. The papers for Tom Riddle to become Luna Lovegood's legal guardian were approved. Miss Lovegood was taken just this morning to Riddle Manor, the grand home of Tom Riddle and his son. I for one would like to thank this generous man for his kindness towards a young girl in need. It isn't known how Tom Riddle knew of the young girl, but a source inside the ministry tells me that his son met Miss Lovegood some time ago and the 2 had become friends. If only everyone could be as generous as him, the wizarding world would be a better place. Xenophilius was the editor and owner of the magazine, The Quibbler, and he was predeceased by his wife Lila Lovegood. Harrison had to suppress a snort when he read about his father's generosity. Harrison knew his father only did that for appearance's sake. He looked up at Luna to ascertain her reaction. She looked sad, but also resigned, like she knew there was no other choice. He heard his father clear his throat and both kids looked at him. Luna took a vow this morning never to betray me, which is why I'm allowing her to stay here. I won't have someone living here who won't keep my secrets. However, there are ways around everything. Tom paused to take a sip from his glass. Since Luna will be living here, she needs a room, and I've had the house elves prepare one of the guest rooms because I don't have time to take her shopping. Luna nodded in understanding. Once Harrison returns to Hogwarts, I will take you, Luna, to Diagon Alley and we can furnish the bedroom next to Harrison's and you can get whatever clothes you need. If you ever need something, snap your fingers and a house elf will come. They've already been told to listen to you. Once you learn their names, if you want a specific one, call them, and if they know what's good for them, they'll come. He paused and took a sip from his glass. There aren't many rules at the manor, however, the most important one is to never speak of what goes on inside this house to anyone. Do not tell anyone of the professors once you begin at Hogwarts, and do not tell any friends you make. The only way you can speak of anything you hear here is with mine or Harrison's permission. You took the vow, but I can never be too careful. I understand, Luna told him. Good, Tom continued. You will obey everything I say, and if Harrison tells you to do something, you'll do it. You must also dress for all meals in appropriate attire and show my inner circle respect. While Harrison is at Hogwarts, I will begin training you, and when I'm not available, someone from my inner circle will take over for me. Come September, when you begin at Hogwarts, I want you to do your best in every class. I don't accept second best, nor do I accept failure. You will be introduced to my inner circle this evening at the Malfoy Christmas party. Some of those in the outer circle and normal ranks will be attending as well. By now they will all know that I am your legal guardian, and if they value their lives, they won't harm you. However, there are those Death Eaters that are too prideful and arrogant to know what's good for their own health. Do you understand the rules you must follow? I do, Luna answered before she looked at Tom questioningly. What do I call you, Mr. Riddle, or by your first name? You may call me Tom, he replied. Harrison raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He knew his father didn't like his birth name. He thought that it was too common and muggle. Only certain people were allowed to call him by it. He glanced at Luna, who was staring out the large glass doors, a peaceful look on her face. But then again, he couldn't think of any other name that'd be appropriate. Thank you for the dress, Luna said sincerely. It's lovely. You're welcome, Tom replied as he cast a tempest. Harrison looked at Luna, who was wearing a floor-length red gown that one of the house elves picked up. He had to admit, for a 10-year-old she looked pretty. Her own hair had been put up in an elegant bun by Twinkie, and diamonds glittered from her ears. He then looked at his reflection. He was wearing bottle green dress robes with a black bow tie. His hair looked effortlessly styled as usual, and his shoes shone brightly, courtesy of Mipsy. It's time to go, Tom told them as he held out his arm. Harrison grabbed my arm and Luna grabbed his hand. Don't let go of it until we land. One of the many perks of being the Dark Lord was that Tom was keyed into the wards at all of his Death Eaters' homes, so he didn't have to use the flow. Harrison grabbed his father's arm and they disappeared without a sound. A second later, Harrison felt his feet hit the ground and he quickly let go of his father. Harrison looked around and noticed that they landed in the ballroom at Malfoy Manor. As usual, the room was filled to the brim with over-the-top decorations. Half of the room was covered with circular tables with beautiful flowers that glowed silver in the center. The other half of the room was empty. It was meant to be a dance floor. A stage where the orchestra would play sat in the middle of the room. Extravagant ice sculptures stood at each corner of the stage. One was a grand tree, another a sleigh, a reindeer stood at another corner, and a giant Christmas flower at the fourth. There were extremely tall Christmas trees all around the room, covered with live fairies and shimmering balls of light. A large ornate fireplace was burning in the back of the room, the flames changing from red to green. Long tables lined the walls, each one holding a different type of food and drinks. There were 20 house elves standing near the food tables, all wearing green uniforms with the Malfoy crest on the chest, each one carrying a silver tray. Upon seeing them, several house elves ran over offering hors d'oeuvre and drinks, which they all declined. "Tom, Harrison, welcome," Narcissa said as she walked into the room. She looked gorgeous in a strapless form-fitting green dress with a slit that went up to her knee. "And you must be Miss Luna Lovegood. I'm Narcissa Malfoy. It's a pleasure to meet you." "It's nice to meet you," Luna said politely. Narcissa smiled at the young girl before pulling Harrison into a hug. "You look handsome." "Thank you, Aunt Sissy," Harrison smiled. "Narcissa," Tom said, getting her attention. "Where's Lucius?" "In his office," Narcissa answered. "If you go in there, tell him to come down right away, the guests will be here soon." Tom rose an eyebrow. "Thank you." He turned to Harrison. "I'll be back by the time the party starts." Harrison watched as his father walked away before looking back at his aunt, amusement dancing in his emerald eyes. Only Narcissa and Bellatrix could tell his father to do something and not get cursed into oblivion for it. He never understood why, and he didn't know if he really wanted to either. "Harrison," a voice called out, and Harrison turned around. "Draco," Harrison grinned. Draco walked over wearing black dress robes and a dark green bow tie. His gray eyes landed on Luna and he could see the different emotions running through him. The main one was curiosity. "You must be Luna," Draco said, holding out his hand. "My father told me about you. I'm Draco Malfoy." "Hello," Luna said in a dreamy voice. Draco raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. "Is anyone else here?" Harrison asked. "No," Draco shook his head. "As always, you and your father are the first." Soon people began arriving, and by 8 the ballroom was filled with people. Harrison spotted every member of the inner circle and their kids, most of the outer circle, and their children, as well as quite a few members of the Death Eater ranks. Once all of his best friends had arrived, he left Luna with Terry Boot, who he had introduced her to, and took his friends to a secluded corner. He explained his father's reasoning for becoming Luna's legal guardian, but he left out what she predicted other than the fact that his father won the war. Leo wore a smug expression. "I knew we'd win." "Of course we will," Cass scoffed. "There's no way we won't." "But it is good to have some sort of proof," Theo pointed out. "Even if the future can change." "What's she like?" Jenna asked curiously. Harrison looked over at the bee-owned girl who appeared to be getting introduced to Lisa, Sue, and Anthony. He didn't know what to say to her question. He didn't really know anything about her other than the fact she was a seer. And he wasn't about to tell his friends that they were connected somehow in the future. "I don't know," Harrison answered. "I just met her yesterday, it's all happened so fast." "She seems nice enough," Pansy said. "She was polite." "She's pretty too," Daphne added. Harrison made an undistinguishable noise. "Yeah, but I guess only time will tell." The next morning Harrison felt like he was 8 again as he practically bounced into the living room. Underneath the tree were piles of presents wrapped in shiny wrapping paper. He saw Tom sitting in his usual black leather chair and Luna sitting on the large green couch Harrison normally sat at. He walked over and took the seat next to Luna. He decided that he'd give her a chance. After all, he would be stuck with her for at least the next 7 years. "Happy Christmas," Harrison said with a large grin. "Happy Christmas, son," Tom said. "Happy Christmas, Harrison," Luna smiled. Tom shot him a teasing smile. "What are you waiting for?" Harrison didn't need to be told twice. He immediately ran to the tree and grabbed the closest present, a large box wrapped in green paper. He looked at the tag and it said that it was for Luna. "Here, Luna, it's for you." Harrison tossed the startled bee on the box. "It's for me?" Luna asked, surprised. "Of course," Tom told her. "Oh," Luna said quietly. "I only ever got 1 or 2 small things, even when my mum was alive." Harrison made a face, but quickly masked it. He couldn't imagine only getting 1 or 2 presents. He felt slightly bad for the girl, but he pushed the feeling away. It was Christmas and he didn't want to spend it feeling sorry for anyone. He quickly sorted out the rest of the presents. His pile was much larger than Luna's, but she still had more than most children got. He decided to open the presents from his best friends first. He picked up a large square box that said it was from Draco and tore the green shimmering paper off. Opening the box, he found a new black marble wizard's chessboard. The next present he opened was from Blaze and was a blood-red cloak with gold clasps. Tom said it reminded him of something a Gryffindor would wear, but he ignored the comment. Theo's present was next and was as expected from Theo, a book. The book was on dangerous magical plants. Leo gave him a vial of basilisk venom. The stuff is extremely rare and expensive. Daphne gave him green dragon hide gloves for Quidditch. Tracy's present was a book on advanced charms in battle. It just came out so Harrison didn't have it. He smiled, one less book he'd have to buy. Pansy sent him a box full of clothes. Her mother was a high-end fashion designer, so she always got the best clothes. Jenna gave him a dragon hide sheath for a dagger, and Cass sent him a dagger with rubies in the hilt. He figured they must have done their shopping together. Then he grabbed the pile of presents from his other fellow Slytherins. Crabbe had sent him a dozen chocolate frogs, and Goyle sent him a box filled with an assortment of candy. Millicent sent him a book on prank spells, and Abigail sent him a book on dangerous creatures that Harrison thought might be an interesting read. Anastasia sent him a black silk summer cloak with silver snake fastenings. Violet sent him a book on charms and another on transfiguration. From Marcus he received a snitch that can be used to hide something, and only the person to whom it belongs to can get it out. That will be useful. I can shrink something down and put it in there, he decided as he examined the golden snitch. The rest of his Quidditch team got together and sent him a box of candy. It was so large Harrison didn't think he'd be able to finish it if he had a piece a day for a year. Odette and Ophelia sent him a photo album filled with pictures that had been taken during his first term at Hogwarts. He flipped through it and smiled at the picture of him and his best friends by the lake. Blaise was feeding the squid, and Leo was glaring daggers at Cass because she tried to push him in. Everyone else was laughing, and Daphne's hair kept falling into her face. He received some candy and little trinkets from some of his other Slytherin friends. The next pile was from his friends from other houses. He honestly hadn't expected anything from them, even though he did send them all something. He grabbed a small box which turned out to be from Hermione. Inside was a snowy owl feather quill. Neville sent him a book entitled Magical Water Plants of the Highland Lochs. He smiled to himself. Leave it to Neville to give him a book on plants. Susan Bones sent him a book on Quidditch tactics, and Hannah Abbott sent him a book on a sport called Quadpot. He got 2 chocolate frogs from Terry Boot and a couple cauldron cakes from Anthony Goldstein. Lisa Turpin gave him a book on different dragon breeds, and Roger Davies sent him a book on other wizarding schools. Padma Patil sent him a black leather photo album with his name on the front written in gold. There were only 2 pictures inside. One was of Harrison with all of the Ravenclaw first years taken right before the holiday break, and the other was of Harrison and Padma on that same day laughing at a joke Michael had told. He set the photo album down by the one from Odette and Ophelia. He smiled. Now he has somewhere to put all of his new photos. He has photo albums, but they're all full, and so was the one from the Warrington twins. I've never seen so much candy in my life, Harrison said as he grabbed another present. Nor have I, Tom said as he looked at the boxes of candy. Thank you, Tom, Luna said, and Harrison looked at the pile next to her. There were several winter cloaks and what appeared to be silk summer cloaks. There was a small box of candy and a silver hand mirror with her name engraved on the handle with emeralds. A small box was laying by her feet. He could see over a dozen hair clips and ribbons. There was a pile of books ranging from beginner's dark arts to divination. You're welcome, Tom replied. Harrison noticed that Luna's eyes looked wet and he frowned. He normally didn't care about the feelings over others unless they were his best friends or someone he cared about. But knowing that they'd one day be close made Harrison want to make sure she was okay. Are you all right? Harrison asked as he sat the half-unwrapped present down. I'm fine, Luna gave him a small smile. I've just never had such nice things. She ran her hand over a pair of diamond earrings. And until last night, I'd never even held a diamond, let alone wear them, and now I have another pair. Harrison grinned. You'll get used to it, my dad has an obsession with spending money. Tom glared at him, but it was half-hearted. Luna laughed quietly, but it soon turned into full-blown laughter. Harrison wore a bemused expression, and Tom looked at her as though he was debating whether or not to call a healer or just stun her. What's so funny? Harrison asked almost hesitantly. Luna's laughter slowly subsided. It's just so funny. She shook her head. The Dark Lord has a reputation for murder and torture, and I know that he does those things because I've seen it. And I could tell that he took joy in causing pain. She paused. But, it's hard to picture him going shopping, especially for kids. Harrison snorted at the image of his dad wearing black robes and a scowl browsing honeydeucas for Christmas candy. He was glad that he had control over his emotions, because if he didn't, he would have most likely been laughing until he couldn't breathe. You're right, Harrison admitted. It is hard to picture. I rarely go to stores, Tom cut in, looking annoyed. That's what house elves are for. Harrison shot his dad an amused look and couldn't stop from grinning when Tom glared at him. He was both surprised and glad that his father wasn't acting any different than he normally did on Christmas. He had been slightly worried that his father would act harsher because Luna was there and he never let his soft side show around others. He then picked up his half-open present that was from his godparents. Narcissa and Lucius sent him a pair of dragon hide boots with built-in warming and drying charms. They also sent him a green cloak with the same charms. Severus sent him his usual gift of potion ingredients. The man is really unoriginal. Bellatrix sent him a book called Secrets of the Darkest Arts. It looked to be extremely old and the black leather was peeling. Let me see that, Tom said sharply. Without waiting for a reply, he summoned the book. What's wrong? Harrison asked, frowning. Tom looked down at the front cover and his lips thinned. He opened it up and flicked through the pages until he was halfway through the book. He waved his wand, but didn't say anything, and Harrison saw a silver mist come out of his wand. He closed the book and levitated it into Harrison's lap. What did you do? Harrison asked as he scanned the pages until he came across several blank ones. Why are there some blank pages? There is something in there I don't want anyone to see, Tom answered curtly. There's a reason why that book can't be pulled from the shelf, it's placed in our library. Harrison opened his mouth, but Tom held up a hand. Don't ask anything further. Harrison hesitantly nodded and went back to his presents. He had a present from every member of the inner circle and most of the outer circle as well. Even a few of the Death Eaters from the ranks sent him gifts. Those from the ranks just wanted to key up to him. It didn't matter to him though, a present was a present. Finally he was down to one pile, the gifts from his father. He had always saved those ones for last. Harrison tore into the first present, which was a medium-sized box wrapped in silver paper. Inside was a gold wizard's chess set. He smiled. He had recently lost his old set of wizard's chess and he had complained to his father about it. He set the pieces down next to the board from Draco. The next box had a set of books, a 6-series set on advanced offensive magic. Another box held another book entitled Curses and Counter Curses by Vindictus Viridian. The back said bewitch your friends and befuddle your enemies with the latest revenge tactics, hair loss, jelly legs, tongue tying, and much, much more. Harrison was surprised his father bought him a book he knew Tom considered juvenile, but he didn't say anything. He received several cloaks, a black money pouch with an undetectable extension charm on it so he could place whatever he wanted besides money inside, and of course more books. Riddle Manor had an insanely large library, but Harrison liked keeping books he enjoyed in his room. He opened a large box that turned out to be a solid gold cauldron, and a small black velvet box contained a gold watch. Thank you, Father, Harrison grinned. I loved everything. Tom inclined his head. You're welcome. Harrison waved to Luna from inside the Hogwarts Express. He promised her that he'd write to her at least once a week so they could get to know each other better. They had spent most of the Christmas holidays together learning about each other, and she spent some time with his best friends. They all appeared to like her, even the two he had been worried about, Leo and Blaze. She was a pureblood, so they gave her a chance to prove she belonged. She had charmed them all, and Harrison soon realized that his Aunt Bella was right, appearances can be deceiving. Her innocent face and dreamy voice made her out to be a helpless little girl. In reality she could be quite devious and manipulative. His father, however, didn't get to see her too often. The day after Christmas, Tom led his inner circle on a raid that resulted in the death of 3 Aurors and sent a dozen more to St. Mungo's. Rabaston had been hit by an Auror, but he was able to portkey back to Riddle Manor. The next day, screaming could be heard from the Death Eater meeting room, and that night Nagini told him that Tom fed her 2 Muggle women who had been used as a demonstration. A demonstration of what he didn't know, but the look on Antonin Dolahov's and Walden McNair's faces as they left the room was enough to tell him the 2 women had felt a lot of pain if their gleeful looks were anything to go by. He had asked Luna how she felt about everything, and she said she didn't mind. She told him that she had known what to expect and the screaming didn't bother her. She had a gleam in her normally cloudy eyes that reminded him of Bellatrix, and it caught him off guard. The train took off and Blaze challenged Harrison to a game of Exploding Snap. 10 minutes into the game, Harrison's three least favorite Gryffindors opened the door. Harrison's eyes narrowed when he saw the superior looks on their faces. "Can we help you?" Leo asked coolly. "We just came to tell you that you'll want to watch out," Ron said smugly. "For what?" Harrison asked in a bored tone. "My brothers taught me some spells over the break," Ron replied with an air of superiority that only looked good on a Slytherin. "Congratulations," Theo drawled without looking up from his book. "What did they teach you?" Blaise asked with mock interest. "How to cast the disarming spell." Ron's face turned red as the Slytherin snickered. Ron pulled out his wand, the Slytherins saw the motion and they all pulled theirs out in sync. Ron paled when he saw 10 wands pointed back at him. Seamus and Dean pulled theirs out and pointed them at Leo and Draco respectively. "There's 10 of us," Harrison said slowly. "And there are 3 of you." He put on a thoughtful look. "I highly doubt you'll win." Blaise snorted. He wouldn't win if only one of us had our wands out. "Stupefy!" Ron shouted and Harrison threw up a shield. "Really, Ronald?" Harrison asked with a smirk. "You tried that one last term and it didn't work then either." "Reducto!" Ron shouted. The spell missed the Slytherins who had all thrown shields up and hit the window. There was a loud crashing sound and the glass blew outwards. All of the Slytherins narrowed their eyes. "You're very lucky that the spell knocked the glass outside of the train," Harrison said in a quiet but dangerous voice. "What's going on here?" a tall redhead with curly hair and horn-rimmed glasses asked. Harrison saw a prefect badge on his chest and knew that he must have been Percy Weasley. "Ronald here decided to come to our compartment and curse us with spells he said his brothers taught him," Harrison answered before the Gryffindors could speak. "He missed, of course," Leo smirked while Ron's hands balled into fists, "and hit our window instead." Percy turned to his brother who was now as red as his hair. "They got away with everything last term," Ron said angrily. "So you decided to curse them?" Percy demanded, looking both angry and embarrassed. "They're Slytherins," Ron exclaimed as though that explained everything. Percy began but he was cut off. "What's going on?" Gracelyn Derrick asked. "I heard an explosion." She looked at the broken window and frowned. When she saw the Gryffindors her eyes narrowed. "Weasley, what did you do?" Percy puffed up with indignation. "I didn't do anything, Derrick." He gave his brother a sharp look. "My brother apparently tried to curse them and broke their window instead." Gracelyn glared at the 3 Gryffindors. "The 3 of you just lost Gryffindor 10 points each and you'll all be serving 2 detentions with Snape." "You can't do that," Ron shouted. "We didn't do anything," Seamus pointed out angrily. "You 2 joined him and didn't do anything to stop him," Gracelyn said harshly. "And I'm head girl, I'm allowed to deduct points and assign detentions. Now go back to your compartment." Ron turned to Percy. Percy cut him off. "You deserve the punishment, Ron, they didn't do anything to you." He glanced at Gracelyn who was watching him closely. "And I'm writing to Mother." Ron's eyes went wide. "You can't do that." "I can and I will," Percy said stiffly before leaving the compartment. "I said leave," Gracelyn said sharply to the 3 Gryffindors. The 3 boys shot the Slytherins one last glare before leaving. "Reparo," Gracelyn said with a wave of her wand. The window mended itself and she smiled in satisfaction. "Try not to get into any more trouble." "They started it," Blaise reminded her. Gracelyn rolled her eyes as she left the compartment. Leo's smirk grew as the door shut behind her. "We aren't even at Hogwarts and those fools lost their house points." "They're Gryffindors," Theo said as he picked up his book. "What do you expect?" Harrison spent the month after the Christmas holidays studying twice as hard as he normally did. Every night when his friends went to bed he would pull out a book on an advanced subject or the dark arts and read early into the morning. Sometimes he would go into the common room once everyone was asleep and practice the spells both with his wand and without. He never had a problem with learning magic meant for kids years older, but there was one spell he couldn't get to work for him no matter what he tried. Every time he tried to banish something the object would only move a couple feet. It didn't make any sense to him since he was an expert at the summoning charm and he'd been vanishing objects since he was 10. The banishing charm was only a 4th-year spell and he could perform 7th-year spells without a problem. After 24 failed attempts one night Harrison cast a powerful reducto at the book he'd been trying to banish and the book as well as the table it was sitting on exploded into hundreds of shards. He quickly threw up a protega as the wood came soaring towards him. He scowled as he cast a reparo and flung himself onto the couch. He was glad his father wasn't there to see him act like a sulky child. He twirled his wand with his hand and glared at the book in front of him. After 5 minutes of brooding, he pulled out a quill and parchment. He had received a letter from Luna that morning and decided he had nothing better to do, so he might as well reply. Dear Luna, Aunt Bella told me that your training is going better than she expected, and believe me when I say that from her that's high praise. I'm glad to hear you've been spending all of your free time studying and delving into beginning dark arts. Don't worry if you can't get the spells on your first go. Most people can't get the dark arts to work for them until they're 13 or 14. I'm fine, no thanks to that fool Ronald Weasley. Today in potions he forgot to take his cauldron off the fire before adding the essence of treelap and his cauldron exploded. His potion covered everyone in a repulsive purple goo. Everyone needed to be taken to the hospital wing. I could have cursed myself for not casting a shield in time, but I couldn't get to my wand in time, and I don't want the Gryffindors to know I can perform wandless magic. I'm becoming closer to Neville, Hermione and Susan. Out of all the new friends I've made, I'm the closest with those three. Neville is coming out of his shell more, thank Salazar. I don't know how much longer I would be in the mood to always be on my guard in potions. He's still nervous but not as much as before. He's calm enough that I don't need to watch his every move to make sure our cauldron doesn't explode. Hermione is still as bookish as ever, but she's beginning to lighten up, much to Draco's relief. He still doesn't like her, of course, but when she's not acting like a know-it-all, Draco can at least stand her presence. Susan hasn't changed since I've met her, but she's gotten closer to the girls since the beginning of the year, especially Jenna. Continue to do your best in lessons. Father won't be happy if you aren't up to par. Your friend, Harrison. Harrison reread the letter he wrote before. Folding it. He didn't know why he was telling her things about his friends, but his instincts told him to. He felt as though his magic was telling him to tell her certain things, so that's what he did. His instincts hadn't led him wrong before. Luna woke up and pulled her curtains from around her bed. She looked at her nightstand and saw a letter with her name on it. She recognized Harrison's handwriting. She read the letter as she walked over to her fireplace. She smiled at the words, "Your friend," before throwing the letter into the fire. Tom had told her to always burn letters after reading them, no matter what the contents were. She looked around her room and felt her smile grow. She had just finished decorating her room the day before with the help of the house elves. Her walls were light green with silver trim and the white marble floor sparkled under her feet. She had a fireplace that was adorned with picture frames. Her mother smiled from the pictures. She even had one that had been taken at the Malfoy Christmas ball with Harrison. Several white couches sat in front of the fireplace, as well as two unusual-looking chairs. The chairs were twice the height of normal chairs and the back of them were 5 feet tall. She had a king-size bed with a silver silk comforter and large plush light green pillows. A nightstand on either side held more pictures, and a dresser had 2 clear vases filled with exotic flowers. A bookcase was filled with books purchased by Bellatrix and Tom, while shelves held games and trinkets. She had a bathroom the size of most people's bedrooms with a pool-sized tub and a shower big enough for 20 people. Her closet was exceedingly huge and was filled to the brim with more clothes than she'd owned in her entire life combined. Narcissa had taken her to a place called Melrose Alley where they spent an entire day shopping. She had robes of every color and made from every material. She had pants for every occasion and more pairs of workout clothes than there were hours in the day. Tom told her that no ward of his would dress in anything other than the best. She had barely slept more than 5 hours a night since Harrison left for Hogwarts. She had spent the past month being trained by the Dark Lord's Death Eaters. Bellatrix was teaching her beginners dark arts while Lucius taught her about politics in the wizarding world. Tom even had several of the spouses of Death Eaters training her, including Narcissa, who was giving her etiquette and dancing lessons. She was learning all of the spells first and second years learned at Hogwarts, as well as those that are banned from the school. Luna had been surprised she was able to pick up the spells quickly. She knew that most magical people couldn't perform magic that wasn't accidental before they turned 11, and if they could, it was only simple spells. She had never seen visions of her training at this age, only when she was older, so she hadn't known what to expect. She enjoyed the theory lessons as well as the practical ones. Bellatrix was an interesting teacher to say the least, albeit a perfectionist. Tom also thought it would be a good idea to get rid of any sense of compassion or kindness she might feel towards those he deemed unworthy. She had been taken to the dungeons several times to witness prisoners being tortured and interrogated. He told her it was so she could get used to witnessing such things, and if she were to witness it now she'd be less inclined to feel sympathy towards them later. She admitted to Bellatrix that she loved hearing the screams of pain echo around the dungeons. And the sight of blood made her feel a sense of excitement. It was the same when she had violent visions. Every time she had a vision she would record it in a charmed journal. Everything she wrote in the leather-bound notebook was sent to a matching one that Tom had. Lately she had been having more visions than usual, and a lot of them had to do with screams echoing around a campsite as green light illuminated the scene. Luna walked over to her desk and pulled out writing supplies. She dipped her eagle feather quill in black ink and began writing. Dear Harrison, I am happy to hear that you're becoming closer to your new friends. I've never had a friend until you, and I know how much it means to consider one a friend. Lessons with Bellatrix have gone really well. She said that I'm a natural at dark arts and gave me a few books to read. I will admit, I love the feel of dark magic. Every time I cast a dark spell I can feel it caressing my core and it makes me want to cast more. Bellatrix told me that it was normal. Barty has been teaching me how to transfigure small objects. He says that I'll be ready to move to bigger objects soon. Your father provided me with a collection of books on the subject of divination. I tried tea leaves and tarot cards, but they don't seem to work for me. I'll keep trying, but for now those two arts evade me. I met Regulus kids yesterday. Karina and Orion were here while a meeting was going on. Tom sent them to the library, which was where I was at the time. They're the only kids close to my age that have come to the manor since I've been here. Orion reminded me of Leo in terms of arrogance. It makes sense since they are related. I met a man named Peter Pettigrew and I didn't like him at all. He said that I speak too maturely for my age and kept shooting me weird looks. Your father doesn't seem to like him much. He was held under the Cruciatus curse for a whole minute. When Tom noticed me watching he just smiled. It reminded me of a vision I had the other night. Speaking of visions, I've had a lot of them lately. Some are quite obvious while others aren't. I had one about a large black dog that looked like the Grim. I told your father of course, but he didn't ask for further details. He'll sometimes ask to see the memory if he wants more information. I was surprised the first time he asked. After all, I've seen him force his way into several Death Eaters' minds without warning before. However, I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. You probably won't know what that means. It's a Muggle saying. It's funny to say Muggle sayings around the Death Eaters. Most of them have no idea what I'm talking about. I have a lot more to say, but it'll have to wait. I need to be in the training room to meet Rodolphus soon. Yours, Luna. She folded the letter and sent it away with her owl. It had been a gift from Tom for performing admirably. It was a snowy owl with flecks of gray and silver on her wings. She had named him Phineas. She looked out the large glass doors that led to her balcony and she felt happiness swell inside of her. Before she came here she was always worried that her father might snap and curse her. Before her mother's death he had been kind, but that all changed once Lila passed away. She cooked her own meals and was only giving a small amount of money to purchase clothes which she had to buy second-hand. She loved to read but didn't have access to the books she would like to. Her father didn't like that she was a seer because it reminded him too much of her mother. Living at Riddle Manor she had everything she ever wanted and more. House elves did all of the cooking and cleaning. No longer was she up until 1 in the morning cleaning the house. She had access to the library that would put any other library to shame. Her gift was considered valuable and she wore clothes that fit properly. She still loved the fact that she could wear expensive robes and if they ripped she didn't have to worry about fixing them herself. All she needed to do was change into something else. When Harrison had been here she enjoyed his company immensely. She felt safe and happy when she was with him, even though he had been closed off at first. He had slowly opened up and the two had hit it off. When adults were around he would go into Heir mode, but when he was just around his friends or those he considered family he would relax. She knew from her visions that he didn't trust easily, but he was also one to trust his instinct. She was glad his instincts told him to trust her. She had seen their friendship in her visions, but a part of her had been worried that the future would change. While Harrison was here Tom had been happy and kind when his Death Eaters weren't around. Not kind in the way a normal person was, but kinder than one would think he could be. He didn't go around handing out cookies, but he would relax and talk about whatever Harrison wanted to discuss. When his followers would come over, he would switch into Dark Lord mode and all traces of kindness would vanish. Once Harrison left, he spent most of his time in Dark Lord mode unless his inner circle was around. He seemed to subconsciously lessen his hostile nature when they were at the manor. He hadn't cursed her, but Luna had seen him curse dozens of others. He had appeared to want to raise his wand against her once when she ran into him, but he settled for glaring at her and sweeping from the room. Sometimes he would be nicer when she was doing well in her lessons or he just received a letter from Harrison. During those times he would talk to her. But most of the time he was standoffish. She was humming a peaceful tune she had heard in one of her visions when she heard a pop. "Miss Luna," a house elf squeaked. "It's time for breakfast." "I'll be there in a minute, Axel," Luna said as she walked to her closet. The small elf bowed low before popping away. Harrison was running his finger over the spine of a large red book when an unwelcome voice's words made him freeze. "Did you find out what he was hiding?" Seamus asked. Harrison cursed himself for not yet learning the disillusionment charm as he peered around the shelf. Ron, Dean and Seamus were standing around a table while Ron sat down several thick books. Harrison instantly became curious. Those particular Gryffindors weren't known for reading more than what was required. "Dragons," Ron whispered. Hagrid was looking up stuff about dragons. "Look at these. Dragon species of Great Britain and Ireland, from Egg to Inferno, a dragon keeper's guide." Dragons. What the bloody hell would that oaf need a book on how to keep dragons, unless, no, not even Hagrid was that dense. Well, maybe. Although Harrison sincerely hoped not, he didn't want to be charred to a crisp. "Hagrid's always wanted a dragon, he told me so the first time I went down to his hut for tea," said Seamus. "Maybe he somehow found an egg." Harrison had to suppress a snort. "People don't just leave dragon eggs lying around." "But it's against our laws," said Ron. "Dragon breeding was outlawed by the Warlocks Convention of 1709, everyone knows that." Harrison had to stop himself from doing a double take. Ron actually knows some useful information. Who would have guessed? It's hard to stop muggles from noticing us if we're keeping dragons in the back garden. Anyway, you can't tame dragons, it's dangerous. You should see the burns Charlie's got off wild ones in Romania. Charlie. That must be another Weasley. But there aren't wild dragons in Britain. Dean asked. Harrison rolled his emerald eyes. Common Welsh green and Hebridean blacks. The Ministry of Magic has a job hushing them up, I can tell you. Our kind has too. Keep putting spells on muggles who've spotted them, to make them forget, Ron told them. So what exactly is Hagrid up to? Dean asked hesitantly. I don't know, let's go down to his hut and find out, Ron said, picking up his bag and heading towards the library exit. Harrison walked out from behind the bookshelf after the three Gryffindors left. Hagrid must have a dragon. He smirked as he thought of all the different ways this could play out. Telling Dumbledore was definitely out, and so was telling any other professor except for Snape. If I tell Snape, he won't be able to do anything except for tell Dumbledore. I need to find the others. Hagrid has a dragon, Theo repeated incredulously. You're joking. Harrison gave Theo an annoyed look. I wouldn't joke about something like that. What are we going to do about it? Jenna asked. We can always tell a prefect or Sev. Leo rolled his eyes. Are you thick? Jenna gave him an insulted look. All they'll do is go to old Dumbledore. He spat the headmaster's name, and besides, all that will happen is Hagrid gets into trouble. If we play it right, we can get not only Hagrid but the three dim-witted Gryffindors into trouble as well. How are we going to do that? Pansy asked. I think we should wait until the dragon hatches, Draco answered. Are you mad? Tracy demanded. Draco, a dragon at Hogwarts will be disastrous. Harrison shook his head. No, Tracy, I think that Draco's right. Everyone looked at him to elaborate. There's no way a dragon can stay at Hogwarts without being found, so they'll need to get rid of it. Chances are Ron and his minions will be the ones doing it. From what I've heard, Hagrid won't give up any of his animals without a fight. So I'm 99% sure it will be here until it hatches. All we have to do is find out when that's going to be and inform Severus. But Leo said that telling Sev would only get Hagrid into trouble, Jenna said slowly. Harrison closed his eyes briefly. He loved his best friends, but sometimes he wished some of them were quicker on the uptake. Harrison meant that if we wait until the dragon hatches, Weasley and his two idiotic friends will go down to see it. Blaise chimed in, looking eager to get someone into trouble. There's no way they won't get into trouble for helping hatch a dragon, especially since it's on school grounds. A smirk appeared on Pansy's face. Brilliant. The Slytherins spent the next 2 weeks taking turns using Harrison's invisibility cloak to check if the dragon had hatched. Finally one morning Pansy peered through the window and saw her 3 least favorite Gryffindors, Hagrid and a baby dragon that looked as though it had just hatched. It was black with wings that were too small for its body and creepy orange eyes. She smirked and ran off to tell the others. "How long do you think until they'll try to get rid of it?" Tracy asked. "I'm not sure, most likely it will be soon though," Harrison told them. "You can't have a dragon unnoticed for too long, especially not once it starts to grow." Uncle Lucius said that one of Ron's older brother works with dragons. "I'd bet my broomstick that Ron will write to him to pick it up. If any of you see him receive an owl, try to get the letter." Another 2 weeks passed until finally it was the beginning of March. Harrison was sitting with Graham Montague and Cameron Warrington laughing about how badly Hufflepuff beat Gryffindor in the latest Quidditch match when Draco barged into the common room looking excited. Harrison excused himself, then walked over to his best friend. "What's up, Draco? You never barge into the common room like that." "I know when Weasley will be getting rid of the dragon," Draco said, pulling a piece of parchment from his pocket. "I heard from Terry that Weasley was in the hospital wing, so I went to give my sincerest well wishes." Harrison smirked. He knew that was code for he went to mock him. "Pomfrey wouldn't just let me go into the infirmary, so I made up an excuse, saying I needed to borrow a book, and inside the book was a note from his brother. Can you believe the idiot left it in a book where anyone could find it?" Draco finished with an eye roll. Harrison snorted. He could imagine the Gryffindor doing that. Harrison looked down at the parchment Draco handed him and read. "Dear Ron, how are you? Thanks for the letter. I'd be glad to take the Norwegian Ridgeback, but it won't be easy getting him here. I think the best thing will be to send him over with some friends of mine who are coming to visit me next week. Trouble is, they mustn't be seen carrying an illegal dragon. Could you get the Ridgeback up the tallest tower at midnight on Saturday? They can meet you there and take him away while it's still dark. Send me an answer as soon as possible. Love, Charlie." "Naughty Gryffindor, isn't he?" Harrison asked as he crumpled up the letter. "Now all we need to do is wait until Saturday and then we'll tell Gracelyn." "Gracelyn?" Draco asked in surprise. "Why not just tell Sev now?" Harrison tossed the crumpled letter into the fireplace. "If we told Severus now, he would go to Hagrid now, and if we told right before midnight, McGonagall would find out it was us and assume we knew all along and just waited to get Ron and his friends into trouble. Which is true, of course, but she doesn't need to know that. So on Saturday we'll tell Gracelyn. After all, she is head girl. None of the older students go to bed until after midnight on Saturdays anyway." Draco smirked. "I wonder how many points he'll lose for Gryffindor this time." Saturday night Harrison and his friends sat in front of the roaring fire in the common room. Harrison would cast a tempest every 5 minutes and Draco would glance at Gracelyn, who was talking with her friends on the opposite side of the room. "It's time," Harrison said, standing up and motioning for Draco to get up with him. "We'll be back in a minute," he told his other friends before walking to the other side of the common room. "Gracelyn, can we have a word?" Harrison asked the head girl. Gracelyn looked up from a copy of Witch Weekly. "Of course, Harrison, does this need to be in private?" she asked the 2 first years going into head girl mode. "Yes, that would be preferred," Harrison replied. "All right." Gracelyn stood up and motioned Harrison and Draco to follow her. They stopped in front of a portrait of a dark forest. "What's going on?" "We need you to go to Professor Snape," Harrison said, getting to the point. "Ronald Weasley and his friends have an illegal dragon and they're sneaking up to the astronomy tower at midnight to get rid of it." Gracelyn waited for them to laugh or say that this was a joke. When they didn't, she gave them an incredulous look. "A dragon?" she asked in disbelief. "I would expect something like this from Blaise, not the two of you." She looked at them disapprovingly. "Look, Gracelyn, I know this sounds like total dragon dung, but it's not," Harrison said firmly. "The bloody gamekeeper Hagrid got a dragon egg and Ron and his friends are sending it off to Ron's brother in Romania. I swear to you that we aren't lying." Gracelyn looked between the 2 first years and pursed her lips. For a moment she reminded Harrison of McGonagall. "All right," Gracelyn said. I'll go to Professor Snape. She gave them both a stern look, but if the two of you are lying you'll both be in detention. Harrison and Draco nodded before Gracelyn walked over to the common room exit. How'd she react? Pansy asked once they were back with their friends. How would you react if 2 first-years told you that 3 first-years were helping the groundkeeper sneak an illegal dragon out of the castle? Draco asked dryly. Pansy blushed as she glared at Draco. The next morning the Slytherins walked into the Great Hall in cheerful spirits, and upon seeing the Gryffindor hourglass their spirits rose even further. Yesterday Gryffindor had 350 points and today they were in the negative. 150 black jewels filled the Gryffindor hourglass. The Great Hall was empty. Harrison made sure they were the first ones to enter so they could see everyone's reactions. He knew that they would be in trouble, but he had a feeling this would be better than he first thought. The first people to enter the hall were a group of 5th-year Ravenclaws who didn't notice the hourglass at first until one abruptly stopped and pointed. Her friends looked up and Harrison saw all of their jaws drop. Harrison smirked, and he wasn't the only one. His friends all wore either smirks or looks of triumph on their faces. Everyone else who entered the hall stopped to stare at the hourglass in disbelief. Never before could anyone remember any house being in the negative, let alone lose 500 points in one night. The Gryffindors who walked in looked either furious or confused. Harrison assumed the story must not have got out yet. He saw a group of 7th-year Gryffindors conversing as one angrily pointing to the hourglass. Who do I need to thank? Anastasia asked with a wicked smirk. Pardon? Harrison asked the 5th year. Gryffindor is in the negatives, and for some reason I don't think it was those blasted Weasley twins who lost all those points, Anastasia said as she eyed Harrison and then her brother. Blaise smirked at his sister before going back to his porridge. Harrison could practically feel smugness radiating from his friends as the Slytherins continued to speculate how their least favorite house lost 500 points. Ron Weasley, Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan tried to sneak a dragon up to the astronomy tower last night, Harrison said once the musings got annoying. Everyone who heard Harrison stared at him in disbelief. Those who hadn't heard were being told by those who had, and soon the entire Slytherin table was stunned silent. A dragon? Anastasia demanded. At Hogwarts. Idiots, Alexander Dolohov sneered. That's dangerous, Violet said scandalized. Completely foolish, Odette said to her twin. They're Gryffindors, Leo drawled. They're the very definition of reckless, foolish and idiotic. By the time breakfast was over, every student at Hogwarts had heard about the 3 first-year Gryffindors who tried to sneak a dragon out of school. Everyone in Gryffindor looked furious and kept sending the 3 boys spiteful looks. Even the other 3 Weasleys looked angry. The oldest one, Percy, had stormed out of the hall. Gracelyn told Harrison that all 3 Gryffindors were given 3 weeks' worth of detention with filch, and letters were sent home. The glaring and mutterings got so bad that the 3 boys left the Great Hall without finishing their breakfast. All throughout the day the 3 Gryffindors were bullied by every house. The Gryffindors were furious that they were in the negatives, the Ravenclaws were angry that they could have been killed by a dragon, and the Hufflepuffs were angry that now with the huge point drop Slytherin would win the House Cup again. The Slytherins would clap every time one of them would walk past. By the time dinner came the 3 boys were red with anger and sporting purple hair. Harrison could see the Weasley twins smirking, and he made a mental note to introduce himself to them later. Harrison watched as a lone owl flew into the Great Hall carrying a red letter. Someone's got a howler, Leo said amused. Harrison could clearly see Ron's face turn even redder as he grabbed the letter. A moment later it opened and smoke came out. Ronald Bilious Weasley. How dare you try to sneak a dragon out of the school? How dare you even go near a dragon? I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd expelled you. You wait until I get hold of you. Your father and I are furious. You or your friends could have been seriously injured. If you put another toe out of line we will bring you straight home. A ringing silence fell. The red envelope, which had dropped from Ron's hand, burst into flames and curled into ashes. Almost every student in the hall burst into laughter as Ron jumped up and ran from the hall, Dean and Seamus following behind him. Draco snorted. That must be embarrassing. Harrison smirked. I wasn't expecting that, not that I'm complaining, of course. Did you see him glare at you as he ran out? Tracy asked Harrison. Yeah, Harrison replied. He probably thinks I had something to do with him getting caught. You did, Blaise smirked. I know that and you know that, Harrison said innocently. But he doesn't know that for sure and he never will. I wonder how long their hair will stay purple, Blaze asked as his laughter died down. I don't know, Harrison said as he watched the Weasley twins get up. Come on, I want to introduce myself to them. His friends followed his line of sight and Draco nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. What? Blaze asked incredulously. I have a feeling that I should get to know them, Harrison said as he stood up. His friends exchanged incredulous looks but followed him out of the hall. Harrison saw two heads of flaming red hair and followed them down a corridor. Hey, Harrison said in a carrying voice. The two third years spun around and neither one hid their shock. They were both of average height with well-built bodies from playing Quidditch. They were identical down to their last freckle, from their short red hair to their light brown eyes. Well, if it isn't, one began. Ickle Slytherin firsties, the other one finished. Harrison raised an eyebrow while Draco and Leo both sneered. He heard Blaze snort and Theo let out an amused sound. Ickle firsties, huh? Harrison repeated. How creative. The twins exchanged looks. I'm Harrison Riddle, he held out his hand, and these are my best friends. He named all of his friends as the first twin eyed his hand warily. Harrison rolled his eyes. It's just a hand. The second twin shook his hand and when nothing happened the first one followed suit. Sorry but we can never, the first twin spoke. Be too careful. Especially with Slytherins, the first twin finished. I'm George Weasley, the first twin said. And I'm Fred Weasley, also known as Forge and Gred. Harrison's lips twitched as the Weasley twins grinned cheekily. I just wanted to congratulate you on your brother's purple hair. Fred smirked. We thought it suited him quite well. Do you two always finish each other's sentences? Blaze asked amusedly. Yes, the twins answered in unison. Are you two not close with your brother? Harrison inquired, pretending to not care about the answer. No, Ronakins has always been too different from us. And he doesn't appreciate our pranking. Harrison exchanged a look with a smirking Draco before looking back at the red-headed twins. Well then we have something in common, Harrison said. I can't stand your brother. What are you suggesting? Harrison smirked. What is your brother's greatest fear? Fred and George grinned from ear to ear. Spiders. Spiders. Blaze snorted. Very frightening. Before anyone could comment an annoying voice yelling caught their attention. Why are you talking to them? Cormac demanded as he walked up the corridor. They're the competition. The curly-haired second year's face was red as he stopped in front of the Slytherins. What are you trying to do? Find out our Quidditch secrets. Blaze covered up a laugh with a cough as Leo rolled his eyes and put on an air of boredom. Seriously, McLaggen? Harrison asked incredulously. We were just talking. Slytherins don't just talk, Cormac snapped. Harrison narrowed his eyes. I would shut your mouth if I were you. Or what? Cormac asked smugly. I'm a second year. Oh no, Blaze said in mock fear. Not a second year. The Weasley twins snickered as Cormac went redder. Are you siding with them? Cormac demanded of the Weasley twins. Over you? George asked. Yes, they answered in unison. Cormac looked furious as he spun around and stormed down the hall. Harrison blinked twice before what just happened fully registered. Was Cormac serious? He didn't know whether to laugh or send the Gryffindor to St. Mungo's for a mental evaluation. That was the most random argument, if you could even call it that he'd ever been a part of. That was, Harrison began but stopped because he didn't even know what to say. Instead he looked up at the Weasley twins. Thanks for the information on your brother. Anytime. Young Slytherins. We have a feeling. This is the beginning of an amazing friendship. Harrison and his friends were talking about Quidditch in the potions classroom when the Gryffindors entered. A red-faced Ron stormed over to their table flanked by Dean and Seamus. All of their robes were disheveled like they got dressed in a hurry and their eyes had bags underneath them. Malfoy, Ron spat. Which one of you did it? Draco raised a owned eyebrow. I beg your pardon. I know one of you told the professors about the dragon, Ron explained through clenched teeth. Draco grinned widely. Oh yes, the soon-to-be infamous illegal dragon. Harrison was watching the exchange closely. He saw Ron's hands clench and unclench. Dean's eyes were blazing with anger and Seamus looked annoyed. I knew it. Ron shrieked, causing the other Gryffindors to look at them. What's going on? Neville asked, frowning as he took his seat next to Harrison. None of your business, you traitor, Ron snapped. Neville flushed and flinched slightly. Don't talk to him that way, Ronald, Harrison said coolly. Ron rounded on him. And you? Harrison looked at him inquiringly. I know you're up to something. No one would voluntarily partner with Longbottom, especially not a Slytherin. Neville is my friend, Harrison said, his voice taking on a dangerous edge. Slytherins don't have friends, Ron said as if he knew something they didn't. My dad told me that all Slytherins actually have alliances. The room was silent and the temperature dropped. You can feel a breeze rush through the room. Harrison felt his magic begin to swirl around and he pushed it down before he did something Dumbledore would expel him for. He could see that Draco was seething and he knew he was going to say something. Draco had always had a temper. He saw Leo stare coldly at Ron and was thankful that some of his friends could control themselves. We have friends, Draco snapped. More friends than you anyway. Draco, Leo cut in. Ignore the little weasel, his family is nothing but a bunch of muggle lovers. And your family is full of nothing but bigots who marry their cousins, Ron snarled. Faster than anyone could blink 10 wands were pointed at Ron. Say that again, Cass said, venom dripping from every syllable. It's the truth, Ron said as he pulled out his wand, the core was poking out. Your parents are probably bowing to you know who right now. 10 hexes went soaring to Ron when a giant transparent shield appeared in front of the Gryffindors. Weasley, Snape roared. 30 points for what you just said and you can add another week's worth of detention to your schedule. He glared at the other 2 Gryffindors. 30 points from each of you for not stopping him and you can also add a week's of detention for both of you. They tried to hex me. Ron yelled. They should get a detention. Snape looked so deadly Harrison thought a basilisk would wince. After what you said I don't blame them. He stopped 3 feet from them. Now sit down. The 3 red-faced boys stomped to their usual seats. Draco was seething, Leo's eyes were burning with hate and Blaise looked like he wanted to kill them with his bare hands. Theo's eyes were narrowed as he watched their retreating backs and Daphne was holding Cass' arm in warning. I'm going to enjoy watching him die, Cass hissed quietly. Harrison looked at Snape who gave him a small nod. Harrison knew why Snape blocked the hexes, he heard what Cass and Leo had yelled. Ron would have been severely injured and the 10 of them would have been expelled. He knew Dumbledore would see to it for hurting the son of a family that's important to the Order. Harrison opened up his book to the page on the board as he watched Draco from the corner of his eye. He wanted to make sure his best friend didn't do anything stupid. Draco had always been one to do something stupid when he was angry. It reminded Harrison of a Gryffindor but he wasn't going to tell him that. Halfway through the lesson Harrison glanced back at a still angry-looking Ron. An idea formed in his head. He didn't just want Ron to die when the time came, he wanted him to suffer first. Images of Fred and George popped into his head and he decided that he needed them on his side. He hated their older brother Percy but he wouldn't mind having him join their side, after all he was extremely smart. Having his brothers join the dark would infuriate Ron and crush his parents. It wouldn't be enough but it would be enough until he could torture Ron to the brink of insanity before finally ending his life. He smiled to himself and begun to stir his potion. The Slytherin common room was louder than Harrison could ever remember it being. All of the serious, stuffy, and usually pretentious students of Slytherin House were scattered all around the common room dancing and cheering while the older students were downing shots of fire whiskey. A group of 6th-year girls were dancing on one of the large tables normally used for studying. The normally proper Violet was making out in a corner with Evan and the Warrington twins were singing loudly with the other 2nd years. Marcus was sitting on a magically enlarged chair with 2 4th years Ebony Clayworth and S. Arlette Lowe sitting on his lap. Ebony was bobbing her head to the music, her black hair flying in every direction while S. Arlette handed the Quidditch captain shots. Harrison was grinning like a 5-year-old who just got a new toy as Lucian Bull handed him a large silver cup. Earlier that day Slytherin beat Ravenclaw, 320-70 and won the Quidditch Cup for the 6th year in a row. The Slytherin 7th years procured sweets and butterbeer for the younger students and fire whiskey for the older ones. There were drunk students staggering around the room and couples groping each other on the couches. Gracelyn was trying to get the students who were all over each other to tone it down for the first years but most of them were too drunk to listen. She ended up hexing Adam Rivers and Morgan Chambers when she saw the latter snake her hand down Adam's pants. There are 1st and 2nd years in here, Gracelyn scolded the pair who looked sheepish. The 1st and 2nd years however didn't mind, they were used to couples making out and making crude jokes on normal days. Harrison saw Blaze smirking as a pair of fourth years snuck down to the dorms, the girl's blouse half unbuttoned. Blaze is a perv in the making, Theo said offhandedly. Blaze smirked. What can I say? I was never under the impression that girls had cooties. Harrison soon found out from his father that the dragon egg Hagrid had was given to him by a Death Eater in disguise. The plan was to get Hagrid fired, but unfortunately that didn't work because Dumbledore covered for him. Harrison was also informed of Luna's positive progress in her lessons. Harrison was positively giddy when the Daily Prophet reported Death Eater attacks 3 days in a row towards the end of the year. All in all, 2 Aurors were killed, 9 were injured, and Ministry Obliviators had dozens of Muggles that need to be obliviated. On the downside, 1 Death Eater was killed in the attacks by an Auror named Kingsley Shacklebolt. According to his father, the man is very talented and also a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Much to Ron's anger and the Slytherin first year's amusement, Harrison had become friends with the Weasley twins. He hadn't used Ron's greatest fear against him yet, but he had been glad the twins told him. They were willing to tell him anything he asked about his brother. It was obvious there was no love lost between them. He had been pleasantly surprised at the devious and somewhat cruel nature of the twins. They never meant for their pranks to seriously hurt anyone, but when they did hurt someone they didn't seem to care. Even Draco had grown to become slightly fond of the twins, not that he'd admit it out loud. The week before exams, the Slytherin common room was quieter than normal. Most of the 7th and 5th years were never in the common room because they were either in the library or in their dorm rooms for quiet. When they would come into the common room they would snap if someone spoke loudly or dared to ask a question. The other years were studying, but not as much since they didn't have newts or owls. Harrison knew all of the material, so instead of studying for the exams he read books his father sent him or helped his friends. He spent hours trying to help Pansy remember dates they learned in history of magic. Jenna needed help in herbology, but no matter how much she studied she was horrible at the subject. Surprisingly, Neville helped Jenna in the subject and she helped him practice proper wand movements for charms. When exams began they had been given special new quills, which had been bewitched with an anti-cheating spell. Harrison had been told by Fred and George that they do indeed work. He didn't bother asking them how they knew. They had practical exams as well. Professor Flitwick called them one by one into his class to see if they could make a pineapple tap dance across a desk. Professor McGonagall watched them turn a mouse into a snuff box. Points were given for how pretty the snuff box was, but taken away if it had whiskers. Snape made everyone, except the Slytherins, nervous as they tried to brew a forgetfulness potion. Their very last exam was history of magic. 1 hour of answering questions about batty old wizards who'd invented self-stirring cauldrons, and they'd be free for a whole wonderful week until their exam results came out. That was much easier than I thought it'd be, Hermione said happily. Cass rolled her eyes, but at a look from Harrison didn't say anything. What are your plans for the summer, Hermione? Harrison asked as he led his friends to the lake. My parents and I are going to Italy, Hermione said excitedly. We're going to go to all the museums and try real Italian food. How exciting, Draco said in mock interest. Hermione either didn't notice his tone or ignored it as she continued to talk about what her family had planned. You must visit the manor, Harrison said once she was done talking. Harrison's best friends looked at him with undisguised shock and incredulity. He could have sworn Draco's eyes were going to bug out of his head, and he didn't know if Pansy could get any more pale. He was going to make a joke about them looking very un-Slytherin but decided not to. He could tell they were all thinking that his father wouldn't allow it, but he knew he would, albeit grudgingly if it was to sway someone to their side. He internally smirked as he knew what would make them even more shocked. I'll invite Neville and the Weasley twins as well, Harrison added with a smile. Draco choked on air and Theo absent-mindedly slapped his back. Harrison smiled at his friends and he saw Blaze's disbelief turn into amusement. The day before they were to return home the exam results were posted. As expected, Harrison was the number 1 in his year with Daphne as number 2. Draco came in 3rd followed by Leo, and much to her annoyance Hermione came in 5th. Cass, Theo, Blaze, Terry Boot and Padma Patil rounded out the top 10. The Slytherins enjoyed rubbing the fact that 7 out of 10 of the top spots for the first years were held by Slytherins. Ron and Ernie Macmillan would both turn red with anger when it was brought up. The night of the leaving feast arrived and Harrison and his friends made their way to the Great Hall in good spirits. It was decked out in the Slytherin colors of green and silver to celebrate Slytherins winning the House Cup for the 6th year in a row. A huge banner showing the Slytherin serpent covered the wall behind the high table. Gryffindor House was sulking and shooting glares at the 3 first years who caused them to be in last place in regards to points. They were barely out of the negatives. Harrison and his friends sat chatting about their summer plans until Dumbledore stood up looking less jovial than usual. Harrison couldn't blame him. He'd be miserable if he had been the one to lose a priceless stone and have a teacher go missing out from under his nose. The hall fell silent as Dumbledore rose a hand to draw everyone's attention. "Another year gone," Dumbledore said as his eyes twinkled slightly. "And I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into our delicious feast. What a year it has been. Hopefully your heads are all a little fuller than they were. You have the whole summer ahead to get them nice and empty before next year starts. Now, as I understand it, the House Cup here needs awarding, and the points stand thus. In 4th place, Gryffindor, with 100 points. In 3rd, Hufflepuff, with 350. Ravenclaw has 428 and Slytherin, 492. Slytherin wins the House Cup. A storm of cheering and stamping broke out from the Slytherin table. Draco was banging his goblet on the table. Leo and Blaise both wore smug expressions while Jenna cheered loudly in Harrison's ear. Harrison saw Ron glaring at them from the Gryffindor table, so he raised his goblet and winked in a mock toast. Ron turned beet red and turned around. Harrison smirked and went back to cheering. The next morning their wardrobes were empty, their trunks were packed. Neville's toad was found lurking in a corner of the toilets. Notes were handed out to all students, warning them not to use magic over the holidays. "I always hope they'll forget to give us these," said Fred Weasley sadly. Hagrid was there to take them down to the fleet of boats that sailed across the lake. They were boarding the Hogwarts Express, talking and laughing as the countryside became greener and tidier, eating Betty Bott's every flavor beans as they sped past Muggle towns, pulling off their wizard robes and putting on jackets and coats, pulling into platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. Harrison stepped off the train and hugged his girlfriends and goodbye and told the boys he'd see them soon. Hermione almost squeezed the air from his lungs and Fred clapped his back so hard he almost went flying forward, and he would have if he hadn't been trained to catch himself. "Dragon," Narcissa called, and Harrison saw Draco's cheeks tinge pink. "Don't say anything," Draco said sharply. Harrison smirked. "I wasn't going to. I missed you all so much," Narcissa said as she hugged Draco. "Hello, Father," Harrison said smiling. Tom returned the gesture. "Harrison, do you have everything?" Harrison nodded. "Hello," Luna said in a dreamy voice. "Hi Luna," Harrison said as the bee-owned pulled him into a hug. Bellatrix turned from Leo to hug Harrison. "My little snake, Riddle Manor has been less interesting without you. No one to help you torment Wormtail?" Harrison asked innocently. Bella's eyes lit up with twisted excitement. "Oh, I wouldn't say that." Luna grinned and Harrison felt his lips tug at the corner. "I'm so proud," Harrison said as he let his lips form a smirk. "As endearing as this conversation is, we must be going," Tom said as he held out his arm. "Lucius, I will see you tomorrow morning at 6, don't be late." Lucius inclined his head. "Of course not. Bye Draco," Harrison said. "I'll see you tomorrow Leo." Cass hugged Harrison before pulling away. "Hex Wormtail for me." "My pleasure," Harrison grinned as he grabbed his father's arm. Luna grabbed Harrison's hand and the three of them apparated away. Harrison stood in the middle of the large ballroom at Malfoy Manor as he took in the lavish decorations. The large marble ballroom had several large circular tables in the middle of the room surrounded by green and silver glowing balloons, which were floating all over. There were 2 large rectangular tables, one was covered with drinks and the other filled with appetizers. A giant cake in the shape of a golden snitch with real fluttering wings was floating in between the 2 tables. A dozen house elves carrying silver trays with bottles of pumpkin juice were walking around the room. Another large table was off to the side, several presents sat on top of it, so Harrison assumed that must be where his gifts will be going. There were already 20 gifts of various sized covering the table. Harrison smiled in appreciation. His Aunt Narcissa was always good at throwing birthday parties. He smoothed out his black silk shirt and adjusted his gold watch. He spun around when he heard a voice practically shriek his name. "Harrison!" Pansy yelled, her black hair longer than usual and her skin tan. "Happy birthday!" She lunged at him, her slim arms wrapping around his neck. Harrison hugged his best friend back tighter than normal. Pansy had been in Italy for the past 3 weeks, and apparently she'd spent a lot of time in the sun. "Thanks, Pansy," Harrison said. "How was Italy?" "It was amazing," Pansy gushed. She spent the next 5 minutes detailing everything she did, from shopping in the Italian equivalent of Hogsmeade to swimming in crystal clear blue water. "What did you get up to while I was away?" Harrison went into a long explanation of the past 3 weeks. He told her about training every day for 3 hours with his father, then 3 more with his Aunt Bella, Draco, Cass, Leo and Luna. He made her laugh when he told her about all the times him and Blaze went under his invisibility cloak and hexed unsuspecting Death Eaters. Pansy was happy to hear that he and Luna had gotten closer, and she was almost as advanced with magic as Daphne, Tracy and Jenna, thanks to her private tutoring over the past 6 months. Pansy wasn't as surprised as he thought she'd be when he told her Hermione came over a few days prior to Riddle Manor. She was, however, surprised when he told Pansy that Hermione liked Tom even with his standoffish and cold personality. They both laughed as they pictured Hermione's face if she knew who Tom really was. She was excited to meet someone who knew so much. Harrison explained Hermione's reasoning behind liking Tom. She said he seemed smarter than all of the Hogwarts professors. "That's because he is," Pansy said seriously before changing the subject. "You guys didn't start Animagus training without me, did you?" "No," Harrison assured her. "But Father did assign us all books to read on the subject. Draco was supposed to send you yours." "He did," Pansy replied. "I read a little bit every night." "Good," Harrison said. "Father said he won't allow us to learn the transformation until all of us have read the books." Their conversation ended when the rest of Harrison's best friends walked into the ballroom carrying presents. He had to tear his gaze away from Daphne, who looked beautiful in a red sundress, when he heard Blaze groan. Harrison turned to look in the direction Blaze was, and he saw Hermione walking and looking nervous. Neville, Fred and George were walking in behind her. Neville looked even more nervous. He appeared as though he'd pass out any second. Fred and George, on the other hand, looked excited, and they both wore matching mischievous grins. Harrison made a mental note to check their gifts for spells before he opened them. "The Mudblood," Blaze said, annoyed. "She's actually not that bad," Tracy admitted. Blaze sneered. "She's a Mudblood." Daphne rolled her blue eyes. "She's smart, and remember what Tom said." Blaze's sneer lessened. "As long as they're useful, they'll have a place in the world he'll build." Blaze, Leo and Draco exchanged annoyed looks but didn't say anything. Harrison was grateful for that, because if they said anything about who his father was before Harrison was ready to tell his new friends his father would kill them. Soon more people began walking into the ballroom. By noon it was filled with Hogwarts students and dozens of Death Eaters, including all of the inner circle. Harrison introduced Luna to those she hadn't met at the Malfoy Christmas party. She hit it off with Hermione quickly, and the two began to talk about books they'd read. "This house is amazing," Hermione said halfway through the party. "It's a manor," Cass corrected impatiently. "What?" Hermione asked, confused. Cass glared at the Muggleborn. "It's a manor, not a house." "Oh," Hermione said awkwardly. Harrison internally groaned. He didn't think Cass and Hermione would ever get along. He wanted to diffuse the tension, so he grabbed Cass' hand and led her out to the dance floor where the older guests were. Violet and Evan were dancing so close together it was hard to tell where one arm ended and another began. Marcus and Anastasia were grinding to the fast beat, while Celine Dollahov, Cladora Rosier and Sienna Draven giggled as they danced wildly, their arms going in every direction. He could see Cameron Warrington glaring daggers at Ezekiel Gallows, who was dancing with both Odette and Ophelia. Harrison moved to the beat as a song by the Weird Sisters came on. Cass lifted her hands in the air and swung her hips as her black curls bobbed up and down. Harrison grinned when his other friends came and joined in. Daphne grabbed one of his hands and Cass took the other, and he jokingly spun them around as Pansy took pictures. The party passed by too quickly for everyone's liking, and soon the music stopped and everyone got ready to leave. Bellatrix, being the person she is, loudly demanded all of the students to pose for a group photo before anyone could actually leave. One photo turned into 30, and soon Karina and Orion Black along with Astoria Greengrass began making silly faces, while the teenagers laughed, much to those who had parents their annoyance or amusement. Finally Tom announced that everyone should go home, so everyone gave their goodbyes and either flute or portkeyed home. Brilliant party, Fred began. Ickle Harrison. George continued. We'll see you at Hogwarts. Our favorite little Slytherin. They finished together. Harrison scowled at them as they winked and stepped backwards into the fireplace, disappearing in a swirl of green flames. Harrison shook his head before turning to his father, who was speaking quietly to Lucius and Rodolphus. The three men kept shooting the large black clock that hung above one of the fireplaces quick glances. Dad? Harrison asked, causing the three men to look at him. Do you have to be somewhere? Tom smiled, but Harrison could see that it was slightly strained. Harrison internally frowned but didn't outwardly show that he noticed anything. He wouldn't ask what was wrong in front of Draco, Luna, Cass and Leo, who were watching the exchange. Not at the moment, Tom answered. Why don't you open your presents? Harrison could tell that it wasn't a suggestion, so he nodded and walked over to his presents. Draco handed him a large silver box and he gladly ripped the paper off, revealing a set of books, Dark Arts for the Experienced, volumes 1 to 7. Who's that from? Narcissa asked as she sipped a glass of red wine. Evan, Harrison answered as he set the books aside. Which one? Narcissa inquired. The third, Draco said for Harrison. Open ours next, Cass said. Leo handed Harrison a long thin package wrapped in green and silver striped paper. The tag said it was from Cass and Leo. It wasn't unusual for them to give joint presents, but usually they each gave Harrison separate ones. However, once he unwrapped it, he saw why it was from both of them. Gleaming from inside a dark wooden case was a Nimbus 2001. The handle shimmered from the light of the chandeliers and the twigs were perfect. The words Nimbus 2001 were written in gold bold letters on the tip of the handle. A Nimbus 2001, Draco said as his silver eyes widened. I didn't know you guys were buying him one. Leo smirked smugly. You don't know everything, cousin. Draco scowled, but it quickly slid off his face when Harrison lifted up the broom. Harrison ran his hand over the smooth handle before putting it back in the case. Thank you, Leo, Cass, Harrison said sincerely. We thought you could use a new broom, Leo replied. With the Nimbus 2001, Gryffindor won't stand a chance. Not that they would with you playing Seeker anyway, Cass added with a glare towards her brother. Obviously, Leo drawled at his twin. It didn't sound like you thought so, Cass pointed out rudely. You know what I meant, Leo retorted. You, Cass began but was silenced under her father's stern look. An hour later, Harrison was finally finished opening all of his presents. He received dozens of books, potions, ingredients, clothes, games, trinkets, gift certificates to stores in Diagon Alley, and more candy than he could eat in a year. The twins gave him a book on magical pranks with a note that he had their blessing to do whatever he wanted to Ron. Besides his broomstick, his favorite gift was a silver ring with a large emerald that had the Slytherin crest in the center from his father. Thank you, Harrison said as he examined the emerald. You're welcome, Tom smiled before turning to Lucius and giving him a nod. What's going on? Harrison inquired, having seen the nod from the corner of his eye. You'll see, Tom said with satisfaction. Harrison exchanged a curious look with Draco and Leo. A minute later, Lucius walked back into the room with 6 Nimbus 2001s trailing behind him. Harrison watched in shock as Tom smirked and gestured to the brooms. I was aware that Cassiopeia and Leo were purchasing you a Nimbus 2001, Tom said. So I purchased one for each of your teammates. Harrison stared at his father in shock. He had always been spoiled, but 6 broomsticks was a lot for someone that wasn't him. Consider it your final birthday present. A grin slowly spread across Harrison's face. Thank you. Tom sat in his study staring intently at the 2 men and his son who were sitting before him. Lucius and Severus were staring back at him with expressionless faces, or at least to those who aren't him they would appear expressionless. He could easily see the hesitation in Severus' black eyes and the worry in Lucius' gray ones. He could see why they would be both nervous and worried. After all, his plan wasn't what a normal person would consider safe. However, he needed to teach Dumbledore a lesson. The old fool needed to know that Tom could cause problems even at Hogwarts, the supposed safest place in all of Britain. Harrison didn't look scared or worried, instead he looked thoughtful and slightly amused. Tom's lips quirked into a half-smile when he thought about the similarities he and his son shared. Tom had spent hours mulling over different plans. He came up with dozens that would be sure to incite panic in the old man. He finally came up with something that would cause Dumbledore to not only worry but become confused and frightened for his students' safety. At first Tom was hesitant, something that infuriated him. Before he adopted Harrison he never doubted himself, but now he wanted to make sure that whatever he did his son would be safe. After thinking his plan over he knew his son would be safe, for the basilisk that resides in the Chamber of Secrets would never harm an heir of Slytherin. There were only two problems he foresaw, and the first was Dumbledore closing the school once the attacks began. He knew that if students kept getting attacked that Dumbledore would close the school and he couldn't have that. However, if the chamber was opened and several students were killed and then the attacks stopped, it would remain open. The school governors wouldn't close it after only 1 or 2 attacks, but once more and more start to die they'd have no choice. The second problem was stopping the attacks before they could get too out of hand. He didn't want the school to close nor too much magical blood to spill. He came up with a solution that he knew would work as long as Dumbledore didn't have his son followed, which was what he was worried about. "Do you all understand what I'm asking of you?" Tom asked in an emotionless voice. "Yes," Lucius answered promptly. "Of course," Severus replied respectfully. Tom waved his hand in a gesture for them to tell him what they were supposed to do. Tom watched as Lucius dusted off an imaginary piece of lint from his midnight black dress robes. "I will take the diary," Lucius began, "and I will find a way to give it to the youngest Weasley girl." He said the name Weasley as though it was the worst word in the human language. "I'll preferably do it while the Weasley family is shopping for school supplies in Diagon Alley. The idiot Arthur Weasley won't notice a thing, I am sure." "Good," Tom said approvingly. "And you, Severus?" "I'll make sure that Dumbledore doesn't suspect Harrison's involvement once the chamber is opened," Severus replied. "If he begins to suspect Harrison I will inform you and Harrison immediately." "Son?" Tom questioned as he stroked Nagini's scales. "Once it gets to the point that Dumbledore is contemplating closing the school I'll retrieve the diary from the Weasley girl by any means necessary," Harrison answered. "If it's about to get into Dumbledore's hands or the diary gets out of control then I must destroy it." "Very good," Tom nodded once before piercing Harrison with a stern look. "Whatever you do, Harrison, do not write in the diary. Do you understand me?" "Yes," Harrison answered seriously before glancing hesitantly at his godfather and professor. "Something you'd like to ask?" Tom asked his son. "Are you sure I can destroy it if it comes down to it?" Harrison asked, staring Tom in the eyes. "It's a Horcrux after all." Tom looked away from his son and continued to stroke his familiar. He had told his inner circle about his Horcruxes around the time he adopted Harrison. They wouldn't be able to revive him if he were to lose his body without knowing about them. However, no one outside of his inner circle knew, with the exception of Harrison. When Harrison was younger he asked his father how he looked no older than his uncle Lucius when he was much older, something he found out by going through old photographs from Tom's time at Hogwarts. Tom had explained it to his son and assured him that when he was of age he would make some as well. When Tom had made his Horcruxes he did them in locations that weren't as secure as he once thought. Once he adopted Harrison he began to think about his past actions and he saw the mistakes he had made in his arrogance. He knew that Dumbledore knew of all the places where they were hidden, so he moved them, with the exception of Slytherin's locket, as no one knew the location and Dumbledore wouldn't be able to get past the charms. He had Severus retrieve the diadem of Ravenclaw and he went to his grandfather's hovel in Little Hangleton and took the Peverell ring. He had Bellatrix remove Hufflepuff's cup from her vault at Gringotts and had Lucius return his childhood diary. The only Horcrux that wasn't moved was Nagini, and that's because she's not an inanimate object. The diadem of Ravenclaw now resides in a cursed chest in a manor under the Fidelius, but that manor is in Ireland. The Peverell ring is locked in a vault guarded by the darkest of magic in Riddle Manor, and Hufflepuff's cup is now in Severus' vault, the one vault Dumbledore would never suspect to house a Horcrux. The diary was moved to Tom's office at Riddle Manor where it was now sitting on his desk. He knew that if a Horcrux was to be destroyed the piece of his soul would be returned to him. However, it would be even more painful than it was to make the Horcrux. The pain required to split one's soul was more painful than 50 Cruciatus curses hitting you at once cast by the most powerful wizard on earth. He didn't want to know what something worse than that would feel like, but he was no coward, he could handle it. He didn't want his Horcruxes to be destroyed, but even if the diary was, he would still have 5. And he knew that the 2 hidden under Fidelius would never be found, so he would never die. Tom's blue eyes met emerald green ones and he gave his son an assuring look. "I am sure," Tom answered. He looked at his 2 Death Eaters and dismissed them with a wave of his hand. They bowed and quickly left the room. Was there something else you wanted to talk about? Harrison inquired. Yes, Tom said as he pulled out a vial. I was able to extract elixir from the Philosopher's Stone. Harrison's eyes lit up at his father's words. He knew that his father had been trying to figure out how to get the stone to work since Quirrell gave it to him. Tom told him that no one outside of the inner circle knew about it and they were all busy doing other things for him, so they couldn't work with it. So Tom had to do it himself, and he had only been able to examine it when he had the time. He knew that his father didn't need the elixir since he had Horcruxes and they were richer than God, so more gold wouldn't change anything. Harrison knew that the reason his father wanted the stone was because the elixir could be used to heal anyone even if they were an inch from death. It could mean the difference between losing a Death Eater to fatal injuries or not. If a Death Eater returned with injuries too severe for magic to cure, the elixir could be used to heal them, although it wouldn't extend their life any. Harrison had asked his father the night he returned from school why he didn't give the elixir to his followers. If he did that, his army would be immortal, but Tom said no in such a tone that Harrison didn't say anything further on the subject. Harrison assumed that it was because Tom didn't want anyone else to live forever with the exception of Harrison. What did you do with it? Harrison asked eagerly, acting like the 12-year-old he was. Most of it is in vials in my private potions stores, some is in the infirmary and a small portion is in here. Tom held up the vial. It was a diamond vial with an emerald top. It was filled to the brim with red liquid. I want you to keep this with you at all times. All it will take is a few drops directly into the person's mouth and their wounds will heal. Tell no one with the exception of your friends. And by friends you mean Draco, Blaze, Leo, Theo, Cass, Daphne, Tracy, Jenna, Pansy and Luna, Harrison said. None of the others. Yes, Tom said sternly. Only those I know I can trust with the information. And the only ones who you personally taught occlumency to, Harrison added. Tom's lips quirked. Yes. Harrison grabbed the vial and pulled out his black silk pouch. The pouch had been custom made so only Harrison or Tom could remove items from inside of it. He carried it at all times, even when he was swimming or flying. It could be shrunk down and attached to his forearm arm holster. Inside he carried another pouch. This one was an unlimited money bag that directly took money from the Riddle Vault. He also carried a healing kit on his father's orders, a wizard's chess set and board, a pack of exploding snaps, 2 sets of gobstones, spare quills, spare parchment, a few of his favorite books and several other items. He dropped the vial in and pulled the silver drawstrings shut. Don't lose that, Tom said seriously, his blue eyes hard. And no matter what, do not let Dumbledore so much as see it. I won't, Harrison assured him. I promise. Harrison could hear Cass and Leo snickering as his aunt walked towards his unconscious best friend. He looked around the large training room at Riddle Manor as he twirled his wand idly between his fingers. The room was the size of the Great Hall at Hogwarts and had a dark brown marble floor with specks of gold. There were training dummies lined up against one of the walls and targets on another. In one of the corners were several plush dark green couches for resting, a medium-sized wooden table in the middle of them. Swords and other weapons hung above the couches on the wall and antique chandeliers lit the room. 2 raised platforms meant for dueling stood in the middle of the room. Both of them were the same length with runes etched around them to stop spells from hitting anyone not on the platforms. You didn't block fast enough, Bellatrix said after enervating Draco. Of course I didn't, Draco grumbled. Harrison's too fast. Harrison smirked as he tossed Draco his wand. The own boy scowled as he reached for his wand, catching it before it hit the ground. No excuses, Bellatrix said sternly. If this was a real duel you'd be dead. Remember, all it takes to kill a man is one well-aimed spell. She turned to her kids. Your turn. Cass winked at Harrison as she walked by him and onto one of the platforms. Harrison watched as Cass and Leo got into proper dueling stances. On the count of 3, Bellatrix informed them. 1, 2. Before she could say 3, Cass shot a purple spell towards her twin, who immediately cast a shield charm. Leo scowled at his sister and shot a jet of white light followed by what Harrison knew to be a bludgeoning hex. Cass retaliated by casting 3 Sectum Sempras in quick succession. Leo rolled out of the way and jumped up and cast a shield before throwing cutting hexes and the blood-boiling curse. Harrison watched as they sent silent spell after silent spell, neither one successfully hitting the other. Cass ducked as a severing hex flew towards her and it sailed over her head. Cass scowled and began volleying spell after spell. Leo tried dodging and casting shield charms, but after being hit several times his shield fluttered and died. Before he could dodge or cast something to protect himself, a stunning spell hit him square in the chest. Leo crumpled to the floor and Cass smirked. "Brilliant," Bella praised. "You cast several spells in quick succession until his shield fell." Leo's eyes slowly opened after his mother revived him and he sat up to glare at his twin. "Not so funny when it happens to you, is it?" Draco asked mockingly. Leo switched his glare to his laughing cousin. "Do you always laugh during your training?" A smooth voice asked. Everyone spun around and saw nothing, but Harrison knew his dad was there. A second later Tom appeared wearing black robes and an amused look. Draco's eyes widened and Leo looked embarrassed at having been beaten by a girl in front of the Dark Lord. "How long have you been there?" Cass asked curiously. "Since Harrison and Draco's last duel," Tom answered before pulling out his wand. "Harrison, how about you show me what you've learned from all those books before your other friends arrive?" Harrison grinned. He loved dueling with his dad. He knew his dad went easy on him, if not he wouldn't have a chance since he was only 12. But he could always practice at his full power when he was against his dad because he didn't have to worry about hurting him like he did his friends. He often worried about hurting his friends. He was more powerful than your average 17-year-old, let alone 12-year-old, so he usually just toyed with them. He pulled out his wand and walked up to one of the platforms. Draco, Cass and Leo joined Bella on the couch she conjured to watch. Harrison began thinking of what strategy to go with and was glad he had finally got the hang of the banishing charm. It might come in handy. Whenever he dueled his father and they conjured things, being able to banish them was a plus. Tom and Harrison bowed to each other before getting in their proper dueling stances. Harrison didn't even blink before a jet of fire a foot thick came flying towards him. He waved his wand in a pattern he saw in an advanced dark arts book and prayed it would work. A second before the fire would have reached him, he completed the wand movements and the fire shot off in the opposite direction towards his father. Tom waved his wand and the fire turned into 6 large swords with glistening blades. He lifted his arms and the swords went for Harrison, who cast a wide-range blasting spell that turned the swords into shards of metal. The metal continued to fly towards him, so he cast a banishing charm that sent them back to Tom. Before they reached him, Tom turned the shards of metal into dust which began to spin around and fly towards Harrison. Harrison waved his wand to get rid of the dust, but it didn't work. Harrison tried another spell, this one more advanced, and the dust disappeared. The air cleared in time for him to see a jet of sickly orange light flying towards him. Harrison dodged the spell before it could hit him. Harrison pointed his wand at the floor in front of his father and turned it to ice. Tom noticed the spell from the light and wand movements and cast a spell to stop himself from slipping. The floor around Tom was light blue and shining. Tom smirked and Harrison knew that nothing good would come from that. Before Harrison knew what was happening, large icicles were growing from the ground and encircling Harrison. 5 seconds later he was caged in solid ice. He could see his breath and goose bumps were appearing on his arms. He cast a fire spell, but all it did was cause the ice to perspire slightly, causing him to scowl. Harrison closed his eyes and waved his wand in the air, forming several runes. A giant snake made of fire shot from his wand and began tearing at the ice. Soon the ice was gone, leaving behind a giant puddle of water. Harrison waved his wand and the snake disappeared along with the puddle. He looked up at his father in time to see a black lightning bolt fly from his wand. Harrison sidestepped the spell and cast 6 blood-boiling hexes faster than his friends watching thought possible. Tom easily blocked the spells and cast several spells even faster than Harrison had. Harrison was flung backwards by a well-placed banishing charm and slammed into the invisible barrier caused by the runes around the platform. He slid down the wall, but he hadn't let go of his wand. He lifted it up to cast a spell, but before he could, his wand went flying out of his hand and into Tom's. "Impressive," Tom praised as he easily caught his son's wand. "That was amazing," Draco said, sounding impressed. "Are you okay?" a worried voice asked. Harrison turned and saw Daphne, Tracy, Jenna, Pansy, Theo and Blaze standing behind the conjured couch. He gave his friend a dazzling smile as Tom waved his wand to check his son for any damage. "I'm fine, Daph," Harrison assured her. "How long have you all been there?" "Since you sent a jet of fire back at your dad," Theo replied. You were phenomenal by the way, Tracy said. I've never even seen the older kids at Hogwarts duel like that. That's because they're all idiots, Blaise told her. If other parents were like Slytherins and trained their kids, maybe they could have half of Harrison's talent. It's a good thing they don't, Cass interjected. You wouldn't want the Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs trained like us now, would you? Blaise eyed Cass. No, I wouldn't. Where's Luna? Tracy asked. Is she not going to start animagus training with us? The lesson she's in at the moment ends at noon, Harrison answered. Sev's teaching her potions. He cast a tempest. She should be here any minute. 5 minutes later, Luna walked in wearing clothes appropriate for training. She took a seat next to Harrison on one of the chairs Tom conjured. Now that you're all here, we will begin, Tom said. However, before I tell you how to find your form, I have a few rules you all must follow. His eyes roamed over the 11 kids. You will pay attention and do exactly as I say. I am a busy man and you're all lucky I'm taking time out of my schedule to help you. I usually only teach my son, however he asked for me to teach you the animagus transformation. He thinks if you use my methods you'll learn faster. I myself became an animagus after only a year of trying, and I didn't have anyone helping me. You will also speak of this to no one besides your parents or the inner circle without mine or Harrison's permission. This is because I don't want any of you to have to register your form with the ministry. There are less than 4 weeks until you all return to school, or in Luna's case begin school. We will meet here in this room every day at 6 in the morning. I have meetings and other things to attend to during the day, and that is the only time I'm available. If you complain or don't give it your all, you will leave and not come back. Do all of you understand? Everyone gave their verbal agreement while Harrison tried not to look amused at how much his father had just sounded like McGonagall. Good, Tom said as he snapped his fingers. Twinkie popped into the room carrying a silver tray with 11 vials. You will all drink a vial of the animagus revealing potion that Severus brewed for you, Tom continued. Once you drink the potion you will immediately transform into the form you will be able to take. The transformation will last for a minute before you turn back. Tom motioned for the house elf to hand out the potion. Harrison grabbed a vial and watched as his friends took theirs. Tom waved his hand and the 11 kids drank the purple potion. Harrison grimaced as the slimy drink slid down his throat. It was the most disgusting thing he'd ever tasted. It tasted like raw fish dipped in mud and moldy socks. He felt like throwing up. A second later he felt his body shift and he could feel the cold marble floor under his chest. His senses began to overwhelm him. He could smell everything from sweat to what he thought was the back garden. A second later he felt his body shift and he saw 10 animals staring at him. Even in their animagus forms he could see that they were shocked. He felt his body shift once more and he opened his mouth to say something, but all that came out was a roar. Harrison was confused, but before his brain could process anything he was back to normal and everyone was staring at him. Tom was staring at him with pride and a hint of amusement while Bella's eyes only held pride. All of his friends were shocked, but he could also sense their confusion. He felt both annoyed and agitated at the looks. Why is everyone staring at me? Harrison demanded. Jenna opened her mouth but then quickly shut it. You changed into 3 different animals, Luna said in her dreamy voice. You first became a long green snake and then you morphed into a snowy owl. You looked like Ares. After that you appeared to be a fully grown black panther. You looked quite handsome as the panther. Daphne and Tracy sent Luna weird looks while Blaise snorted. Harrison stared at Luna before a grin broke out on his face. He had 3 animagus forms. His father had 3 forms, but he hadn't thought he would. He knew how rare it was and what it meant. He had assumed he would be a snake. The fact that he'd also be able to turn into an owl was an exciting prospect. He loved to fly on a broom and he knew he'd love flying without one. Having a panther for a form might be able to come in handy. His grin turned into a smirk as he thought about using it to scare Ron. Tom glanced at Luna before looking back at his son. It's exceedingly rare to have more than one animagus form. Only an exceptionally powerful witch or wizard can have more than one. However, a downside is that you'll have to learn to transform into each form separately. Just because you can transform into one doesn't mean you'll be able to transform into the others automatically. You'll have to work extra hard if you want to use all 3 forms. For now I would suggest only attempting one. Once you have the basics down, go on to the next and then the final one. He cast a tempest. I have a meeting to get to. I want all of you to spend the rest of the day studying the anatomy of your animal. Feel free to use our library. He pierced them all with his ice blue eyes. If you don't read up on your animal, I will know, and I won't be pleased. Mum, Cass said to Bella, who had been watching everything closely. What were we? I was too busy trying to stand right to pay attention to anyone else. She glanced at Luna. I don't know how she could tell what Harrison was. I only knew he had 3 forms because I saw him switch, but I couldn't quite make them out, they went too fast. Draco is an eagle, Bella replied, causing Draco to smirk. Leo is a large black snake, Blaze is a gray wolf, Theo's a brown owl, Daphne's a leopard, Cass you're a blue medium-sized snake, Tracy's a black lab, Pansy is a tiger, Jen is a normal-sized black cat, and Luna's a swan. Everyone looked pleased with their forms, especially Leo and Cass. If Harrison had to guess who would have a snake form besides himself, he would have guessed the twins. I need to get going, Bellatrix announced. All of you should head to the library. 15 minutes later, Harrison pushed open the double doors to the library. The room was 20 times the size of the Great Hall, and the shelves had expansion charms so they could hold 3 times as many books. The walls were covered from floor to ceiling with books. A spiral staircase led to halfway up the shelves. A balcony ran around the entire room, causing the library to essentially be 2 stories. The only part of the walls not covered in books was where a large 12-foot-tall fireplace was. A portrait of Harrison and Tom hung above it. There were wooden tables, comfortable couches, and high-backed chairs all around the room. A large book sat on a silver stand near the fireplace. If you tapped the book with your wand while saying the name of a subject, author, or quote any book relating to it would be listed. If you wanted to go through all of the books, you could tap the book and ask for a list of all the books. By tapping on the title, a summary of the book would appear. Harrison tapped the black leather-bound book. The Anatomy of Medium and Large Snakes. Words began forming on the page in neat writing. There were several dozen books on the subject, and Harrison scanned the list. He found several books that sounded good, so he summoned 3 of them before walking over to the nearest table. He opened the book to a random page and began to read. As with all reptiles, snakes are covered with scales, which offer protection from desiccation and injury. They can be smooth and shiny, such as a python's scales, or rough and dull, such as a hog-nosed snake's scales. The outer, thin layer is the epidermis, which is shed on a regular basis. The inner, thicker, more developed layer is the dermis. This dermal layer is filled with chromatophores, the pigment cells that give snakes their color. Scales are formed largely of keratin derived from the epidermis. Harrison stopped reading. He knew all of that, so he flipped to the next chapter. The next chapter's first page was a giant diagram of a snake and its intestines. He scanned the picture and ran his pointer finger from the head to the tip of the tail. He turned the page and scanned the first paragraph. Snakes have no movable eyelids, limbs, ear openings, sternums, or urinary bladders. Most species have only 1 functioning lung, although many have a second, vestigial, essentially non-functioning, or only marginally functional, lung. The organs in the snake body are necessarily elongated, to fit within the narrow confines of its body cavity. The snake's respiratory system consists of a glottis at the front of the mouth that leads to a windpipe. The glottis is movable to prevent it from being closed off during prey ingestion, although it may appear that the mouth is completely filled with prey when the snake is swallowing food. The movable glottis, whose opening is on the floor of the lower jaw, remains open so the snake can continue to induct and exhaust air from its lungs and air sacs. The windpipe, extending from the glottis, divides into 2 bronchial tubes, each leading to lungs. The right lung is primary and the left is secondary, considerably smaller and either non-functional or only marginally so. The forward portion of each lung is used for gas exchange and is highly vascular, supplied with blood vessels. The posterior portions of each lung are hydrostatic, non-vascular air sacs that, in the right lung, extends nearly to the venter and serves to regulate pressures inside the body. Induction and exhaustion of air is performed, not by a diaphragm, but by the movement of the ribs under the control of specialized muscles. He absent-mindedly nodded. This was something he should read. He knew that in order to properly transform you needed at least a basic understanding of the animal you wished to turn into. He smoothed out the page and continued to read. This book list is a joke, Draco sneered. Gilderoy Lockhart is the world's biggest fraud. I concur, Theo chimed in. I doubt even Weasley believes the trifle written in Lockhart's books. Who is thick enough to believe that you can catch a ghoul with a tea strainer? His books do make him sound idiotic, Daphne said. My father says that it's all lies and that he's just taking credit for what other people have done and embellishes what really happened. I can't believe we have to buy almost all of his books. Merlin himself couldn't make me read that drivel, Blaze sniffed disdainfully. Harrison and his friends continued to complain about the books required for that year while making their way through Diagon Alley. The alley was filled with students and their parents trying to buy all of their supplies. They passed groups of giggling girls, boys drooling over the Nimbus 2001 window display and quality Quidditch supplies, and little kids complaining about not being able to attend Hogwarts. The alley was uncomfortable to be in because everyone was in a hurry trying to get done. Harrison was bumped into multiple times and was sorely tempted to curse everyone who did so. The only thing that stopped him from doing so was the fact that it would ruin his helpful prodigy image he spent the past year portraying. Draco on the other hand had no such qualms and pulled his wand out when an older boy Harrison recognized as a Gryffindor ran into him, almost sending him to the ground. The only thing that stopped Draco was Pansy, who hissed something in his ear that caused him to pale before scowling and stowing his wand away. 2 hours after arriving in the alley, Harrison and his friends had purchased everything except for their books. During their shopping they ran into several of their friends. Fred and George had been outside of Gamble and Jape's Wizarding Joke Shop, and Terry Boot was with Anthony Goldstein in Madame Malkin's. Harrison cast a tempest and saw that it was almost noon, and that was when they were supposed to meet their parents at Flourish and Blots. They pushed past groups of people until they arrived at the bookstore. Harrison could tell it was extremely packed inside and there was a line out the door. He and his friends gathered around a large banner that stretched across the upper windows. He internally groaned when he read it. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography, Magical Me, today 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Oh phoo, Blaze began but was cut off. Don't finish that sentence, a stern but beautiful voice said. Harrison turned around and was surprised to see Blaze, Mother Aurora Zabini, standing behind them. She was a tall and slim woman with aristocratic features, including the most defined cheekbones Harrison had ever seen. Her long black hair stopped at her waist and her bright blue eyes pierced anyone she looked at. Her plump red lips were pursed slightly and her pale skin brought out her features. Aurora wore a mask of cool indifference even towards her 2 children, although she did love them. However, most of her time was spent traveling with whoever her newest husband happened to be. There was no proof, but it was a known fact in the pureblood circles that she would kill her husbands when she tired of them. Aurora didn't have many friends because she was never in one place for very long. Narcissa and Bellatrix were the only 2 people she was close to. And with the exception of her 2 kids, she detested children. The only other one she liked was Harrison. He didn't know why, he just knew that she had always liked him. Mother, Blaze said in surprise. What are you doing here? One of Aurora's black eyebrows arched slightly. Am I not allowed to take my son school supply shopping? It's not that, Blaze quickly backtracked. I just thought you were in Italy with Alexander. Alexander had an, Aurora trailed off before her lips quirked, accident. Harrison saw Cass and Leo exchange smirks out of the corner of his eye, however he didn't pay them much attention. He was watching Blaze and his mother converse, something that was always good entertainment. Blaze was always so arrogant and confident that it was interesting to see him lose his confidence, something that almost only happened when his mother was around. However, before he so tragically passed away, Aurora said with what Harrison knew was fake sadness, he bought me a lovely villa in Italy. In 2 days I'll be going there to spend some time to myself, I'll need to mourn. Harrison held in a snort as Draco covered one with a cough. So I thought you, Anastasia, and I could spend some time together. You can both tell me how your summer was. Okay, Blaze said with a glance towards his friends. Good, Aurora nodded once before turning to Harrison. So nice to see you again, dear. You must come to the manor for dinner tomorrow. Of course, Harrison said politely. Lovely, Aurora said before straightening her light blue dress robes. Come, Blaze. After everyone exchanged goodbyes, Blaze followed after his mother. Well, she was as kind as ever, Pansy said sarcastically. Harrison's lips twitched. Come on, let's go inside, our parents are most likely waiting. Harrison and his friends walked inside and immediately spotted their parents. Lucius, Rodolphus and Rabaston were conversing in hushed voices while Narcissa and Bellatrix were looking around apparently for them. Harrison couldn't see his other friends' parents and guessed they were in some other part of the store. "Did you all get everything?" Narcissa asked when they walked up to her. "Yes," Draco answered. "Good," Lucius said as he looked around the store. "Rodolphus, Rabaston and I will go acquire all of your books." He turned to Luna. "Luna, I need your list since you have different books." Luna pulled the list from the pocket of her red robes and handed it to the Malfoy patriarch. Lucius inclined his head and the three wizards walked away. "Where's my dad?" Harrison asked as he looked around. "He had to go. Pick something up from down the street," Bella replied. Harrison knew that she meant he needed to get something from Nocturne Alley. "We should go wait outside now," Narcissa said as she patted down her lavender dress. Before they began to move, a loud voice caught their attention. They all turned around and saw a harassed-looking wizard trying to calm everyone down. He was wearing disheveled brown robes and his gray hair was all over the place. "Calmly everyone, please, ladies, don't push," the wizard said loudly. "Mind the books now." Harrison saw who he was talking to. It was a large group of women all around Narcissa and Bellatrix's age. They were all pushing and shoving and each one of them had a large book in their hands. Harrison read the spine and felt like gagging. It was Magical Me by Gilderoy Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart came slowly into view, seated at a table surrounded by large pictures of his own face, all winking and flashing dazzlingly white teeth at the crowd. The real Lockhart was wearing robes of forget-me-not blue that exactly matched his eyes. His pointed wizard's hat was set at a jaunty angle on his wavy hair. Harrison had to push down a sneer. This man's fashion sense was almost as bad as the old coots. At least Dumbledore can claim going color-blind from old age is a factor. Lockhart has no excuse, unless he counted stupidity or unfounded arrogance. A short, irritable-looking man was dancing around taking photographs with a large black camera that emitted puffs of purple smoke with every blinding flash. After a few minutes, Lockhart stood up. "I have an announcement to make." He smiled a large dazzling smile. "Do you think his teeth are real? Or do you think he uses a spell?" Draco asked scathingly. "A spell?" Leo guessed with a disturbed look in his eyes. "Not even Leo is that vain," Cass smirked. "At least I have a right to be," Leo said pompously. "I was born perfection, that fool is just an idiot." Cass rolled her eyes while Harrison and Theo exchanged amused looks. "When everyone came today to get my book, Magical Me, you all had no idea that shortly your kids will be getting much more than that," Lockhart continued, and Harrison felt a shred of uneasiness. "The students of Hogwarts will, in fact, be getting the real Magical Me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure and pride in announcing that this September, I will be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." The crowd cheered and clapped, all except for the Slytherins. Harrison grimaced. He didn't think Dumbledore could have picked a worse choice to teach them defense. "Please tell me he's joking," Draco said in horror. Narcissa was frowning. "I don't think so, Dragon." "Did Father know?" Draco demanded. "If he did, he didn't tell me," Narcissa replied. Narcissa and Bellatrix exchanged unhappy looks before excusing themselves to go find their husbands. "That fool teaching defense," Leo said scornfully as he watched the two women walk away. "He's going to be dreadful." "Jealous Lestrange," the voice of Ron Weasley said. Harrison and his friends spun around to see Ron standing with a short girl. She had medium-length red hair, brown eyes and pale skin with freckles. Harrison knew at once that she was the youngest Weasley child, Ginny. Like her brother, she wore shabby second-hand robes. "Like he'd be jealous of that pathetic fraud," Draco sneered. "Can't fight your own battles, Lestrange." Ron baited. "You need to have your cousin fight them for you." "Who's the pathetic one?" "I'd watch what you say, Weasley," Harrison said coldly. He had seen Draco's hands clench and unclench, a sign that he was about to do something. "If you continue to open that big mouth of yours, something bad might happen." "Don't threaten him," Ginny said loudly. Harrison smiled condescendingly. "And who might you be?" He wasn't going to admit to knowing who she was. "Ginny Weasley," she said proudly. Harrison, however, could see that she was nervous and it made him feel amused. "Oh, Merlin," Pansy said incredulously. "I forgot there was more of you." She smiled cruelly. "Are you going to Hogwarts too? Or can your mummy and daddy not afford to send you?" By the state of her robes I wouldn't think so, Tracy said, wrinkling her nose. Leave her alone, a red-faced Ron snapped. Someone's defensive, Leo mocked. Are you that good in bed, little Weasley? The area of the room they were standing in felt as though it had dropped 10 degrees. Harrison's eyes flickered to Ginny, who was pale and her eyes were now wet with unshed tears. He was honestly surprised the 11-year-old girl understood the innuendo. Ron, on the other hand, went redder than Harrison had ever seen him, and his fists were clenched so tightly that Harrison wouldn't be surprised if his palms started to bleed. Harrison's friends, on the other hand, were exuding amusement at the looks of anger and humiliation in the two youngest Weasleys' faces. Harrison was only glad neither of his aunts had heard their comments. He knew they'd think they were too young to say such things. However, it was hard not to when you spent a lot of time around teenagers and young adults with dirty minds and no mouth or action filter. You can always find out for yourself, Draco said suggestively. Ron's eyes narrowed and he lunged at Draco, who quickly stepped out of the way. Ron went flying into a display of books, sending them flying in every direction. He jumped up, pulling his wand out as he did so. Reducto! Ron roared and a red light went flying at Leo. Protega! The furious voice of Rodolphus yelled. Harrison turned and saw a livid Rodolphus, Rubaston, Lucius, Narcissa and Bellatrix walking towards them. He could see a fire burning in all of their eyes as they descending on them. Bellatrix looked as though she wanted to curse Ron to within an inch of death. Heal him, then do it all over again. What is going on here? A voice Harrison didn't know asked at the same time Rodolphus did. The unknown voice belonged to a tall, thin man with balding red hair and square glasses. He was obviously a Weasley. If the hair wasn't a giveaway, the horridly worn robes were. They, Ron spluttered. He was so angry that he couldn't form a coherent sentence. Nothing, Uncle Rodolphus, Harrison said in a respectful voice. It was just a misunderstanding and Ron here overreacted. It was not. Ron yelled, finally getting his voice back. Mr. Weasley, who Harrison remembered his uncle saying his name was Arthur, turned to his daughter. Ginny. Ginny looked at Harrison, who gave her a warning look. He saw Draco and Leo doing the same thing from the corner of his eyes. Thankfully Arthur was looking at his daughter so he didn't notice. It was just a misunderstanding, Ginny said quietly. What? Ron shrieked. Well, don't let it happen again, Rodolphus said harshly. If I witness you attempting to harm my son again, I will press charges. Ron opened and closed his mouth like a fish. Harrison was internally laughing like his father after a particularly long torture session. He didn't know why Ron continued to antagonize or confront them when he always lost. He would think even a Gryffindor had some sense of self-preservation. He saw Ginny look down as she pulled her old-looking black cauldron to her chest. It was filled with what appeared to be second-hand books. He frowned as he tried to think of why the Weasleys would even be in here when everything they had was second-hand. He was pulled from his musings when he heard Arthur talk. Lucius, Rodolphus, Rubaston, Arthur said stiffly. I'll speak with my son and I'll ensure that it doesn't happen again. I sure hope so, Rodolphus said coldly. Busy time at the ministry, I hear, Lucius interrupted. All those raids, I hope they're paying you overtime. He reached into Ginny's cauldron and extracted, from amid a bunch of used books, a very old, very battered copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Obviously not, Lucius said. Dear me, what's the use of being a disgrace to the name of wizard if they don't even pay you well for it? Arthur flushed a dark red. We have a very different idea of what disgraces the name of wizard, Malfoy, Arthur said. Narcissa put one hand on each Harrison and Draco's shoulders, pulling them closer to her. Bellatrix did the same with Cass and Leo. Stay close to me, Daphne whispered to Luna. Harrison flicked his gaze to Daphne and saw that she had pulled Luna towards her. He had told his friends about his father's plan, including Lucius giving the diary to the youngest Weasley. He could tell that, like him, his friends knew that this was when it would happen. Clearly, Lucius drawled, turning his eyes towards Ron and Ginny. Harrison smirked at Ron when he looked over. Ron turned red and scowled. It's really the children I feel bad for, they must be so ashamed. There was a thud of metal as Ginny's cauldron went flying. Arthur had thrown himself at Lucius, knocking him backward into a bookshelf. At that moment the Weasley twins and a plump woman Harrison recognized as Molly Weasley rushed over. Dozens of heavy spell books came thundering down on all their heads. There was a yell of, "Get him, Dad!" From Fred or George. Molly was shrieking, "No, Arthur, no, The crowd stampeded backward, knocking more shelves over. "Gentlemen, please, please," cried the shop assistant, and then, louder than all, "Break it up, there, gents, break it up." Hagrid the Hogwarts gamekeeper was wading toward them through the sea of books. In an instant, he had pulled Arthur and Lucius apart. Arthur had a cut lip and Lucius had been hit in the eye by an encyclopedia of toadstools. He was still holding Ginny's old Transfiguration book. He thrust it at her, his eyes glittering with malice. "Here, girl, take your book, it's the best your father can give you." Pulling himself out of Hagrid's grip, Lucius straightened his blue robes. Out of the shop, the assistant yelled to Arthur. "First your son attacks a fellow child and then you attack a prominent member of society." He waved wildly towards the door. "Get out." Lucius and Arthur glared at each other before Arthur rounded up his wife and kids and exited the shop. On the way out, the Weasley twins waved to the Slytherins, both of them wearing grins. Upon exiting the bookstore, Harrison saw his father standing regally by the large window. A display of Lockhart's biography could be seen. "Did you have fun?" Tom asked with a knowing look. "Dad kicked Mr. Weasley's ass," Draco smirked. "Draco," Narcissa scolded. "Watch your language. Don't use such words in public," Lucius said absent-mindedly before whispering something to Tom. Tom smiled and gave Harrison a significant look. Harrison looked at his friends and nodded. Ginny Weasley had the diary. Harrison spent the last 2 weeks of summer training non-stop. He would wake up at 4 in the morning and run 5 miles before going for a swim in the lake. At 6 his friends would come over for animagus training and it was going better than expected. After animagus lessons he would duel with his friends or practice new spells one of them read about for 3 hours. Afterwards he would practice the dark arts with Bellatrix, Draco, Luna, Cass and Leo. Harrison would relax for an hour by eating lunch and flying. Sometimes he would play a quick game of Quidditch, Harrison and Draco versus Cass and Leo. Once his hour of free time was over he would have private lessons with his father until dinner. Dinner would be spent enjoying time with his father. It was the only time of the day his father was relaxed. The past several weeks had been hectic for the Dark Lord. After dinner Harrison would be taken down to the dungeons and shown different techniques the Death Eaters used to interrogate prisoners. The night before September 1st Harrison and Tom walked down to the lowest level of the manor. The basement level of the manor was nothing but dungeons with the exception of the kitchen. The only entrance to the dungeons was a staircase behind a door that was always guarded by 2 Death Eaters. Once you descended the staircase you entered a large square room with a dozen doors and 6 archways leading to separate hallways. On the right were 3 hallways. The first held Muggle male prisoners, the second one held Muggle female prisoners and the third held Muggle children prisoners. On the left were 3 more hallways. The first held wizard prisoners, the second one held witch prisoners and the third held children wizards and witches. The dozen doors in the room led to various torture rooms. Each of the rooms had expansion charms on them so the room was much larger than it would outwardly appear to be. There were silencing spells so you couldn't hear anything coming from the rooms or hallways. However, if you stepped into one of the hallways you could usually hear begging, crying and screaming. Like the rest of the manor there were anti-apparition and anti-port key wards in the basement. The only people who can apparate in are those with the dark mark but they can't apparate out, that's just in case a Death Eater is a traitor. Only Tom can apparate out, however Harrison will be able to once he learns how. If someone apparates in Tom is immediately alerted to who it is and how many prisoners they've brought. Half a dozen Death Eaters stand guard in the basement at all times. A second dungeon resides under the forest at Riddle Manor, however the only way in is to apparate and the only way out is if Tom allows you to. Those dungeons are only used to hold prisoners Tom doesn't want his lower-ranked Death Eaters to know about or long-term prisoners. Harrison watched as a young woman wearing only a white beep and short jean shorts was dragged into the room by. She was screaming and pleading to be set free. Her own hair was covered in dirt and dry blood. Harrison could see her body shaking, whether it was out of fear or after effects of the Cruciatus curse he didn't know or care. "Shut up you stupid muggle," Randall Saxon yelled as he backhanded her. "I don't know what a muggle is," the girl sobbed. "Please don't hurt me." The Death Eater with light own hair sneered as dragged her into one of the rooms. Her screams cut off when the black door slammed shut. Tom stared disdainfully at the door before looking at Harrison. Amicus and Electo captured a minor member of the Order today. He walked to the door next to the one Randall and the Muggle girl just entered. Remember not to speak or draw attention to yourself. Watch how they get information from her. Harrison nodded and Tom opened the door. The room was square, cold and gave off a dark vibe. The floors were made of gray stone and the only light came from half a dozen torches that hung on the walls. Amicus and Electo Caro, dubbed the Caro siblings by the other Death Eaters, were standing over a young woman. The woman had peach-colored skin, brown hair and light blue eyes. She was wearing dress robes and her chest was heaving as she tried to catch her breath. Amicus and Electo spun towards the door, wands raised. When they saw who it was they immediately lowered their wands. "My lord," Amicus said with a low bow. "Young lord," Electo said respectfully. Amicus had sharp features and short-cropped owned hair. His sister Electo had long owned hair, dull blue eyes and a slim build. They both wore midnight black robes but neither were wearing a mask. The Death Eaters only wore them when they were on raids. Harrison didn't look at the Death Eaters, instead his emerald eyes were focused on the prisoner. Her eyes widened upon seeing him and she paled, most likely because of the Dark Lord. "You're a child," the prisoner breathed out. "Don't speak to him," Tom said in a commanding tone. "Crucio." The woman yelled in pain as her body thrashed around on the floor. Her head was jerking in every direction and her eyes were rolling around in their sockets. Her hands clenched into fists and her back arched off the ground as her screams got louder. It sounded like she was yelling her throat raw because after 30 seconds her screams became strained. Tom released the curse and her body jerked slightly as her eyes came back into focus. Tom turned to Electo. "Did she give you any information?" "No, my lord," Electo responded. "We've been at it for 3 hours and she hasn't said anything about the order." "Oh, really?" Tom asked in a deadly quiet voice. Electo and Amicus exchanged worried looks. "My lord, we'll continue to try torturing information from her," Amicus said quickly. Tom eyed the panting prisoner before turning to Harrison. "Harrison." "Yes, father?" Harrison inquired. The prisoner's eyes snapped to his and her eyes widened even further than when he had walked in. He smirked at the prisoner before looking back at his father. "What can be more persuasive than pain?" Tom asked softly. Harrison smiled chillingly. It was enough to make goosebumps form on the prisoner's arms. "Love," Harrison said. "Using the loved ones of prisoners against them will make most prisoners talk." Harrison saw the woman pale, if possible even further. "No," the woman whispered. Tom smiled, showing off perfect teeth, and his cold blue eyes landed on the woman. "Harrison, you may have the honors." "Thank you, father," Harrison said graciously. Harrison was born a natural occlumens and legilimens, something that he was grateful for. His best friends had to study occlumency from the time they were young children and they weren't at a proficient level until they were all ready to start at Hogwarts. Someone like Tom, Snape or Dumbledore would be able to get into their mind, but they would be able to feel it and get away. And none of Harrison's best friends could perform even an ounce of legilimency. Very few people could perform legilimency, and those that could needed their wand and they needed to vocally say the spell. Harrison could easily slip into a person's mind without so much as batting an eye. The only other natural in those two arts Harrison knew of was Luna, and that wasn't surprising since all true seers were. Harrison looked at the woman and dove into her mind. Image after image floated into his mind. The woman was walking into the Ministry of Magic with another woman her age. The memory skipped and she was now sitting at a long table in between Molly Weasley and a young woman with bright purple hair. The memory skipped and showed the woman reading a bedtime story to a young boy who looked to be 5 or 6. "And then the unicorn," the woman said before the memory skipped, and the little boy was smiling brightly up at the woman. "I love you, Mummy." The woman smiled, her eyes shining with true happiness. "I love you too, Max." Harrison pulled out of her mind. "Max," Harrison said slowly. "No," the woman said as her eyes closed. A single tear fell down her cheek. "Please, I'll tell you anything, just don't hurt my son." "See, Mrs. Vega," Tom said silkily. "That wasn't so hard now, was it?" A choked sob escaped the woman's throat as she buried her head in her shaking hands. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.